What's up? Sorry for the tardiness, as they say. I think that plenty of us have to talk about this, and I got to talk about some things. Just what Doctor Thunder said earlier, and BGS, and also give my perspective on it. What's up? What's up? We got ABM in the building. We got Andre in the building, and we got a boy in the building. Uh, let's let me start out with this and say I have a superpower. My superpower is the ability to disagree with somebody and still be friends with that individual. You know, one of those rare, super rare abilities that people don't understand. I can disagree even when I had a slight disagreements with Dr. Thunder. It's nothing against his character or him, but a lot of the a lot of the issues with black men is that black men have a fixated view on the world, very fixated. And what makes it even more harsher is that I'm back. I wanted to put something out there for people to understand that when I was talking, I know Dr. Thunder saw my post when I'm always speaking about the black men being the garbage men of the dating world. And the reason why I came up with that is because black men have a low key and sometimes high key low self esteem of themselves. You almost can't exist without a woman's consent. You almost can't exist without mama babying you. And because you're always trying to get that level of approval, you're constantly going to be in a circle of proving yourself when you don't have to. And you're normally robbing yourself and good years of things you should invest it. And most of the time, you don't take the time and resilience to invest in yourself. One of the issues is how we look at our women and how we take their bullshit determines how much self respect you have for yourself and how other men of other cultures are going to respect you. I'm going to tell some really hard truths. There's no white woman, there's no Latina, there's no other woman that's going to save you. The only person that's going to save you is yourself. Because guess what? If you brought that same chick over in this country, guess who she's going to emulate? And probably be a worse representative of it. So if you got somebody outside your race, have at thee. Hopefully they're treating you like the kind of man you ought to be treated with respect and dignity and grace. But no race of woman is going to save you. Are there cultural differences? Yes, of course. But you will not be saved by anyone but your goddamn self. Let's put that out there right now. Love who you love, but realize it's all a trick. Until the laws change, it's all a trick bag. And pray that that person does not utilize those advantages that they naturally have above you. Not even naturally, legally. When I look at things and the audacity that some people will have when it comes to the dating world, there's no way in hell that a chick that's morbidly obese, a three in looks, is demanding the same thing what a person who makes money off of their looks is demanding. The guy who sits at a damn desk is not going to make the money you saw yesterday watching those guys at the Super Bowl. He's not making that type of money. There's going to have to come a time where you and the so called women of this community are going to have to sit in reality. Even what was that one guy BGS had playing? Matt Walsh? How the fuck are you going to tell me? And this is one thing I don't get about conservatives or so called conservatives. Not all, but the majority. Because you didn't have the experience life on the other side of the bricks, especially if you come from a certain culture where you were not the downtrodden. You want to talk about get it from your bootstraps. It's kind of disingenuous to tell somebody about the bootstrap trope when you always had tied shoes. You had buckles. You didn't even have to tie your shoes. You're telling the barefoot man, "Oh, pull yourself by your shoe straps," and then you wonder why it's very hard convincing other people about your causes. It's borderline disgusting. Borderline disgusting. You can't get away from the fact that one, there's some people who are just going to have a difference of opinion and a difference of lifestyle, and I get it. But the one thing we cannot argue is over universal truths. universal truths are this: if men don't benefit, men don't work. You want the men to get on board and take care of these women because you're taking all the benefits from the women because you can't pay them anymore. You noticed that you weren't getting shit from the women. If anything, they were costing this country money more than benefiting it. You created these sorry ass dudes. You created the soy boys. You create. This is what you've done, feminism. You're trying to rewrite the wrongs and think that somehow, some way, you're still going to get a buck, a bang for your buck. No, you got to suffer. I know what I'm about to say is going to be very controversial for a lot of young women. You need to get on your hands and knees and give it the best man you can because you're not going to be able to make it. When they excommunicate you for good, a lot of you chicks keep thinking, oh, I'm going to get a man. No, you're getting sorrier and sorrier men. That's why we always refer to broads as cars. You don't get better with age. You may endear yourself to a man, which you're supposed to, but you're supposed to catch them and keep them at the height of your beauty. Not when you had 3 kids, not when you become a run through. You got 30 bodies. You can't fucking bond. You got 2 baby daddies. You got a primary instrument of evidence that another man's been with you. We can think there's another man who's been with you, but when you have evidence, it does something to men psychologically. What benefit do we get out of you? Cooking and cleaning? You can't give me something I can't do for myself. That's the problem. That's the general problem. You don't know what to say or do to attract a man. You think you could wear your gaudy little makeup, your window shutter eye. No man has ever said, I like your weave. No man has ever said, I like your ugly ass butterfly lenses, window shutter eyelashes. You look like fucking drag queens. And that's where you're getting all your makeup and all your sense of being a woman from is from goddamn men who weren't manly enough to be one. And they're supposed. Why would your so-called competition tell you how to win the game? Riddle me that, Batman. It's a doctor that was posted on Dr. Thunder show, and she asks, "Why don't you go into these events that women throw?" And see, this is the reason why you lose. Because any other woman in any other culture, they're not waiting for the men to come to them. They're going to the men. Guess what? If the men are playing video games, you better be nice in Call of Duty, Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, Tekken. You better be nice as shit in Fortnite. Guess what that white girl gonna do? She gonna sit down and learn how to play some goddamn Madden just to spend time with her man. You want people to spend time and money on you at your fucking description, but you're not willing to do it for them. And that's why you lose. You don't go where the men are. You don't make it. inviting, catering towards the men. Bitch, we don't need you. You're the ones having all the kids out of wedlock that's making your pockets poor. Men ain't jumping up and down to take a bad deal anymore. That's what the number one issue is in America. You're mad because men don't want to take that goddamn deal. Have at thee. Have at thee. You got all these conservatives, these pundits, coming out the woodwork to convince young men to do this stupid shit. But when young men come back and tell you, why? What do I get for the cost of my life? And none of you motherfuckers can even give a response that is proper and accurate. This is what I think every man that's within the age of 60, 18 to 60, should ask. What do I get for the cost of my life? And don't think about being friends. Don't think about being friends with a female. No, you don't stay in no fucking friend zone. I rebuke thee in the name of Jesus. Don't you ever be in a friend zone. Ain't no bitch pretty enough. No bitch pretty enough. Unless she has contacts for your business, ain't nobody is being in the friend zone. Ain't nobody. Ain't nobody worth that shit. Unless she's gonna bring you business, ain't no friend of you. This is another thing. Don't get stuck. If you're gonna date a single mom, especially if she has two or more kids, especially if she has two or more baby daddies, and you want to date that woman, she got to pay off the top. She pays the first few dates. If she ain't gonna do that, stay lonely forever, bitch. This is where I get into the ass of black men. If you couldn't get a meal out of this woman, why are you around them? There's sometimes I will, if I go to a chick's house, especially if it's a long travel, unless I said it, I'm not paying for food you cooking. If you come over to my house, I supply the food. In 2026, you should take a really good list of who's for you and who the fuck is against you. You get all these liberals and conservatives wanting you to come back. Motherfuckers, do y'all know when you're winning? I really got to say that. Do you know when you're winning? They want you to come back to the table. And you tell them straight up 50-50 custody. We ain't doing none of this shit. We ain't doing none of this shit. Put the name and title on this picture. But this is what I'm going to ask again. What do you want coming back to the table? Or you're going to do the same damn thing as black people normally do when we talk about reparations? We're going to go and we're going to dismantle ourselves. Because I'm telling you, you shouldn't be taking no bitch out. You should take yourself out. You should dress nice. If you're not doing what I did earlier today with some clanging and banging, lifting and lifting, getting in the best possible shape, stop looking like a bunch of fucking people who act like they never worked out. Dress nice. Don't get lazy with it. Dress nice. Stop making excuses. Guess what? The first date you should have, especially when the weather breaks, you bring a bottle or whatever wine or whatever food you want to bring. She brings the other half. That way, nobody's cheating anybody. But here it is. What demands do you want? What do you really desire, black man? What do you really desire? You have to come to the table at some point. know why this shit keep going on and off, cutting in and out. Now, when you ask for your demands, you should have them out readily available. And you should not, and I repeat, you should not be afraid to have anything on the table not to your liking and specifications. Now, when you look at the group of black men we have, are we complainers? Are we fixers? Are we. There's no way in hell anybody who's a detractor to space has a right to say that. The only people that has a right to this are us. Andre said, I'm watching at 2 times speed. I disagree, Charles. I've been trying to friend zone myself for the injury without the headache. See, here's the bad part about that, right? When you friends on a person, when you're a friend, you're giving more benefits than you probably would in a relationship. You're giving out more benefits. Who's my friend? They're going to ask you to be their reference for a business. They're going to ask you to this. But when you asked, hey, let's hang out, oh, I'm busy. I got to work. Because you confuse that shit as friendship. And guess what? If you fucked your female friend, how many times did I tell people, look, she never really wanted to be your friend in the first place? They use that as a cover for plausible deniability. It's always going to be plausible deniability, okay? You got to understand this. When a chick says she's your friend, you hold her to friend standards. If she works in HR and you need a job and she don't put you on, then she wasn't your fucking friend. And see, this is the trick bag a lot of niggas get put in, but don't want to hear. There's always, well, I got the pussy, but you broke. I got the pussy, yeah, but she fucking another nigga right now. And this is all we come up for. Bunch of pussy hungry niggas that nobody can't respect. Same damn niggas. This is how you know. When they can talk to you about their day, when they come up there and say, hey, hey, let's get one straight. You have no allies out there, black man. You have none. You have situations. You have goddamn situations. Yeah. I'm gonna tell you this one lesson it took me. The more your black ass thinking about a bitch, the less you think about yourself. All that time you spend with that chick. See, this is the difference. Women got it better than us. They'll fuck you, they'll suck you, but guess what she ain't gonna do? She ain't leaving that school. She ain't leaving that job. She ain't gonna fuck around. She ain't taking off to go see you. How many of you dumb motherfuckers putting up Valentine's Day gifts for the most ungrateful creatures you ever seen? How many? How many? You can't do anything without the validation of pussy. But then when a nigga like me say, yo, get your ass in the gym, you make me out to be the enemy. You make me out to be the enemy. Go get a gym membership. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Would she do it for you? No female would do the same fucking shit for you. Maybe back in the day, if she was loyal, but in this current market, fuck no. They think it's a fucking honor for you to take care of their bratty ass kids. They think it's a goddamn honor to take care of their bratty ass kids. I'm gonna tell you how stupid this shit is, and I had to think about it. Yeah, the fucking audacity, right? The fucking audacity. Don't forget to come in with my likes. Don't forget to hit with the cash apps. If we got 21 people watching, if people will donate $2, $3, you do the math. I want you to look about this. Look at this very carefully. females almost don't even come with loyalty. What loyalty does she have? What loyalty? And I'm glad you said that. If none of us were chasing pussy, black men probably be millionaires. Here's the craziness about it. I don't have. I'm not gonna play it yet. I want you to realize. But then black man, you gonna listen to these dumbass white boys. You gonna listen to these dumbass white boys who's only getting an inch worth out of the miles and miles and miles of bullshit you've received. They'll try to convince you to stay in the fucking fight, but they wouldn't take the disrespect you did. The fuck out of here. The fuck out of here. Why would you torture yourself being around people who don't like you? What do you want out of life? They have political connections, but they're as powerful as you think. Because here's the part: if they were powerful, they would try to talk to the women. Why are they trying to convince the men? Because they know if men walk away from this bullshit, which we should have done decades ago, you would have this country at your goddamn knees. What did I say last month, ABM? 2026 should be the year of self improvement. But what also I said, black women have a fear of failure, black men have a fear of success. When you have a fear of success, that means you have a fear of being able to repeat a certain action. You have a fear of being reliable, a fear of being capable. What did we say about the definition of being the man of steel? I'm going to say this once again, even though my friend says you always got to put your comic book stuff in it. And she's like, I like that though, because it makes sense and you make it sound so deep. Because it is. Once again, we got 15 to 21 people watching. What's the definition of the man of steel? What comes to mind when you hear man of steel? You know, I love my audience participation to make sure you motherfuckers are awake. I like to always go back to earlier live streams to see the connection. Why do black men fear success? Reliability. Thank you. The sturdy, dependable, reliable. Cannot be broken, cannot be bent. Tensile strength, tendon strength, the unbreakable man. Come rain, sleet, hail, snow, blazing heat, he is going to perform and do it at such a fucking rate that is unbelievable. He is quintessential God on earth. He has no equal. He barely has a rival. When you are the man of steel, you are unopposed success. It's not just if, it's only a matter of time. Think about that. It's only a matter of time. Why do you think the country for 200 fucking years needed black men, not black women, black men under their fucking boot? Because if we gave you an inch, that motherfucker's gonna take a country mile. That is basically what I'm inevitable. What's the old saying we had? You can't stop him. You can only hope to contain him. Let him get free. That's like if you let Derrick Henry get out the hole, good luck. If you let 100% healthy Lamar Jackson get out the hole, good luck. Oh, don't give him protection behind a. Oh, he's gonna dot you every day. What's up with the boy May? Because the boy May last night, Seattle's defense was so much in his ass that he should get a fucking DNA test to see whose baby it is. They've been in his ass so long. Guess what? He owes Seattle's defense Valentine's Day gifts. That man is not to be played with. He's inevitable. You know why? That you have a fear of success because of your mama, your sisters, yeah, some of you even your daughters, your girlfriends, your wives let you free and get off your fucking back. They know you would not stay. Why do you think one of the greatest Bible verses of all time is though I walk in the shadow of the valley of death, I shall do what? I shall do what, fellas and ladies? I shall do what? When you're the man of steel, that's actually another adjective towards the man of steel. I shall do what? Though I walk in the valley of the shadow of death, I shall do what? I'll wait for my participation. I know there's a lag. When I walk in the valley of the shadow of death, I shall do what? Because what is the greatest fear? Black people. The greatest fear is the unknown. That's why they tamp you down. You don't need to go to college. You can stay here and work at Walmart. I shall fear no evil. So, when you're the man of steel, you can't afford to be fearful, can you? You have to be persevering. You have to be enduring. Big Mo said, when I walked across the stage, when I completed my doctorate, congratulations to your doctorate, My own mother got pissed when she said I was the first one with my kind of doctorate in the family. Black men have to deal. Yeah, of course you got to be pissed. You know why some people just don't like me? It's not because I'm annoying. It's not because I'm weird. It's because, unlike a lot of other people, I just simply piss greatness. Even when I'm down, I'm up. Fuck you. Fuck you for life. Yeah, you shall fear no fucking evil. Why are you fearful? Notice every time a black boy wants to be something great, who's planting the seeds of fear in him? I'll wait. Who plants the seeds in him? You see what these people are trying to do on the conservative side? They're trying to plant the seeds of being fucking married when you know the game is rigged. And the boys are smart enough to see the fucking scoreboard and to see the read the rule book. And sometimes the most prolific evil you will face is sometimes the womb you came out of. See, y'all don't want to hear me though. Yeah, can I go black pill for a minute? I don't think I think I might have stayed red pill this whole time for 30, 45 fucking minutes. Can I go black pill for a minute? Old school Southern Baptist black pill. I mean, 7 days of Blaze revival with the tents and the fried chicken. I mean, some old humidity Maryland heat. I'm gonna say this. I've never understood how the father, what's up, Loss? How the father gets blamed if he's not there. But who holds more influence? The motherfucker that's damn near not 100% there, or the person who's never been around? Who holds more influence on why that fucking child? Oh, we putting some old fucking bay on it with some lemon peppers. How do you blame a man for that? But then when the man tries to come back in that child's life or fight like hell to stay in that child's life, this is the reason why men said fuck you and fuck it and fuck everything else. Because precisely anything I sire and I don't have dominion over, I'm done. The minute you play with me and my progeny, we got a problem. I'm gonna say this again. Black men need to stop worrying about everybody else's fucking feelings. Because nobody's worried about yours. Nobody's worried about yours. Do you know I've been in this space for damn near what 11, almost 12 years. Some of the funny, some of the jovial, sometimes intoxicated, inebriated, but definitely majority of the stuff I talk about was heartfelt and introspective. I probably saved more lives encouraging black men to be great, and the best way to get on your feet is to get off your ass than I will even probably perceive. I don't have to always talk about Keisha. The problem is Keisha, get the fuck out the way. And I'm one of those people. Salute the passport, bro. Salute to everybody. But here's my shit. You telling me straight up and down, Keisha's my problem? or is it me? How am I going to let somebody else keep me from eating and my hands are not bound? How am I going to be in bad health and I'm worrying about a bitch with 5 kids? What do I always tell you? You need to be the hero of your own narrative. Keisha's a big part, but Keisha needs you more than you need her. Every time you wake up out the goddamn bed, God prevailing and God willing, you should go into the mirror and tell the world, what fucking consequence are you to me now? I don't give a damn if I got 5,000 in my pocket or a fucking nickel. I'm still the same man either motherfucking way. Whether if I live in a mini mansion or in a dumpster, I'm gonna still have my fucking dignity. I had the audacity of a female officer ask me, Faulkner, what did you do so much? Keep people like you from getting your ass whipped. I've liberated countries. I rescued people in their own homes when their own family members would let them die. Don't you ever let somebody tell you how great you are not. I piss greatness like gold is yellow. In the 20th century, you couldn't win a war unless a Faulkner was there. I'm going to ask this one question, black man. What war did America win without black men? I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll wait. Why is it that all the time bitches want to be your friends when they think you weird? Because they want to hold on to you because of those benefits. Or I might throw them some pussy so I can hypnotize them. You think that hasn't happened? You think I'm not smart enough to see the fucking shit? What's up, Aqua Dragon, fellow Baltimorean? Why you want to be my friend? We're not friendly. See, there's going to come a time, a big time, big time, big time, where men like me and men like you, oh, trust me, they can't hypnotize me. I almost got 400 bodies, dude. People be like, I wouldn't be saying it. I wouldn't be proud of that. I don't give a shit. Guess what? There's a reason why they call it a master key. And we'll leave it as that.
We'll just stop you right there. We'll just stop you right there. We get it.
Oh, yeah, this is Brandon Scott, people. When he tries to clap back about.
Understand that your station has this severe right wing effort underway. We get that. But you also, you guys are dragging this thing out and also not including all the facts. A vehicle that was purchased in 2023 is not the same price as 2025, right? You have to understand that reality. When you look at, I'm talking, you can listen to it, let me talk, please. We heard your question. You've asked the same idiotic question now for 3 months. We understand that when you look at a base price for SUVs, base price of SUVs now, as you know, between $90,000 and $100,000.
Which is a lie.
You're talking about a police vehicle with police equipment on it added on top of that vehicle. It's very simple. And when you look at these are not astronomical costs, right? You guys in your station in particular would never ask the President of the United States how much the beast costs. You wouldn't do that. You would never do that. This is ridiculous. Let it go. Next question. His car costs about $78,000 to $80,000 if he drives across the state. Governor Holden's car costs $70,000 now. Yeah, that was bought. That's a long time ago. And I also would. You looked at. I understand that. I did answer the question. Just because you didn't get the answer that you wanted.
But see, this is the point. And I'm going to talk about that. You're not going to tell me that a base price SUV is $80,000 to $90,000. A base price SUV, brand spanking new, is about 65, maybe 70. And you're a dumbass if you're buying shit brand of fuck new, unless you really need it brand of fuck new. We don't need to talk about Walsh. Of course I'm gonna say this, Andre. They always knew we were right. They were trying to convince other people that were wrong. It's like a bitch when you tell her stop fucking. You can let your car warm up. Don't put solid food down your drain pipe. It's not even about Walsh. It's the fact of the matter is this. When you look at stuff, right? Red Pill isn't just about dating and meeting. Red Pill is about the world set before you. And that's where the message really gets lost. A lot of niggas don't understand the real world. Okay? Here's the problem. The red pill is not about just relationships. The red pill is about life itself. Because Lord knows if men listened to women when we were hunter gatherers, we would still live in caves. Because women don't go outside of comfort and do well, do they? They don't thrive outside of comfort. That's why they don't know any better. They don't know any better but to do what? Thrive with somebody else. They got to leech off of someone else. That's why. Imagine, just imagine, you have to come up and figure out some good shit. How am I going to survive? How am I going to get great? Nobody wants to talk about this shit. Nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody wants to talk about how this man is supposed to be great. Nobody wants to hear that. Hey, I'm trying to re-steady my security firm. Let me know who needs protection. Got gun, will travel. This is what I always say. I did before. Now that my son's graduating this year, there's a lot of shit I can put before him. A lot of shit. Hmm. That situation. Hmm. I'm gonna open it up so you can tell me more about it, and I'll give you my opinion. Live updates. FBI says it's not aware of any confirmed continued communication between the Gertrude family and the suspect kidnappers. Let me see. It has been more than a week since the mother of today's anchor, Savannah Gertrude, was reported missing.
Hey, what's going on, Charles?
So, Nancy, 84, was dropped off at her home outside Tucson, Arizona, the night of January 31st and reported missing noon February 1st. Instagram video today, Savannah said the family believes she's still out there and she's asking viewers to report anything strange to law enforcement. We are at the hour of desperation and we need your help, she says. The FBI was not aware, just read that. FBI and Pima County Sheriff Department said Friday they are aware of a new message regarding Gertrude. And it's not clear what the message is or whether it's connected to a possible ransom note that was sent to 3 outlets. And what would you like to ask me about what I think about it?
Well, since you do security, what are your thoughts on this?
Number one, when you're a high-profile individual, there's always a heightened chance people are going to kidnap your goddamn kids. They're going to kidnap your family members.
Well, in this case, her mother.
Her mother. You leave an elderly mother there. She's not in the gated community. Number one, if I was a high-profile individual, life changes. You can't live the same lifestyle you did before. That's one. Two, there's a guy, one of the guys who taught the corporate security management. He was the lead executive protection agent for Bill Gates. You know what Bill Gates told him? Nobody's kidnapping me. That's why I have you for my kids and my wife. Why would they kidnap the person who's going to write the check? That's how you know you're smart. You don't look at what you have, you look at all the possible variables.
True.
So, number one, unless this woman has a history of like dementia or early signs of it, there's but so many cases you can have. This is the reason why, at a certain age, if that person's not good with living by themselves, they're going to have to live with you. You're going to have to put some type of security. This is one, especially if you have young kids going to college. You think Chelsea Clinton, when she went to college, you think she was by herself?
No, she'll never be by herself for the rest of her life.
Why was she? Why can't she be by herself for the rest of her life?
Because her father was president.
How much power?
And her mother was Secretary of State.
How much power does a president hold?
Well, as I said, when those pawn prosecutors went after Donald Trump, the power of about 50 mob bosses all at once, if not more, probably 100.
Probably 1,000.
Yeah, closer to 1,000.
Well, no mob boss. What mob boss in history? And you can include the Teflon Don himself, John Gotti. John Gotti was never so powerful that his words can make your fucking stock market crash or explode up.
That is true.
You want to see real power? Real power dictates nations. Okay.
Real power, and quite as kept, real power tells the mob what to do.
Last time I checked, there ain't too many goddamn.
Nobody want to talk.
There are more mob
real
bosses.
Power has influence with the mob too. Go ahead.
There are more mob bosses killed by the government than the mob has killed of public officials. So when we look at this, I would not have one my elderly mother out there.
Kind of breaking up.
I would not allow my elderly mother. I don't care if it's Tucson, Arizona, or what, to just be out there alone. But white people and black people are culturally different.
Yes.
So here we go when it comes to kidnapping. You really think that Gail King's people can't be touched? God forbid. What's another one? Back in the day, Barbara Walters or somebody like that.
Yes.
A lot of these rich celebrities literally have contingency plans of just writing shit off. Okay, here's the amount of guilt. We can't go that high.
Look what happened to Jennifer Hudson's family.
Jennifer Hudson's family, I think she had a lot of connections in the mob or gangs, or it was her sister.
Really? Okay.
Well, for a person, and by the way, yes, David Otunga saved her life. By the way, it was Trump who actually offered his home.
Yes.
Orange Man bad. I'm not saying he's great, but the greatest guy who ever lived.
He is
but
who he is.
He is who he is. But for this one, and to literally have little to no security, I get it. You don't expect it. I get that shit.
Mm-hmm.
But we have to see what turns more about it, because if there is a ransom note, we're going to have some more shit about it.
Evidently, there was a ransom note. I'm not sure.
Give me a second.
All right. Yeah, what's going on, Louis?
Yo, what's up, AB?
Hey. Another fun day at the plantation.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, another fun day.
Yeah, I had heard about this case, but I didn't really, follow it too much. About
What case?
Guthrie's mother. Savannah
Oh,
Guthrie's mother got kidnapped.
Who's Savannah Guthrie?
Political commentator.
Oh, I know nothing about it.
Oh, okay.
I just heard somebody's mother was kidnapped. That's all I know.
Yeah. I don't know if she's on The View, but she's on one of those media mainstream media programs. I forget.
Okay.
But back to what Charles was talking about earlier, you're gonna have to change the incentive structure if you want men to get married again.
My honest opinion is beyond repair. It's totally beyond repair. You can't put the toothpaste back into the tube.
It might be because why has this kept a
You,
lot of judges keep that shit in place? Because they make money
I'm,
off of it.
yeah, I mean, you got the family court system that is a one big racket. You have too many women that are socialized into this.
Yes.
Maybe a few generations ahead where there's mass suffering, and people say, you know what, I can't. It is not conducive for me to behave or act in this manner, where they see their fellow sisters suffer. So I mean, this current generation is done. It's a wrap.
Now she can find a unicorn.
Look, all of Western society is this way. Hold on one second.
It's bastardized so many ways because one, uh, we rock and wow, absolutely. We're proud of our.
You're kind of breaking up.
No, no, no. I ain't say nothing. I had to talk to
No,
my
no,
other
I'm
fellow
talking
worker.
I thought it was Charles.
Yeah,
Oh,
that we love our we maximize our mediocrity. We wallow in our obsolescence. This,
well, until Charles come back, I'll put it like this: just how the prison industrial complex made money off of poverty, we could make money off of this shit too. You got to look into the trends where a lot of single people are going to gravitate to and spend money, and we need to start investing in that
They're
because
already
I
doing
mean,
it. They've already changed the chocolates to have all kinds of weird messages.
I'm talking about we need to invest
Yeah.
our money so we could make money off of this shit also. Because look, shaming them is not going to do nothing. I mean, the only way this would come back is that all of the incentives and what's that word I'm looking for? The like the parachute
Safety
that
net.
yeah, the safety nets have to be cut off entirely. And that's not going to happen. That is not going to happen. I mean, look, everything that's to help women, because society, like BGS always says, um, America cannot stand to see homeless women or children. But you will have to have that, unfortunately, to open the eyes of other people. And I don't see that happening. So I say 2026 and going forward, we need to analyze the environment and see what they're gravitating to so we can make money off of it. Plain and simple. Invest in pet food companies, pets, stuff like that. They have
Mm-hmm.
services that will cater to that type of stuff. Make money off of it.
my whole thing is help your goddamn self. That's who you need to help first.
Yes.
Stop save a drowning motherfucker because if he's kicking and screaming, he'll make you both drown.
Yeah, that's true.
You need to stop having mercy on people's souls. This is how I know this so-called red pillness. You're not ready for it. The so-called black pill. Most people are not ready for it. Because if you truly black pill, oh, it gets dark. It gets dark, dark. What I mean by dark is this. When I come and tell you there's going to have to be a few of you starving, you're going to have to be okay with it.
Yep.
Most men are going to feel guilty because that's how you've been trained. Women hate it when I use the word training, but guess what they're using now? The word training. You want a
Mm-hmm.
man to be trained to be a husband. How do you raise your sons? Well, a
So
real man, tell me what a real woman does. some point, you got to stop trying to be everybody's superhero.
Mm-hmm.
Once in a while, somebody asked me, Charles, you're probably one of them people that watch the world burn. And I said, guess what? At some point, I might be one of them motherfuckers who might light a cigar for that fire. It is what it is.
Yeah. Throw gasoline on the fire.
As my father would always say, God bless the child that has his own. You got to be a damn fool to continuously, and I do mean continuously, watch everybody else prosper, and you get pennies at best.
Pennies, crumbs.
I don't know where black men get this shit about suffering and the pride of it. Dismiss me with that shit.
Mm-hmm. It's all about, but Charles, it's all about the struggle.
Dismiss me with that bullshit.
It's all about the quote unquote struggle. We need to struggle.
Good evening, everybody. First of all, it's like my man was saying. It's too far gone.
But anybody else want to come
don't
in?
even. Can you hear me, Charles?
You're
I
good.
can't
Yeah.
hear any fucking body. That means I gotta go back the fuck out.
Yeah, it's like my man was saying. It's too far gone. You know, not only is it the family courts that fuck men over, which has destroyed any incentive for men to want to get married and have children. On top of it, you can't afford to buy a home. On top of that, you got a bunch of bitches who's on the internet every fucking day saying they don't even want to look your direction unless you're making $300,000. It's just too far gone. And the conversation is so stupid. And you know, we all watched Kevin Samuels and he broke it all down. Those kind of men make up what? 5% of the American population at best?
Mm-hmm.
More like 3%? Where the fuck do you plan on finding all these men? And you got bitches living in Cleveland, you know, and saying shit like this. Like, bitch, you live in Cleveland. Where do you plan on finding this guy? So the mentality is just completely gone. The whole idea of marriage and shit is just completely gone. You can't get it back no fucking more. Like I said, the average home is almost $500,000.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody can afford it.
Somehow, some way, you're supposed to bring a broad who 9 out of 10 got kids with her and house them in a $500,000 house on average.
64% of black women have children. Half of that I think it's 70% of that 64% have children by multiple men.
70%.
Are you kidding me?
So you can't. So what does that tell men? And I'm glad you said that. That tells you you have no history of funding to men. But I'm a motherfucker for mentioning that.
And not all the baby daddies are black. Oops.
Most of them.
The fucking incentive has completely been erased. There's no incentive anymore. I'm supposed to bust my ass. I got to stand here and get lectured to go out here and be the best fucking version of myself I can be, so I can afford to take you and a couple of bastards and put them in a $500,000 fucking house with zero guarantee that it's going to work out for me. Zero guarantee.
And black man, I'll be goddamn.
You black men don't build. I say build for what? What the fuck do you want a black man to build for? What exactly do you want to see a black man build? Exactly what do you want out of a black man? You want a black man to be the fucking black version of Jeffrey Epstein? Because that's what they talk about when they're talking about, black businesses and all this shit. Are you talking about the nigga with the barbershop? Are you talking about the guy with the food truck, or do you want some guy with a fucking suit and a briefcase, and he has the office on the 40th floor with the mahogany door and his fucking name on it and shit, right? You want a black Jeff Bezos. And anything that's not that, you don't deem successful. So the black guy with a tire shop some fucking where you don't find that sexy. Like, let's be real. When you have these conversations, it's not even real conversations. It's just the same old babble over and over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to see a black man build. What you want is a future. Right? You want future, or you want what's another rap nigga? Young Boy. That's what you want. You notice nobody tells them to build shit.
Nope.
They get all the pussy. They get all the pussy you can ever fucking want. Nobody tells them to build shit, but you're gonna tell the guy making 70,000, you're gonna tell him he didn't build shit. Like, why does that guy gotta hear that shit? Why don't you go to these rap niggas that you can't wait to slurp and tell them that? No, you gladly give them your pussy because all you want is some fucking child support. You don't give a fuck if he builds or not. You don't even care if he helps you with the child or not. Long as you get your child support.
Yep.
Like, nah, man, it's way too far gone. It's way too fucking far gone. And when Charles talks about, watching the shit burn or whatever, it's like, what else can you do at this point? You can't tell him shit. Half of these chicks don't give a fuck about their kids. Every statistic across the board tells us children do better with two parents in the fucking house. It doesn't matter what the economic circumstances are. Doesn't matter what race, what part of the fucking country you come from. You're going to do better when both of your parents in the fucking house. You're at least going to graduate high school. You know what I mean? Kids that graduate, especially when you talk about black males, if you graduate high school, there's a good chance you'll never do prison time. If you graduate college, that's almost a foregone conclusion. You'll never see jail time. You'll never see prison time. Do they listen? No, they don't. They continue to go out here and be fucking baby mothers regardless, because it's all about getting some welfare. It's all about getting a rent voucher.
Mm-hmm.
So what the hell can I do other than watch it fucking burn? Like, hey, good luck with that. Because when the welfare shit finally ends for real, all I hope is everybody is rich and everybody got the money that they claim they fucking got, because everybody on the internet loves to tell everybody how they're so rich. I hope you niggas telling the truth. Because this new generation, these Gen Z boys, they don't want nothing to do with it. They don't want kids. They don't want to be fucking married. They don't want to be stepdaddies. There was a time black men didn't mind being stepdaddies. But you bitches ruined it. You ruined it.
I was talking about that the other day. 30 years ago, dating a single mother wouldn't even be a conversation.
Wasn't even a fucking it wouldn't even been a second fucking thought. It was normal.
Yes. It's been normal in the black community for a very long time.
Long time. You ruined it. Gen Z boys do not want to be stepfathers. They don't even want to be real fucking fathers.
Nope.
You have fucking ruined it. So you bitches are on your own. I don't know what to say.
And from what I've seen, the ones that are dating women are dating outside. Dating white women, not stuff like that.
Yeah. You have outsourced your job.
Yep.
You outsource your fucking jobs. Because you always thought that big daddy government was always going to be there for you.
Yeah.
Your welfare, your fucking affirmative action and all that shit, all the special treatment that black women get over black men.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all coming to an end. Now what you going to do? These black feminists, they don't have shit for you. Who the fuck are they hiring?
I'll tell you what they're gonna do. They're gonna get a line. We need to get rid of the patriarchy.
Well, let's not talk about black feminists because you have those black feminists bitches that can't. That ugly bitch, get the fuck up.
You kind of broke
I
up.
want to
there,
be your
Charles.
friend. No, you don't, bitch. I fuck better than you. No. This is the reason why. If you're a black man in America, you need some more arrogance. I look at you funny if you don't have a little bit of it. You gonna let these fucking bare belly, big back, big fucking nose, ugly linebacker, Hall of Fame, 75th fucking member of the goddamn all NFL team, built bitch, talk about where the ugly men at. Man, you should fire your ass.
I literally just saw. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just going to say, I literally just seen a video of a big back talking shit. She went to some event or some club and she's, taking pictures of dudes and she made her little video talking shit. And this is a big bitch doing this. Girl, look at these niggas. Girl, look at this nigga outfit. Girl, look at this nigga.
Talk about
this is a
the nigga who
big
had the
bitch.
and the fucking shiesty.
This was a big bitch.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, bitch.
You know where all the vitriol is coming from, honestly? Both spaces, the black manosphere and the white manosphere, the manosphere in general, they're waking up the so-called simps, the ones that were suckers that these women were able to be parasites on. And you have all women in this country crashing out because they don't have their stimulus package no more, the fallback guy. And due to the space, this is why the women are crashing out. Because at the end of the day, I'm a Gen Xer. You had plenty of suckers out there that a broad could fall back on. And now, due to social media and the internet, the information is able to be disseminated much easier because everybody's on their phone, their screen. Somehow, in some way, if men are looking, this message is going to fall through your algorithm, and people are waking up, and they're taking value in themselves. Like, I'm not tolerating this shit no more. And this is where this crash out is coming from. And also due to the fact that these women it's no longer dating. They turned this shit into a whole trick relationship.
Pretty much.
That's all it is. So you created it, but now you're crying because you're getting treated because you're getting treated like a hoe, but you created this fucking atmosphere.
I call it niggerizing. And I put that on both sides. I'm sorry, but I got to go there with it. Black people got a tendency to niggerize everything.
Yeah.
You can't just go out and have a fucking date with a guy that you thought was attractive or you liked them for whatever fucking reason, and you go to fucking Olive Garden or whatever the fuck, and you're just fucking happy to get out the house and have a nice time and get to know somebody. You have to, and of course, I blame social media for this shit because now everybody has to run to social media and feel like, you're goddamn fucking Queen fucking Nefertiti. You're the goddess Isis, right? And now all of a sudden, everybody's too fucking good for Olive Garden, right?
They're too good for Cheesecake Factory.
So, you know what I mean? It's all this fucking conversation about how much a date is supposed to cost and all of this stupid shit. To the point, niggas just rather not even fucking bother. This new generation would rather sit in the fucking house, start their Twitch account, right? Start their Kick account and play 2K online and try to fucking monetize their shit. They would rather fucking do that.
You know what a date was for me when I was coming up? You spend $32 for movie tickets, 2 movie tickets, and afterwards you get something to eat. And it didn't matter where you ate at. You go to the Chinese restaurant, you go to Mickey D's, Checkers, Rallies, wherever geographic area you from, or you go to what was like considered like a high end. You'll go to something like an Applebee's if you had the money, and everybody was fine and content. Things was much simpler,
Let me
but they
tell you something.
complicated.
Let me tell you something. My wife and I's first date, I took her to a place called I don't know if y'all got it in y'all cities. Charles know what I'm talking about. Ruby Tuesday.
We have a few.
I took her to fucking Ruby Tuesdays. And I no lie, I was down to maybe my last $50. Fucking Ruby Tuesdays. It was a Saturday night. What the fuck has happened? Now we're having conversations on podcasts where you got a bitch with fake eyelashes, a green wig, tattoos up to her fucking neck, talking about take her to Chris Ruth. Chris Ruth's?
Chris.
Ruth's Chris, excuse me. What is that walking in the door? A minimum $300 minimum?
It depends on what you get, because I've been to Ruth Chris plenty of times.
Yeah, it's $20 and up. That's for damn sure.
Like burgers is like close to $40 because you're paying basically because it caters to a white collar crowd. It's used a lot by white collar organizations to network. They have their little meetings and stuff there with the workers and high end people.
Yes,
and it's high price intentionally to keep a certain type of
To keep
people
a
out.
certain demographic out. Exactly.
You're paying for the name, so yeah.
You know what? What's the fucking problem with Outback if that's the case? Take your broke ass to fucking Outback. Something affordable. I mean, again, we just niggerize every fucking thing. No matter what you do, you gotta come with the nigger shit. You gotta bring the nigger shit right along with it.
Yeah, straight up. I'm sorry, I don't care what these bitches tell you. Cheesecake Factory, restaurants like Cheesecake Factory and Ruth Chris are reserved for fiancés and wives.
Thank you. Nigga, that's Ruth Chris. That's where you take the wife for anniversary or her birthday.
Exactly.
Or Valentine's Day.
And you're gonna get that shit one time. You're gonna get that once a year, maybe.
Yes.
Get the fuck out of here. I'm not taking some random broad on a $300 and up fucking date. For what? To stroke your fucking ego? These bitches want Salt Bay?
What's Salt Bay?
Salt Bay is the guy. He got a bunch of fucking restaurants all over the place. He's the foreign dude, some type of European dude. You know, he sprinkles the salt on the shit, funny style. You know what I mean? He went viral a few years
Oh,
ago.
that meme. The
Everybody
guy
called
that
him
was the
Salt Bay.
meme. Oh, all right.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
him.
know. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he got like restaurants like you'll order the gold steak, like the steak literally got like some gold shit on it, like they dipped in some type of gold food coloring or some shit, and it's like $700.
Man, fuck that shit. Nah, hell
Bitch,
no.
fuck you. Not fucking doing all that.
Yeah, that little Middle Eastern dude who just sprinkled salt.
I thought he was European. I don't know what the fuck he is. Yeah.
Arabic, whatever he
Like
is.
get the fuck out of here. Like why did I mean again, you've priced yourself out of the fucking market. Now nobody wants to fucking do it.
Well, you know what it is. You had sorry about that, AB. You had people that thought they could be gold diggers, but they didn't qualify to be gold diggers, and everything is monkey see, monkey do, and they try to do things that they're not even in that lane to qualify for.
Yeah.
So let's be for real. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, you got suckers out there that did that stuff for them, and they think that they're entitled to get that. So I can't blame the women. It's the ones that enable these females to do this shit.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Mhm.
It's
Oh,
the
by the
black
way.
men that enable the shit.
Oh, what's up, y'all?
Go ahead, bro.
Sorry for interrupting.
What's up? What's
By
up,
the
man?
way, I'm good. How y'all living? So I'm late, time difference and everything. Just been following the Winter Olympics and whatnot. But the Salt Bay cat, he ain't European. He's actually Turkish. He's a Turk,
Okay.
by the way. And I was looking up his name. I was like, oh, I know what that name means. So yeah.
Well, like I was saying, it's the black men that enable the shit because
Mhm.
it's the worship of pussy. It's really all it boils down to. It's they enable the shit.
ABM, do you remember the song? Do you remember when Jay-Z and R. Kelly had that album called Best of Both Worlds, and they had that one song with Devin the Dude called The Power of the Pussy?
Yes, I do.
That's it. Shit, my younger brother still remembers Devin the Dude's verse on that joint, but what dudes will do for chicks, for that ass, And it's simp culture being encouraged. Just like the tricking culture you remember in hip hop. So
Well,
should you be surprised by
That's
this shit?
new shit because I come from the days of we don't love these hoes. That's what I was hearing in rap songs.
Yeah.
You
Mhm.
know what I mean? That's some new shit. Rappers
remember.
openly talking about tricking on bitches and shit. That's new shit.
That's
MOB.
2000 onwards, yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
MOB.
They act like, go ahead.
Go ahead, AB.
Yeah, they act like you can't say the word hoe now. Like, and I'm like, back in my day, that was called a hoe. We need to bring that term
Mhm.
back. Hoe, use a hoe.
You saw how?
That's
Well,
why.
see-
Go ahead.
Well, I'm sorry. No, I was going to say what didn't happen was that we didn't cutesy-fied the word too much. Now hoe don't mean
Yeah.
anything. I remember in school, going all the way back to like fucking elementary school, man. You call some little black girl a hoe, nigga, you had to fight somebody after that shit. She went and got her like a brother or something.
You called her. A
Oh yeah,
transgender,
because
like
back
somebody.
then that
You had
Or
to
word was a
fight
bitch.
somebody
scarlet.
over that shit.
Yeah, because back in the day, that was a scarlet letter that was
Mhm.
used, and those people were ostracized from the community
Yeah,
with that label.
Mhm.
black chicks didn't play that shit back in the day. I've seen girls square off on niggas.
Who you calling a hoe? Oh no,
Fifth
no, you
grade,
ain't
sixth
checking out
grade.
the earrings, nose rings, ready to
The
throw
middle
down.
of class. Like, nigga, I done seen little girls square up on dudes, middle of class. What you call me? And just like you said, taking off the earrings and shit, kicking her
putting the
shoes off.
Vaseline on
Nigga,
the
she about to
face.
swing on,
Yo,
They're gonna
she
whip
I got
out
a
about to
the
story to
swing on
tell.
your
Vaseline.
motherfucking
I got
ass.
a story to tell. I got a story to tell. This is back in Eritrea. Now this heifer was somebody I didn't like. She was kind of up. She was pretty uppity and whatnot. Now my brother and his boys. No, one of my brother's boys. They came. Him. No, a couple of my brother's boys. They crossed paths with her because they were supposed to meet up with me and my brother and a few other mutual friends. So they bump into her and her friends. And they're like, "Hey, is he Nemo? Well, we need to have a word with his ass because like what he called me a bitch apparently. Just let him know we're looking for him, right? I had no idea what was going on. They bump into my brother. They meet up with my brother, and they tell him the story, and he's like, "That doesn't sound like my brother." First of all, my brother going to insult a female. He's going to get a little creative with that shit. So they bump into me, and so when I meet up with them, and they're like, "Yo, what's her face is mad at you?" I'm like, "For what?" Because she says you called her the B word and whatnot. I didn't call her the B word. And my brother immediately said, "Yeah, that's what I just said. That doesn't sound like my brother. Did you call her something?" I said, "Only thing I did was describe her as a," thank God for the explicit sticker right there. Only thing I said was she looked like a coked up prom queen. Even though ain't nobody doing with the booger sugar up in here in East Africa. You know what I'm saying? But I understood if you call somebody, some disrespectful shit in other parts of the world, you're going to be your ass. Either it's going to be a family member or whatnot. And I'm like, I didn't say nothing. But you can still get falsely accused of shit like that. You know what I'm saying? I think ABM is just, is having a chuckle. Doesn't want to kill everybody with the move, what I said, I guess.
No, I'm listening.
But what you guys said was true because, like I said, I didn't call nobody a B word. I just described them as this, that, and the third because I know sometimes it just gets played out using those terms. But like you said, man, you call somebody, all kinds of shit, it's going to be your ass eventually. How many people have been, fucked up over a false accusation of that shit, by the way? I asked the question, y'all. How many of y'all have ever had a situation or knew the situation of somebody being falsely accused of calling somebody this, that, and the third, and they get jumped?
I've been there.
You've been there?
Me too.
And this is what I was saying about the cutesifying of the word. See, hoe is too cute now.
Hey, don't forget, Lil Kim, Foxy Brown, they made it cool.
Yeah.
Initially, and then afterwards, people should be surprised when Sexy Ray showed up.
Yeah.
Or Glorilla, for that matter.
Yeah. All of it. Sukiana, all of it. Meg, Cardi, all of it.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I mean, this is. I mean, it's a whole culture and it's a simp culture. It's a trick culture. The classic Lil Wayne line that I have always debated. It ain't tricking if you got it. Bullshit, Wayne. No, it's fucking tricking. It's fucking tricking. That's what it is. You're a trick. Just own it.
Dude, you got a cat down in Miami by the name of Trick Daddy. Ain't nobody tricking like that motherfucker. So, listening to music, and you saw a lot of those cats, not just hip hop, but also R&B, guys talking about they hooked the chick up with this, that, and the third. I'm like, just to get some?
I mean,
Are you out of your mind?
That's why you have Zion Williamson now. I mean, he's just
Zion Williamson.
He's just a big trick. You know, all
Mhm.
these rappers, all these athletes and shit, they just fucking tricks.
You remember John Morant?
Don't talk
Remember
about the
after like, go ahead.
don't talk about the NBA like that.
Oh, we just did. And the sorry state it's in. Y'all remember what happened with
Fuck
John
the
Morant and when,
NBA.
you know, what y'all, yeah, but like I said, a prime example to your point, ABM is, was a couple years back, you know, John Morant, when he was in trouble with, you know, with displaying a, you know, firearm, whatnot, on somebody's social media. When the Grizzlies were in Denver, they got knocked out of the playoffs. You see him all by himself in a strip club making it rain.
Oh Jesus, I'm so glad you brought that up. The make it rain shit. Lord.
I never understood. Just like you remember, like, you know, what was it? Whose song was it? You know, I Make It Rain. Oh yeah, that was Fat Joe. I remember the remix with Lil Wayne and everybody, and I was like, "What the fuck is y'all thinking?
I
Get
would
that
even know
bullshit out of here."
who it wasn't for Big Pun.
Well, it's kind of it was easy to differentiate the two of them after, you know, Pun passed away. It's been 26 years he passed away though.
Yeah.
That dude was like damn near 700 pounds when he passed away.
Yeah, he used to eat rocks.
Mm.
Yeah, but it's
He
you
was
know what I mean?
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I mean, that's just what the hell it's turned into. I mean, that's why we're at the point we're at, because black men
Mhm.
have been convinced that being a trick is where it's at. So now this is how women treat you.
Mhm.
No different than women who do all this whole shit, this halfway prostitute shit, and now you're upset that that's how men look at you. So on the one side, you got a bunch of tricks. On the other side, you got a bunch of fake halfway part-time prostitutes. How the fuck do you plan on dating, let alone get married?
This is why you got to go back to Slick Rick's joint, treat her like a prostitute. He didn't say anything foul. He just explained how he gave certain scenarios of brothers getting caught up in shit and realizing, oh shit. And it's like you said, treat her like a prostitute. Don't treat the girlie good if you know it ain't true. Until you know it's true. I mean, this is why I'm glad you got songs where dudes like, you know, found out that, you know, the chick ain't right and just handle that. What was that one song I remember was like Snoop Dogg had from his from the Last Meal album? He fell for a chick but realized, you know, this, that, and the third, and just ended it right then and there.
I don't know, because I haven't listened to Snoop Dogg in years.
I don't blame him. Who was that?
No, that was me humming to myself.
Okay. Snoop had a song. I remember some other cats had a song. Oh, I remember Uncle Charlie had a song called "You Got Nerve" that features Snoop Dogg, where he's talking about, you know, calling out a woman for like, because he found out like she was like, you know, she was on some shit, and then he realized you got to go. Or I remember like, you know, an R&B group, Mint Condition, they had a song called "What Kind of Man Would I Be?" Talking about like cheating on a chick and whatnot. The flip side of that is R. Kelly's "Down Low," and the follow up to that was the Isley Brothers' "Busted." Remember, Ron Isley was talking to the chick, was explaining to the chick, "You busted. I did all this for you, only find out you were this way. Oh hell no, you gotta go." Seems like I brought down the mood. Oof.
Nah, man, you cooking.
I'm cooking, but doesn't seem that way. Doesn't seem that way at times. But I will say this: too many cats listen to the wrong thing and are influenced by the wrong stuff. And Zion, because I'm glad you brought up Zion Williamson, because remember the chick he got involved with was an adult actress. All the while, and truth of the matter is, this chick only does scenes with white dudes, from what I understand. And I've seen what she looks like. I'm like, ooh, the hell, dude.
Ooh,
You
is
don't know. You don't know
the
which.
baby mother or the previous chick?
I think it was the previous chick. No. When the baby mother was pregnant or something like that, he was messing around with this heifer. Mariah something's her name. So, hang on, let me look him up. Think somebody could help me out trying to remember who this person was.
All I remember is Shorty had the work done and she was built like an ant. And she was mad
Yeah,
because he stopped dealing with her. And I think wasn't he supposed to be engaged or something?
it was because of that. Again, Zion is just a mess. He's a bust. You had one good year in Kentucky. No, sorry, Duke. Yeah, Duke. Sorry about that, Duke. You had one good season in Duke, but realizing, dude, you don't care, and you just got too comfortable sitting on your fat ass, getting bloated like Sean Kemp, and just like and not living up to your potential.
It's what we talk about with the dick discipline. He does not have discipline. He has money because Zion's been a sheltered kid all his life. You know, he's not some street kid. Come from a 2-parent home. Both his parents were, middle class. Right?
He was taught basketball by his stepfather.
So, you know what I mean? So he's young, he's getting all this money, and the first thing he do is run out and get bitches. And he's just a young kid that is under the impression that this is how it's done. Well, hey, I gotta pay, because I'm getting the bad bitch, and then he'll look at you like you crazy. Like, nigga, I fuck bad bitch. Like, no, you don't. You're a trick.
The truth
and
is,
you're spending way too much time tricking off with these hoes instead of working on your fucking game and keeping your weight down. Because when you finally get booted out of the league, you won't have these bitches.
I'll go one step further. Because a lot of these cats forget that some of these kids, especially like, if they were in high school, this is where they were enabled. Which opens up another can of worms or whatnot. But some of them were enabled like this in high school. So they were probably getting, messing with certain girls because they were the star athlete at their school. And then that carried over when they got to college. But the problem with guys like Zion and whatnot was also they were influenced because they looked up and saw the athletes of the 2000s, of the late 90s, 2000s. And those dudes were like emulating the rappers, R&B singers, started rocking chains and whatnot. They see a lot of them just also on MTV Cribs. You remember MTV Cribs? I can remember certain athletes, they were in there, on MTV Cribs doing this, that, and the third. I'm like, y'all doing too much. There's a reason why a lot of pro athletes have this curse, like where some of them, like they go broke after 5 years after retiring from the league. So what's going on here? Nobody teaching these kids how to be financially responsible, but then again, you also have a consumer mindset. They want them to be mindless consumers of whatnot. And what are you doing? So,
Bro, I say all the time, it's all of this shit is about pussy. The jewelry, the cars, all this shit, they do it for the pussy. That's what they're doing it for. I mean, look at Paul George. He gets the stripper pregnant, tries to get the stripper to have abortion. She tell him to go fuck herself. So then he marries her. Like, my nigga, you just married. You married the stripper that you didn't even fucking want in the first place? Anthony Edwards. You gave her damn near $2 million worth of child support. How much would a box of condoms that cost you?
Oh my God! Don't
Like
give me
all of this shit. You could have went out and finessed yourself a fucking endorsement deal from a condom company. You could have filled any one of your fucking houses, any one of your closets with fucking condoms. You could have spent $100,000 and had all different types of fucking sizes and colors, and goddamn, you could have had smart condoms or some shit. And like I said, probably could have had an endorsement deal. But instead, you go on a Raw, you get pregnant, and you say, here's $2 million, bitch, don't call me? What the fuck?
No, you offered a you offered a $2 million. See right there. See right there. She's like, oh, this nigga's all willing to offer me $2 million to get an abortion? No, fuck that. I'm keeping this kid.
He didn't want the kid. She said, I'm going to have it. Obviously she's going to have the kid because she want the fucking child support, right? So he went ahead and just gave her 18 years of child support and said, don't ever fucking call me. Like, no disrespect. And yeah, I'm like, listen, I'm not trying to absolve her and all this, because this is a whole industry with these bitches. This is just what they do, because she already got another dude paying child support, another athlete, right?
Yeah.
But again, now that the kid is here, that's your fucking kid, whether you like it or not, bro.
Yeah. Oh, Charles, can you put up Big Mo's comment? He said something about condoms still breaking everything. Yeah, let me address that.
I'm not trying to hear that shit. Stop.
No, I'm going to. It's okay. I got this. I'm gonna address it. Don't worry. Okay. I got this. I'm a condom connoisseur, my dude. So first of all, bro, no, condoms do not break. And something about failing 15 to 19% of the time, brother. That's only if you are if you're not using the condoms right. Oh yeah, come on up. We got the link for you. If you want to come up, the link is right there. Just scroll a little bit up. But condoms
not to mention,
will not break.
It's about keeping you from getting a fucking disease.
Yeah. You know what also keeps you from getting a disease? Saying no or turning down sex. There've been a couple of times like I had to turn down because I knew in my gut this was a bad situation. I remember Shorty wanted to do it, but I'm like, she had me over the house and she wanted to do it. I'm like, I don't got a condom. What we doing here? And I remember like staying up. I mean, the next time she had me over, should have bought the condoms myself because she had bought some condoms There were these local brands, but they are not meant for brothers. You know what I'm saying? And me trying to put them on, man, was not happening because they were too small. So, I mean, hell, in fact, here's a question that needs to be asked, ABM. I mean, and plus you got kids of your own. You got an adult son. Were they being taught the same sex ed as you were taught as a kid or when you were in high school?
No.
No. So a lot of them weren't taught about how to put on a condom and whatnot, right?
Right.
My man, I'm glad I went to high school in Eritrea because they were teaching us how to use a condom. They were because, this is the early 90s, early to mid 90s, folks. Well, throughout the 90s and into the 2000s, they were teaching us how to use condoms because HIV was no fucking joke. In the late 90s, early 2000s, you saw a huge explosion in number of AIDS cases in many an African nation. And I learned how to use a condom. I also learned about other things. I'm glad, I learned about other things, other forms of contraceptives and whatnot, because people had misconceptions about safe sex and other things. Hell, nobody knew about certain STDs. And so you would think people would learn not to fuck around and not to play fuck around, find out about STDs. But this generation are thinking, you know what? AIDS is not a killer like it used to be. There's ARVs, there's antiretrovirals I can use. I'm like, fool. Pharmaceuticals will never tell you the truth that one, it's a never-ending arms race between the virus and the pharmaceuticals because the virus is continuing to evolve. They're discovering new strains, and some of these strains are now becoming ARV resistant. And so the pharmaceuticals got to go back to the lab and do their research and make sure they got better antivirals for that shit. They still haven't worked on a vaccine. Although I remember like in the mid 90s, there were 3 different teams that were trying to develop the vaccine, and they were doing experiments with actual people. People actually volunteer for this shit. So that shit was no fun. Is no fucking joke. You got to wrap that up. It was good, Big Mo. You there? I can't hear you, fam. Is your audio working? Welcome back, Charles. But I will also say this. Some people. Oh, what's good, Josh?
Yo, what up?
What up, man? Yerp. Yeah, no, I'm not from Baltimore, but I gotta learn how to say that right. But Josh,
What's up, bro?
since we're having conversations about about young brothers not learning the game
Can you hear me?
and everybody's fucking up. Yeah, we hear you. I hear you. So anyway, bro, I want your honest opinion about a couple
Oh
things.
crap! I think the audio went
Well,
out. It might have went out on my end. I can't hear anything.
maybe you
What's
should
going
try
on?
check. Oh, Josh is here, but I think he's got issues with his audio.
Everybody can hear?
I can hear you.
I hear everybody.
Yeah, I hear everybody. Just Josh couldn't hear us, I guess, but he'll be back. What's good, Big Mo? Can you hear us? We can't hear you, man. Can you say something? All right.
There we go. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Josh.
I hear you.
Hello?
Can you hear us?
Can you hear me now?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear y'all now. I can hear both of y'all.
Okay.
Okay, Big Mo. It was good, Mo. You good? Yeah, it might have a delay or something on his end. But like I said, like, some brothers just don't learn. If it's not pregnancies they got to worry about, it's STDs.
Can you hear me now?
I mean, how many people? Yes, I can hear you now, brother. You
I
coming
hear
in
you.
loud and clear.
I hear you.
Okay, so yeah, let me address the condom comment. So
Okay.
this is what statistically happens with
Mhm.
typical use, not with perfect use every single time, but with the
Mhm.
average use of a condom, it's going to fail 15 to 19%. I'm not saying that not to use condoms. I'm saying keeping that in mind with whoever you have sex with, are you willing to only rely on that form of birth control and as such risk yourself having kids with that woman? And if the answer is no, you shouldn't be having sex with her because she's not worth carrying your seed.
Mhm.
I think we all agree with that. But the point was is
Mhm.
that ultimately it's on Ant-Man. Because I mean, let's just be real. Black folks
Oh,
don't
Anthony
use
Edwards.
condoms like that.
Mhm.
Yeah, Anthony
Right.
Edwards.
Yeah, but
Right.
not only do they not use condoms, they're less likely to use forms of birth control like the Nexplanon, Mirena, Paragard,
Mhm.
all over
Mhm.
99.8% effective in preventing pregnancy.
You're right.
Of course, because like I said, okay.
So if the condom is the only thing that's happening, like not having any
Uh-huh.
discipline and always going after pussy is going to get you into consequences, especially with dealing with only Black women, right?
Mhm. Or any women, or women of any other race for that matter.
Well,
Because I will say this. Hold on, just a moment. I have to, because I have to go a little bit into the weeds on this one. When you talk about the ineffectibility of how condoms break and whatnot, one thing we don't factor in is where do you keep your condoms? You know what I mean?
yeah, but I'm telling you statistically with typical
Yeah,
use,
but
average
I
use,
get
all
what you mean.
across the spectrum. So I mean,
Okay.
I'm not saying that we're not saying that any single person is going to use a condom perfectly every single time. I'm saying
Yes.
the typical person, when they pick up a condom,
Mhm.
that is the failure rate, and you have to be comfortable with that, no matter what.
I
Yes.
get. Yeah. Okay. And if I can address that, if it's not too much of a problem, because statistics just give an indication. But I do think, for the sake of this discussion, we need to bring a little nuance in here. Would you agree?
I mean, you're just saying that you yourself are an outlier in terms of how you use condoms. So,
no, I'm not saying I'm an outlier.
I mean, the way you're describing it, you're saying that I will never meet that type of failure rate because I'm an outlier, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay. Well,
that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
What I am saying is what leads to because I want this because we're not factoring in what causes the failure rate here. Do you know what I'm saying?
I'm sure there are reasons of causing the failure rate, but if we're going
yes.
with the statistics and the average use, if you are saying that you are conscious of these factors, you're saying that you're an outlier. And
not necessarily, but okay.
If you value yourself, you're going to care. You're going to err on a side of caution with regards to protecting yourself.
Absolutely.
So all these reasons that you're giving me about how you are an outlier, I mean that goes against what I'm trying. I'm not trying to make an argument that you're
Mhm.
that we shouldn't have perfect use. I'm saying look at yourself as not being an outlier, err on the side of caution, and then
Mhm.
realize that you have to be okay with a 15 to 19% failure rate and that person having your kid if they're not using birth control on their own. Okay.
You have about okay. I get your point. I hear what you're hearing, but can you? But are you willing to hear
I mean, I'm
my
willing to hear,
perspective and understand?
but I'm willing to hear your perspective. But what I'm
Mhm.
hearing is how you explaining to us why you're an outlier. Whatever knowledge you have,
Mm, and the
I'm saying
knowledge
use your
I'm
perspective.
giving, and yeah, I get that, but the knowledge I want to give is to help other people make better decisions, more conscious decisions. So I don't understand. So that's what I'm trying to
I
do
mean,
here.
it goes without question that you should wear a condom. I'm saying 15 to 19% failure rate of condoms should be factored into your
Yeah.
decision to sleep with a specific woman in order
Okay.
to err on the
Absolutely.
side of caution. And that's all I'm
I
saying.
get that.
That is my
All right.
clarification.
All right. And with that, I want to get into the weeds into that so we can understand the root cause of the condom failures. If it's not a problem. I'm not trying to brag
I
about being
mean,
an outlier or something like that.
you can explain it to me, but I mean, I'm well aware of what causes condoms to fail.
Well, what I'm asking is are you saying that's what happened with Anthony Edwards, that he probably had the condom on and it broke or whatever? Because I'm
I'm
willing to
saying,
bet that he just never even used one.
I mean, you are correct, right? It could be either they didn't use a condom, leaving,
Mhm.
preventing, being going from 80% to I don't
Mhm.
know 10% in terms of not getting someone pregnant, right, or preventing pregnancy,
Right, right.
like the pull-out method, right?
Mhm.
But yeah, a condom is always going to be better than nothing. But you got to be okay with the failure rate in terms of the woman that you choose to sleep with, right? If a
Yeah.
woman you
And
choose to
my
sleep with, and
Mhm.
if she is of quality, right, for you, you would be like, you know what, 15 to 19%, I don't want to have kids, but if something happens, this is not the worst person to have a kid with.
And that's
my
what I was
question.
saying.
Yeah.
Because
And
if
my
that's how he felt about her, then
Mhm.
why didn't you use precautions in the first place? I think it's kind of stupid that now you're going to give somebody who you don't really like, you never really wanted to be with in the first place, $2 million. And then on top of it, like, yo, that's a child you put on the planet, my dude, whether you like it or
Mhm.
not. When
Yeah.
ultimately all of this could have been avoided. If you didn't
Yeah.
want the child, there was ways to avoid the shit.
I mean, if I was personally, if I was
Mhm.
an athlete and I had my pick of woman, I mean, I wouldn't have sex with someone who didn't have either a Mirena or an Explanon. I could
Or what?
feel a Mirena,
Birth control.
an IUD,
Okay.
the progesterone IUD.
Mhm.
You guys need to be educated on this, right? To know
Mhm.
what options they have, right? I wouldn't date anyone who didn't either have a Mirena or an Explanon in place. And those are two things that even you could check if you wanted to.
But again,
If I was an athlete.
all of this speaks to the irresponsibility of him. I mean,
Yeah, I
Shorty is
agree.
a pro.
That's what I'm saying. That's
Like
what I'm saying.
this ain't about this ain't about somebody making sound decisions. This is what we was talking about in the very beginning. Just trick niggas.
Yeah, I
Trick
mean that's
niggas being
Like you
reckless with
just
their
trick it
dicks.
off. Like it's stupid. Like so of course he's not thinking of, why are you even with this professional whore?
that's the thing. That's what
Like
I'm saying. There's levels of risk, right? As an athlete, he has his pick from thousands of women. He could choose a woman that has either the Mirena, Paragard, or the Nexplanon. Also use condoms, and then I'll have practically a 0 chance of having any kids. Right? In clinical trials, they have medications that that are teratogenic, causing issues in utero. So for people who are on those medications, they have 2 forms of birth control, all of them, and they monitor pregnancy, and they ensure that if you want to participate in this trial, and get the money associated with it and whatever, you will use these 2 forms of birth control. That includes
anyway,
right? So as an athlete, you can mitigate that risk by making those decisions, and there's levels to it, and not even just as an athlete, just as a regular person in this world. For me, if I were single, and I was playing, and I had my pick of the litter, I would use condoms, of course, every time, but I would not date I would even mess with somebody who did not use a Mirena, Paragard, or a Nexplanon. No one else.
Or a professional whore.
Well,
or professional
what?
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. But but unfortunately, people chase after those whores, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if they
because what are whores?
But if those people want to mess those whores, if you have those things in check, one time messing around one time and leaving and and not having her in your life is of no consequence.
Yeah.
But being smart about who you choose and let in your space, and understanding the decisions that they could make themselves to prevent that outcome, because they themselves are of quality. Because it takes two to have a kid, right?
Well, I'm gonna say this right now. Hang on a second, but what's another form of birth control? Just saying no.
Yeah. Abstinence is another form.
No, not necessarily abstinence. It's just if you just knowing, because unfortunately, a lot of people, it's not just dick discipline. It's just which head they're thinking with. And certain people want to live a certain life, life in the flesh. Where they're like getting a lot of women around, but you don't understand the groupie culture.
Yeah, but
that's why G Unit had a song called "Groupie Love" and everything. Everybody knows, that's why Tupac talked about, no matter where I go, we see the same hoes. Actually, that was Nate Dogg who sung that hook. But just say no, or I'm not interested. But unfortunately, if you do that, what's the first thing a woman's going to say to you?
Here's the thing.
You can't answer that question, can you, sir?
Here's the thing. You don't know. No one knows what they're going to do when they have either all the power or all the money or all the influence. No one knows what kind of person they will be or turn into.
That's true.
If I could rule the world, I don't know what kind of person I would be. Hopefully, it would be a great person. Hopefully, I'll be I'd be a great dictator, right? That at least
a benevolent dictator. A benevolent. You mean?
I would be.
Okay,
I would
that's oxymoronic.
I would hope to be one, right? But honestly, I don't know what kind of person I would be if I had all that power. Likewise,
I know what I would be.
Likewise, if you had 4, 5, 6,000 different women throwing pussy at you, do you know what kind of man you're going to be? And that's why I brought up the other options of making smart decisions and then also kind of mitigating the risk of living that lifestyle.
To your point, this is why I think I got to respect a lot of the cats out there. And to your point about nobody knows what they're going to do when they're in that position. You're right, because not that many people have any self-awareness. You know, not that many people know themselves that much. I mean, thankfully for me, it took me a while, but I do have that self-awareness and understand the dangers of certain lifestyles, which is why I had to make sure that I stay away from that.
I mean,
this is not me being an owl. This is me just being understanding. Like, yeah, I need to understand what I'm doing, what I'm getting involved in, and why it's not just sometimes not healthy.
You also got to think the way that social media has influenced the lifestyle of these athletes. Now, you think that we could reach out to any person on the planet with social media?
Media in general, before social media even.
Imagine a million people, a million DMs, a million people doing their best to just throw pussy in your face all day, every day. All day, every day.
I don't know where you were in '83. Hold on. I don't know where you were in '83, but I remember jokes.
I wasn't even born. Yeah, I'm still.
I was an infant at that time, and Eddie Murphy's Delirious, where he had the jokes where he talked about, he said like, Jimmy Walker's fucking, I'm fucking everybody, and put a pussy falling out my pocket and shit. So I remember, that makes sense. I understand, groupies, because people forget whole culture comes from groupie culture, and groupie culture has been around a long time.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing
rock
is,
and roll blues singers over back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, they had those groupies, save in the 80s.
The thing is that, for a lot of these women, getting a kid by them is hitting the lottery, in a sense.
That or getting that ring on him.
Yeah, well,
it's called scratch lottery tickets, as Patrice O'Neal said. No, actually, getting the baby and using them for child support, that's the consolation prize.
Well, getting child support and alimony or whatever. I mean, you're getting the most that you can get with the least investment in that person's time, right?
Depending on the situation you're in, because because it depends. Some people don't want to think. Some people think small like that. Like, remember the chick who had Dwayne Wade's baby?
Yeah,
she's a stripper. He didn't want to use a condom. She let him hit it raw, and he got a kid. He ended up having a kid. Gabrielle Union was not very pleased about that situation, but hey, she destroyed one of his kids. At the same time, what's her name? Brittany Renner with her retarded ass, because she thought she could run the relationship with PJ Washington because he was just like a last-ditch effort. That was a Hail Mary.
I mean, personally, like, if I was in that situation,
wait a minute. Hold on. We got to stop that real quick. Somebody mentioned Brittany Renner.
Yes, I did.
Every time I want to hear the name Brittany Renner, I want to hear a fucking toilet flush.
Oh, wait, hang on. Let me go to the bathroom. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Hold on. Because, god damn it, that chick has probably absorbed more DNA than a crime scene. God damn.
Hold on a second. Hold on, Charles. You said, hold on.
I mean, wait. One of them bitches a dick. There's not one dick she never liked.
Okay.
When people in her high school said she sucked, it wasn't for sports.
Okay. Charles, I think you want me to say
there's no black hole in the Andromeda that could suck better than her.
Okay.
That's why.
Hang on a second. Charles. Wait. Wait up. Hold up. Did somebody say Brittany Renner?
But I mean, that
bitch sucked dick with centrifugal force. You got to go to basically physics to tell you how good she sucks dick.
That's why guys keep lining up for her. That's exactly why.
Some catnip. Well, I buy some catnip.
Yo, Big Mo. Let me ask you something. What was your first gaming console? And there's a reason I'm asking this question.
Let me see. It's a Game Boy, one of the black and white Game Boys. Then an N64. N64.
Did you ever get a?
GameCube.
Okay. Oh, you're a Nintendo head. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, because I was thinking, I'm a PlayStation head myself, right? Now I've got 2 accounts, but if you ever go to the US account, if you got a PSN account on your PS3, you might find out that I found some themes of certain video vixens and some pinup chicks. There were 2 that Charles would probably be going to look for afterwards on his PS3, and those are
Our grandparents been doing that shit too. I ain't like ass like that, man. Shit. Aimer, the way you were sounding, Aimer, boy, you look like you had Booty Talk 37 in your pocket.
like, hey,
See,
I might as well have pussy fall in my pocket, like old Eddie Murphy in '83.
This is the one thing. This is the one thing you got to realize when it comes to bitches and bitchtivity. I like to call this the theory of bitchtivity. Okay, number 1 rule of bitches. I had to teach this to women because for some reason, women don't know women, and they try to act like they don't. Well, I said,
they do. They just don't care.
Women? I said, women lie. They lie like Persian rugs. We're watching them now. Guess what? They lie. The sad part about when they lie, they don't even give you creative lies. They'll lie to you right in front of your face. Is my friend, she's beautiful, right? Your friend is 350 pounds, doing moonsaults from the top rope like Bam Bam Bigelow. She ain't cute.
And then they
She got
wait a minute.
We don't indulge.
You want to see some big ass liars?
Here's the fucked up part about it. Here's the fucked up part about part 2. Not only will they lie, they're allergic to accountability and truth. It's like kryptonite from Kryptonian. How in the goddamn fuck does that even fucking possibly happen? Like I was a virgin. That's not good. How are you 97,000 years old and Kurt Franklin's mother still lying about the DNA test? Does that make sense?
Yeah. If anybody wants to see women lying their ass off, all you got to do is watch Flavor of Love.
I'm a virgin. And your eyelid? And God damn.
Shit. I mean, I don't know how many guys, since you brought up the virgin shit, I've mentioned this a few times, but I guess this needs to be brought up again.
Hold on, let me finish before I forget my thought. See,
all right.
When we look at this shit, a lot of motherfuckers. See, I need to go black. Hey, ABM, can I go black pill? Big Mo, Namer, group, everybody?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. This is the one thing that always upsets me with the manosphere, okay? Black, white, and in between.
Mm-hmm.
You act like you talking to a motherfucker who's ready to sit down on some real fair terms to have some fucking good talking conversation. These bitches are nefarious, okay? Don't be blue pill for a white woman and red pill for a black. All women are capable of throwing you under the bus as long as these laws are in their favor. What did I say? All of them.
Yeah.
They're all the same.
I am like God Almighty. I am no respecter of persons. Damn near every woman has the capability of being, excuse me, here's my Baltimorean coming out, cruddy to the motherfucker.
Any woman will falsely accuse you of shit.
Guess what?
Under the right circumstances.
Very few women will stand in front of you and say these words, I fucked up. If she has a way out, she's going to take it. And the most fucked up part about that is that when we look at parenting right now, we have all the stats. Judges and lawyers are supposed to have JDs, which means what? Juris Doctorate, which means what? Doctorate of practicing law. which means you're not a novice to the law. You had to damn near write a book to get that degree, right?
Yep.
Do I have to mention a name?
So
mention it anyway.
Good.
We have to look at this on a fundamental scale of fucktivity, right?
Yes. Yes.
And the saddest part is the one thing I can't stand is a dumb nigga who don't see the front of their hand from the back. You go to these fucking females, you plead for them, you beg them. You think a motherfucker who's putting foot in the ass, once again, Drake May, the Seattle defense was Drake May's ass that he's owing them niggas Valentine's Day gifts.
For years to come.
And that's sad because I was wondering if the old boy was going to get it off. But this is the part about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
You talk to women and you think they're going to give up their advantage because they love you. No, they can love you, but that doesn't mean they respect you. And that's the one criminal thing black men don't understand. Somebody give me a light. I can light this incense up. Let me put it to you this way. A woman will love your dirty drawers, but she will still marry a nigga that's better than you.
When given the chance. Because what's what they say? Women are always looking for the bigger deal, the bigger, better deal.
That's their nature. That's just
and once you understand this fucking nature,
monkey branching.
Because this is the whole thing that what was that white boy Walsh, Matt Walsh?
Matt Walsh, oh yeah.
Yeah.
What the fuck that white boy could tell me? Nigga, you white. If you're not making it, then you sorry as shit in America. There is no pity I have for any white person in a country that benefits you first. That's like saying you got a 12-inch dick and you can't get any pussy. Nigga, you got the golden chalice. The fuck? I got $1 million. I can't get pussy. Buy it. But I want love. You a fucking idiot. What are you complaining about?
Cool J? I need love. Shut up.
Pussy. Yeah. So it's like this. When I get to the point of having 30, 40-something-year-old guys, I expect teenagers to ask me certain shit. Not niggas almost 50, not 50, but 50.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Detroit, you ain't shit for mentioning that song.
I got the magic stick. That's what she said. But you gotta understand what I'm saying. It's like being a combat veteran, and you're telling me you don't know what gunfire sounds like. Either two things. Either you're a fucking liar and you never went anywhere, or
crazy.
You're just that damn dumb. And most combat veterans are not that damn dumb.
No.
Or liar. So, reality...
Or guys or those who were in artillery or mobile infantry or whatnot. Or tank divisions.
The only time you're in artillery, you can't hear anymore anyway, because you a lot of fucking artillery cannons anyway. So you got to realize something.
Shit, some of those guys had BTA. Yeah, so BTI. No, the TBI, sorry. Traumatic brain injury.
When a lot of guys, especially conservative men, the only reason you got Matt Walsh still trying to tell men, give it the old college try for these bitches, is because are you going to allow yourself and your fucking world to be dictated by a woman's fucking thread? I don't feel like I'm in love, so I'm going to take half your money that you work for. I'm going to take your kids that have your last name, that came out of your nutsack, and I'm the fucking receptacle that held them. But you still got to take care of them, even though you're not going to see them. Yeah, these don't know what I'm talking about. Fucking artillery guys can't hear for shit. Now, you want men, not just men, but especially black men who have the worst set of women in the world. And I love nothing but black women. I think they're the best. If you treat us right, you're the greatest women in the world. But I'm not above saying white women ain't too far behind either, because the least a black woman will do is fuck you at the front end. A white woman will wait 30 years to fuck you. And I mean without
on the back
Vaseline
end.
or food. But at least out of a white woman, she'll make you a billionaire to take half your shit.
hmm They play that
That's
long
just
game.
what it is.
No, not all the time. They also do it on the front end too. I was
Oh, they'll
actually,
do it.
I was one of my colleagues at the Muay Thai gym. I trained
Mhm.
at. He after his breakup, he was dating some random girl from Hinge who threw herself at him, and I started asking questions, like, because he's not, this guy is not Brad Pitt or something. He's just the average white guy, right? And I'm like, so why do you think she threw herself at you? And then he started talking about the story about, and it comes to find out that she's selling pussy online, and lying about the numbers.
Oh,
She was not on birth control.
Whoops.
They didn't use a condom.
Oh,
So I
boy.
talked to him. I was like, okay, come on, let's sit down. You need to make
Oh, boy.
sure that she has a morning after pill now. Number two,
She need to have
you can't-
a generation after pill.
yeah. That's what I was saying. I was like, do you not
Oh,
realize what
boy.
you did? Did you not realize what you did? You didn't even know anything about her. And
guess
she's
what?
coming over. She was trying to get a kid from him to get
Yeah.
out of her situation.
You got to understand, modern women do not look at kids as something to cultivate. You have a mother. Your mother will beat you to be greatness back in the day.
Yeah.
Bitch, don't you embarrass this goddamn family.
Hey, coach, I have a superpower.
Well, besides ugliness, what is it? The Crohn's disease. You talk to the dead? Like that
No.
joke?
What did he say? Did he say Crohn's disease?
No. We're going to keep on going with
No.
the show.
What did he say? No. Brenda, hold on. So just pause for a minute. Did somebody say
No.
Crohn's disease?
No, nobody said Crohn's.
Diplomacy.
Oh, diplomacy. All right.
No, necromancy.
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 Necromancy is to speak or control the dead.
Oh, no. Like the voodoo shit?
Oh, voodoo. Voodoo's more in touch with
zombies.
Well, voodoo is more. See,
Got a question.
I might not have any.
Think the greatest politician of all time.
None of them. Again. The only one that gives nigga shit. That's the only ones. The only reason I voted for Trump, niggas getting jobs again. And father's rights.
What? No, Ren and Stimpy?
I've told you. I vote policy over personality. I may not like you, but if I get some shit out of it, if I get 60 compared to 20% of the shit, I need my shit.
All right. More power to you.
You said screw everyone else.
Fuck this. Look, my friend in PG County, she's like, why'd you vote for Trump? I said, I'm a father. Do you want? I should get rights as a father. And guess what? I know nothing but young men. They go out there and have a baby. That bitch shouldn't be able to take it for everything they got.
Right.
Hell to no.
Guess what? You need men to work. When women work, nothing happens. When men stop working, guess what happens? The world stops spinning on his axis.
The world stops. Yeah. The world stops on.
Who remembers?
There's sometimes I want to be in Trump's cabinet and just whisper in his ear, "Shut the fuck up." Yes, I'll be the official assistant to the president. Who is he? He's my guy who tells me to shut the fuck up. I gotta say something up. Shut the fuck
Mr.
up.
Charles Bolton. His job is to let me know when to shut the fuck up. He's big, he's black, he's powerful, and I know with his hands, with fists like his, I should learn to shut what they call the fuck up. Go ahead, Charles, as you were saying.
We got some serious shit. Shut the fuck up. But I'm not. Shut the fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
Now, every president should have an official shut the fuck up guy. The fuck up.
Just like how Obama had Luther, his ghetto translator.
You know, I could be president. I'd be up there. I'll be up there on the platform in front of the podium, grab my dick and shit, smoking and shit, take my damn suit jacket off, smoke shit, and have like a little either a nice little glass cup or a chalice of cognac. Be like, look, America, we got to talk some real shit. All right.
Yeah,
You and Keegan Michael Key, as Luther, y'all both be like, he said we got some serious shit to talk about. Drinking and smoking process. But go ahead.
You got to realize. Go ahead.
I'd be having those conversations with people who voted Dems. I mentioned, one of the biggest issues is that the Dems did not focus on men, half of the population at all. Like they were an afterthought. And, we're at a time where, especially Black men, right? Need to be acknowledged and need to be acknowledged as not maybe, I don't want to say victims, but victims of the society, despite us not needing to have a victim mindset. Black men are victims of this society,
Yeah, we should not be ashamed to say it.
And
the only reason we don't live in the sewers is because Master Splinter has high rent.
And the thing is, you should vote for your own interests. People are expecting men not to vote for their own interest at the expense of others. They're expecting Black men to maintain and think of themselves as the last of the last and serve everyone else prior to getting our needs addressed. And that's the issue.
And part of that issue, I'm going to piggyback off of it, is this. Part of that issue was not thinking that you're worthy to be even talked about. Because we have this sacrificial lamb mentality, which has destroyed us for 150 years. Thank God for the boomers and the Xers and the millennials, because guess what? I know BGS might say something about the boomers and millennials, but hey, we fought fucking global terrorism for 20 years. I mean, matter of fact, you have not even had an Xer president yet. You know that?
No.
Now, Charles, what you just said, that is very key. So something personal about myself, I actually had, major depression with suicidal intent, with the plan and everything a few years ago. And part of programming that, in addition to getting back into martial arts, to kind of build a warrior mentality, as you face the world, is to acknowledge your worth, to acknowledge that you're worth being paid attention to, being catered to, being cared for, and being seen and heard, And the issue is that it really should signal to everyone why Black men are voting for, someone that the entire community deemed as the devil. Why are Black men willing to make a deal with the devil?
Because the devil we do know is going to fuck us, and not in a good way.
Exactly.
And
so, with that in mind, why aren't other, because when black people get liberated, when Black men, not just people, when Black men get focused upon and liberated, everyone else gets liberated. So, my parents, they're from Guyana in Trinidad. The only reason why it's possible for me to even be born here is because Black men provided that way, fought for the right of not only themselves, Black woman, Chinese woman, whatever, because at the end of the day, Black men were not considered human. They were considered cattle in America.
Mhm.
And, you know, right? So to be elevated to the status of human and to demand that right to be seen as such automatically gives benefit to everyone else. You know, and
I ain't know
it's,
about
you know,
taking your ass up as a black man ass.
but it pisses me off, right? It pisses me off that people look at black men with disgust instead of reverence.
Let me put it this way, Mo. Let me put it this way.
Instead of reverence to what that group has done for America and for everybody else. You know, the fact that the halftime show even existed was because black men paved the way for all those other countries and all those other flags to show up and be treated as humans and be treated with dignity. Because black men demanded to be treated with dignity. And every single day in this space, we see women who grew up alongside of us, who understand and they see the shootings, the casual dismissal of the worth of black men's lives every single day, and they tell you you ain't good enough. You know? So if we are hearing that, because I say we, because even though my parents are from outside, you know, growing up here taught me from very, very young what it means to be a black man. Even if culturally, I have to acknowledge culturally the culture that I was brought up in is a tad different. But you know,
And you were born and raised in what city?
Houston, Texas.
Oh, you nigga to the motherfucker.
Yeah, but my family decided to set me up in the suburbs. So I do well in phone interviews.
Did you date in Houston?
No, not really. I was really focused on the books.
It's good to focus on books. But if you know how to survive, see, this is how you can tell people's black card. If you do have a young gentleman that said, "Yo, come over here," do you come over here for a minute? And it's about 9 p.m. at night. Do you A, walk over to him? Do you B, watch his hands? Or do you C, get the fuck out of there?
C.
Yeah, be black.
I mean, what's the point?
Let me tell you why. Because culturally, well, most white cultures would do what would they do? Hey, what are you doing here? You telling me come over here? What's up, Al?
No,
But it's one thing, yeah. And the one thing you gotta realize, like you said, of growing up how to be a black man, nobody's looking at your parents' passports, are they?
No.
Nobody's looking at the flag they carry. They looking at your skin, aren't they?
Oh yeah.
They don't even give a fuck about your doctorate.
Trust me. Yeah, I know.
You gotta be twice as good to get it, 3 times better to keep it, and 4 times better just to be acknowledged for it.
Yeah. I will say, you know, in college, I had this advisor. You know, you shouldn't go. All that bullshit. I got, you know, and I went to a religious college. So you have someone, you know, who came from the seminary school teaching, you know, my required advanced religious course for that, you know, that school or whatever, you know, accused me of plagiarism, you know, for something that I wrote before, you know, I got to get out the way in order to play Halo with my friends back in college. You know, so going through life and kind of recognizing either the microaggressions or the macroaggressions and have to deal with that shit, you know, there comes a time where you have to shed off that juvenile thinking that people really care.
Mm-hmm.
And I think for black men specifically, what hurts the most is that the people who do not care, that category,
Mhm.
all the women in your life also belong there. And for me, what hurt the most was my own mother. Realizing that my own mother belonged to that category. And that is kind of what really set me on the correct path of removing the wool from my eyes and kind of looking through that veil and realizing what it is, right? Yeah. It's tough.
The gynocracy is global. Remember that. The
No,
gynocracy.
I did not realize how global it was until not only my mother acted like that, but also my aunts on her side. You know, it's not, and they're Trinidadian, right? Trinidadian who came over here.
Oh boy, Island mothers.
And they exact the same. Yeah, they act the same.
Caribbean.
Well, Island girl
Fam,
mothers.
I got mhm. Let me. By the way, to your point, a Big Mo, and I'm not an outlier. I'm more of an outsider. But as BGS has mentioned this, and I have to reiterate like this. As far as the, life in the U.S. is concerned, but this also could be expressed about Black people in Europe, for that matter. Or it's like they don't want you, but unfortunately, they need you. They need you like a diabetic needs insulin, the way a paraplegic needs a wheelchair. They need you, or like BGS has mentioned, you are reliable like a 67 Plymouth, but they really want a Bugatti. But they can't afford a Bugatti.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. You are worth more. You're worth it enough to care more about what you want than what they want. That's the issue. That's the issue that most Black men that are coming into this space are starting to realize is that what BGS calls the simp chip.
Mm-hmm.
That social programming, operant conditioning, it runs deep.
Okay.
To the point where I can't even have normal conversations with people on Facebook about normal topics.
Hey, you're not the only one.
Conversations. You just can't have conversations because the issue is that we live in a time period where we have data on every fucking thing, everything. We have data sets. Media Man, he pulls from data sets and he's able to visualize the data on whatever platform because he has a degree in public health and he's learned that stuff in there. And soon
don't forget, he was also in the Air Force as well. He served in the Air Force as well.
Yes, but the public health degree is primarily it's what's enabling him it's what's giving him the specific skills regarding what he's talking about.
Yeah. On top of that, if I may, just a moment. To your point, when some people say like, women try to shame you and such. I mean, I don't know what it's like to be in a Caribbean household. I come from an African household. Okay. So in my case, when they shame us and they will reprimand us hard. I mean, I've had members of my own family ostracize me for speaking up for myself, and they usually call me selfish for it.
Well, I mean, that seems to be a universal thing among the Black diaspora.
Only difference, your music's slower. So your mom's gonna beat your ass to a slower cadence. His mom's music's faster. They're gonna beat his ass to a faster cadence.
Yeah, I mean,
my mother will beat my ass to Ethiopian music, especially like the skits and such. And the beat on that one, sounds like you had a reggaeton concert or some shit. Like the hell?
Yeah, let your parents beat your ass to Baltimore Club, and you'll change your mind.
Charles, be glad you have not been around my aunts. You know, I'm glad we have gun control in Eritrea, because if they had it their way, they would have been pistol whipping us as kids, getting gun butt with a Kalashnikov, unless they had the foldable butt. Shit.
I mean, to be honest, what you're describing, I mean, the only difference is the environment.
The environment, culture, and and everything. Yeah.
But the thing is that you're describing something from your culture that is almost identical to my culture. That's identical to Mr. Faulkner's culture. It's just that the environment in the United States empowers the woman.
It empowers the woman. Goddamn, like sunlight to a Kryptonian.
I mean,
empowers, enables.
What we're describing is all the same, just under different environments.
So, Mo, what is your PhD in?
Not PhD, MD.
MD. I'm sorry.
But I'm not in clinical medicine. I'm actually in clinical research. I'm currently getting my master's. I'm done with medicine in general. I'm done with seeing patients, shit like that. So what I'm doing is focusing either on bioinformatics, or I may just end up using my GI Bill to get a master's in health economics outcomes research to kind of get a nice little cushy spot in pharma.
Yeah.
I'm kind of done.
Which branch you serve in?
I was Navy for a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for your service.
Yeah.
I can tell you an officer. You can tell.
Yeah. I mean, I can't help it.
Okay.
I have a healthy respect for the enlisted, especially the chiefs as well.
Oh yeah, you can't run no military without your first sergeant and chief master chief.
Because they're the backbone. They're the backbone.
They're the backbone, and that's where the respect goes. If they don't respect you, you got this shit. I've told a lot of people that shit. I said, look, at the end of the day, fucking day, what black men are gonna have to do is, number one, have a plan. Get your body right, get your mind right, get your heart right, get your soul, and get your money right. Why?
Right.
Because nobody's taking care of you better than you. As we say in the Army, can't help 2, 3, 4, 5. The number 1 goes down.
Yeah.
And the problem is, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, that's what when I was, going through whatever mental health issue and brought myself out of it. I came to that conclusion, like, hey, this is my life. I got one life to live, and I'm going to make it worth it, right? And I'm going to live for myself, have a good standard of living, be healthy, work for the physique that I want, go after my education and make the money, just have that kind of arrogance to say to yourself that, you're worth more than just, living like the rest of the people. I know that sounds bad, but
over here,
no, it doesn't.
Over here, we look in the mirror every morning and say, "You're one conceited bastard." I love it every day. I kick more bitches out the house. I kick more bitches out the house than the grandmothers of pregnant teenagers.
Shit.
That's true. I mean, you got to be proud to be conceited, because that's just it's okay to be conceited in a sense when you have that skill, when you have the potential, or when you've achieved, a certain degree, or you can do so.
Hey, if you can conceive it, you can achieve it. As my 5th grade teacher once said.
And the fact of the matter is that a lot of black men don't have audacity. And that hurts
out of y'all.
It's been beat out of you physically, mentally, spiritually, and emotionally.
Mm-hmm.
And what happens
From a
is
very
that
young age.
I've suffered from clinical depression and PTSD. Yay, PTSD.
That's a tough one.
I've seen a lot of it. I've been in the thick of it.
Yeah.
Um, you
Oh
you
yeah.
don't have people, and I swear to God, y'all gonna make me write. I'll probably get a fucking doctorate if I write that research now that nobody has PTSD like a black man in America. And I swear to the Almighty God, when you just this is the reason why when I look at ICE and all this other shit, okay,
Mm-hmm.
we came to everybody's aid, but when we needed help, everybody sat on their goddamn hands.
Mm-hmm.
When you return the favor to motherfuckers, people hate it, even though you treat them coldly at first. Like I told Art Newstyle, he loves it every time I say it. When you and your enemy pray to the same God, only one of your prayers can be answered. People get mad about that. Why are you getting
No,
mad if logistically you're trying to get favor with God and I'm trying to get favor with the same God? He's gonna roll the dice and say who's the better.
you mentioned when when we need help, everyone else sat on their hands. I'll do you one better. When black men in America needed help during the Black Lives Matter movement, not only did people sit on their hands, people came together to divert and shift attention away from black men towards black mothers, towards black LGBTQ and black trans, and towards everyone else instead of focusing specifically on black men. I remember before I was red pilled or whatever, I was sitting there looking at it and I was just disgusted. Like you have a black man dying, black men being, having issues with certain law enforcement. And instead of drawing attention to that specific issue, everyone else wants to get that specific issue, wants to draw attention away from the focus, black men. After that,
People try to co-op. People try to co-op the movement on multiple ways. Hell, Dr. T had an article about that called "Silly Rabbit." BLM, Tricks Are for Kids, where he talks about how BLM was never about black men. They just need you guys as the body bags, or the whose bodies they can set the foundation on.
yeah,
They can set the
your body was the impetus to rally behind. Your dead body is the impetus for people to rally behind the bodies of, or the people who do not
the agendas.
threat to the people who do not have threat to life. See, the threat to life aspect is the key, because it shows what people think of the value of a black male's life, right?
That's not the first time. If you go back to the history of civil rights movement, you saw this type of co-opting trying to be this co-opting was happening as well.
I mean, but
this is history repeating itself.
I mean, it's impossible for it to be the first time. It's just that for me personally, within my lifetime, just witnessing that in person in real time, that just experiencing that in real time, that was what ultimately led to the disgust I have towards, all the other groups, and then eventually, our own woman, in a sense. Black men don't have any true allies, aside from people we carve out within the black manosphere. You cannot expect that, whereas other groups can expect that. That's the issue, and that's why when Megan Good or whatever, Nicole Good and Alex Pretty died,
Renee Good,
yeah. I don't even focus on these names. They all. I'm just kidding. When they died, and people rally behind because white people expect other white people to be allies for them, to be allies for preserving the worth of their life.
Question.
Meanwhile,
Question.
U.S. Yeah.
Question. What did they used to tell us when we used to get died or beat up by the hands of the police? What was always the cry?
You should have complied.
Okay.
Right. As if you complying is whether or not you comply is worth your life. Right.
Well, I mean, it is worth your life. Even Khalid Muhammad said comply. And that was the most radical man
Khalid Muhammad
in your life, in your lifetime, from 90s
yeah,
up.
But here's the thing, though.
Comply.
Here's the thing, though. Depending on who you are, depending what demographic you belong to, leads to a larger chance of that life being disregarded or
what does that have to do with them?
Depending on the person carrying out the justice.
What does that have to do with them, though?
What do you mean?
Because we're not stupid enough, although I've seen it happen, though. Actually, over the past, since 20, we've seen body cams. We've seen people that are stupid enough to attack cops. So if you attack a cop, what do you expect to happen to you? A shoulder rub, a head pat, or you get murked?
I mean, here's the thing, though.
No, there's no. No.
Let him talk.
Here's the thing, though. In the past, when white people were not separated by ideology, a white dude 10 years ago could attack the cops and walk out in handcuffs.
Not necessarily. More of them died at the hands of the police than we did.
Likely.
They just didn't broadcast it.
Well, yeah, more of them died because, right now we're only 6% of the population. So, of course, more are going to die.
Mm-hmm.
What do white people use? What per capita when it comes to us? Well, this is a perfect case of per capita, and so that matters, right? So if for every occurrence of an unarmed black person, attacking a cop who theoretically should be trained in jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai boxing, have a better average fitness than the average person and know how to deal with the oncoming hand-to-hand attack, they don't have to necessarily light them up with bullets, right?
Excuse me. If I'm a cop or a federal officer and you call yourself, especially when I'm in the middle of trying to arrest a dangerous suspect in a targeted operation, and you run up on me, putting your hands on me, you get what you get.
Okay, well, you know what?
You hit me with your car.
Yeah,
you
were talking about the individual, and I'm talking about overall statistics. Population.
What does the overall statistics have to do with what's going on?
You're looking
right
at
now?
individuals, and I'm looking at systems.
What does
there's two different.
Hold on. No. Wait. What does the overall statistics have to do with these two cases where these people begged for what they got? Because they didn't beg for it. Yeah, they begged for it.
I mean, I'm not saying that they didn't beg for it. I'm saying that in the past, 10, 20 years ago, a person who didn't have their weapon in hand could attack the cops and walk away in handcuffs. I'm saying historically, if you're looking at the numbers, per capita, being a black man and the overall disregarding of the overall devaluation of life of a black man plays a role in how you are perceived by others. By people. So
Charles.
Yep.
Question.
So not
hold
everyone.
On. I'm asking Charles a question. Let's ask the resident police officer, former military. You there, sir? Charles.
I'm here. Go ahead.
All right. You got your gun in your hand and a chick is gunning her car right at you and she makes contact. What you doing?
I'm gonna hit. So I'm trying to get out the way, and I'm gonna shoot at you.
Okay. All right. You're trying to take down a child rapist, wife beater, and suspected murderer. You've got some fat white bitch all in the way, blowing her goofy rape whistle with some skinny little homo. And you trying to get them out of the way because, you know, there have been incidents where these criminals have shot at ICE officers. It just happened last week. So I'm trying to get you out of the way. And then the skinny little goofy little homo comes up putting his hands on me from the back.
I am not talking about an individual.
I'm talking to Charles. Suddenly now, you guys are in a scuffle. 5 or 6 of you are trying to arrest this guy, and anybody will tell you even a 5-year-old can give a grown man a scuffle. Suddenly, one of your people yells gun, a shot goes off. What normally happens? Charles?
Go ahead.
What normally happens? You're in a scuffle. 5 of you are in a scuffle. One of you guys yell out gun, and then a shot goes off. You see an object in the guy's hand. Gun, pow.
Especially if you're grabbing for a gun or you're reaching for something, you're probably going to get shot.
Okay. So what is the argument concerning that in black people? That has nothing to do with us unless we're stupid enough to attack a cop with a knife in our hand and they blow our brains out. We get into a fight with them on the side of the road because they pulled us over doing 100 miles per hour for 10 miles. And we resist arrest. And he goes through all 4 chains of submission. Hands, mace, taser, baton. You're losing the fight.
Okay. So let me
It's a
respond
life
to that.
and death situation. So
Yeah,
how is any of that in correlation?
Let me respond to that. Let me respond to that.
Please go ahead.
In either case, I agree with what Charles would do because his life is more important than someone coming to attack you. You know, just like if someone were to come into my house and try to attack, I would not. I would try to protect my life over the attacker. That being said, if you're looking at a population level, when it comes to some of these white people, these white perpetrators, especially in the past, they be doing some dumb shit and be walking out in handcuffs when they should be dead, is what I'm trying to say. What Preddy did, walking in with a gun, you know, I think that was dumb. And I think that was the most likely outcome given the entire situation. And personally, I would never put myself in that situation just looking at the news because I value my life, right? But what I'm trying to say is looking at the general picture, the perception of Black people as being more dangerous, Black men as being more dangerous and more menacing has resulted in higher aggression historically. You know, and personally, I would prefer to have more Black police officers to help mitigate that bias.
I
Because if
live here.
someone needs to,
I live here in
if
Atlanta.
so, if someone
Hold on,
needs,
wait a
if,
minute.
if
Hold on,
someone,
hold
if
on,
someone,
hold on, hold
no,
on.
I
hold on.
didn't finish.
I live here in
Let
I
him
did
Atlanta.
not
let him
finish. I did
finish.
not
Let him
finish.
I live here
finish.
in
I did not
Atlanta.
finish.
Shut the
Let him
fuck
I
up.
did not finish.
finish.
Shut the
I
fuck
did
up, bro. I
not.
know you
I
not
did
telling
not
somebody
I did
to
not
let somebody
interrupt
finish.
you. No,
I
I did
understand
not
that.
interrupt you
I
for the
just want to
entire.
interject. I just want to interject. I live here in
No,
Atlanta.
no,
These black
no. I
cops
get
shoot
it.
black
I
people
hear.
all day, every day.
Okay, okay,
So it ain't
okay.
got nothing to do with no white
No,
officers.
no. What I'm trying to say is, sure, there can be bias in with the race of the officer, but the fact that if there's more black officers, I would want to have their ethnicity at least help mitigate whatever biases, so I can say, so that we can all say, hey, well, that black man was probably doing something stupid, and not have any question with regards to the race, because there's always going to be there's always going to be racial bias, right? There's always going to be racial bias within American society. And
So, question: have body cams done justice? Has it been a detriment or positive to black criminality?
I think that the fact that body cams provide data that we will eventually be able to learn more, especially since AI will eventually be able to pick up on spatial data, we will be able to learn about these occurrences and make changes moving forward if we so choose. So I think
changes to what?
Well, I don't.
It's
policy,
a camera. It's a body cam.
There's a lot of information that you get from cameras, and the information can be used.
But you're not answering my question. I mean, you sidestepping my question.
Yeah, I said I know.
I know why you sidestepping my question, because you got that victim mentality. I hate to tell you this. I hate to tell you this, bro, but body cams have been a detriment to black criminality because it shows just how we act when we get arrested. For some reason, over the past, I know why, but over the past 5 years, getting arrested is racist.
Why would showing how we act be a detriment when that could be a conversation starter within the black community?
What's the conversation that would start?
Well,
what would be the topic?
First of all, having that information, being able to gather that information and have examples to talk about. It's like not what? Just something that it's just not conjecture. It's like it's something.
I mean, you're talking in circles, but you're not saying anything definitive. Like what? Okay. What would be the number one question?
Showing the need to change.
What change? What change? What would be the number one criteria that needs to be changed?
Okay, let's see. So if someone has an infection in their body, being able to have evidence and knowing the exact bug allows people to treat or administer medications for that specific bug in the body. Identifying the malignant behaviors within the black community, even if it includes black men, allows us to administer or even concoct interventions to mitigate that behavior. So yes, I believe body cams have a benefit and will provide additional benefit for the years to come. So no, I'm not sidestepping the question.
So what is the number one thing that needs to be changed?
The number one thing that needs to be changed?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the number one thing.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Let me interject on this one.
No, let him finish.
I will.
I want you to let him finish. I'm letting him get it out. Let him get it out. Then you go ahead, because I already know where you probably want to go with it. But let him go ahead. I want to hear it. So back to the question. What's the number one thing? What's the number one thing?
The black community needs to change Black men and Black women on an individual level and on a community level need to change their behaviors in order to exist in a society that wanted their extermination.
That wanted their
and have implemented laws to do such. Okay.
All right, go.
So yes. So if that means pulling up the body cam, showing how Black men act in the presence of law enforcement, and making changes, then so be it. Even if we do live in a society that is anti-Black, if it comes to thriving within that society, because this country is yours too, right? We need to there has to be a change in order to not only survive but thrive.
And where does that change start?
But the change,
where does the change start?
The change starts by looking into the past and looking into the things and looking into the things that were done during the Reconstruction era that caused white people to get so angry and so mad that dozens of cities, economic wealth, centers of wealth, are at the bottom of lakes, destroyed to put highways through, and turn into parks like the Central Park. Looking at the past to realize what got white people so mad.
How much do we need?
They had to stunt the growth.
How much,
of the community,
bruh. I used to teach this shit. How much fucking past do we need to look into in order for us to stop acting like plumb fucking fools when we get stopped by the police? How much past we need to look into? The 1850s, the 1722s, the 1305. How much past we need to look into before in modern times when we get confronted with law enforcement, whether we're right or wrong? You pick the date in which it's going to make somebody who gets encountered by a cop not act a plumb fool.
Okay, so your solution is to tell Black men to stop acting like fucking fools. And then what I'm saying, my solution is to look at the past, study history, to understand the way the Black community was set up to prevent those behaviors from happening in the first place.
What year?
There's a difference between
What year versus educating. What year are you going to point to a Felantonio to say, okay, you see this year right here? Yeah, study this year, and then the next time you run up on a cop or a cop run up on you, I want you to go back to this year and think about that when he asked you for your ID.
You know,
what year? What year are you gonna? What Felantonio are you gonna find and teach him that?
People don't want to look at the Black Panthers and what they were doing to educate our systems. People don't want to look at what was being done to promote a healthier community.
What people?
Instead, we want to talk to people and say we need to just not look at the past and not do what.
Which segment of Black people do you think are not going to look at the past to learn how to act today?
It don't matter what segment is.
Oh, it doesn't.
If we can't put out the education and promote the change from within.
So it doesn't matter. Hey, Charles, how many Black people in your officer career did you arrest that didn't put up a fight that were Black historians?
You know, you don't have to count 2 plus 2 to be a mathematic. You know, you don't have to know your times table.
No. See, because see, you have a theory. Hold on, you have a theory, but yet we have somebody sitting here who has over 20 years of practical application, which is the host of the show. So there's your theory. Let's ask him, based on his 20 plus years of practical application, if it applies. What's the issue with that? Because see, we can sit here and talk about theories and platitudes all day long. It's the same thing that brothers do every day, all day for hours on end, talking about black women and relationships. You can talk about it till you blue in the fucking face. These people ain't listening to you. They don't give a fuck. You just had to do a football play, 2 football players. One beating the shit out of a bitch and the other one killed him. They ain't listening to you. You think these niggas in the street that's acting wild, you think they gonna listen to you? You think they give a fuck about whatever year you want to talk about? They don't give a fuck about that shit. You had, hold on, you had, what was that professor's name? Dr. Claude Anderson, back in the 90s, tell black people, hey, you need to be concerned about illegal immigration. Because right now you're the majority minority. You keep that shit up, you let it go unchecked, you're going to be the minority. Do you know where we are right now here in 2026? What's our ranking? Minority. Yeah, we're at the very fucking bottom.
Oh, I know.
I don't give a fuck if Ray and Fel Antonio want to act an ass. They make great content. I don't give a fuck what they do. I'm more concerned about my brothers right here, y'all that I talk to, because this is supposed to be like-minded, right? Right? So let's elevate. Stop worrying about them goofy ass niggas. Let them niggas go.
Separate from the trash.
Right, thank you. Let them niggas go. They don't give a fuck about you.
They make good case studies. You know,
yeah, they do.
They make good case studies, and then you can separate and build your own, you know, community of people within your own circle.
I understand that, but I'm not gonna sit up here and act like that I'm just as a big of, I'm not gonna act like they're a victim, and then I'm also a victim because they're a victim, and because of society, we're all victims. Fuck that shit. That's hold on. That's how bitch niggas think. And this is exactly why we at the fucking bottom. Because we've been programmed to be hoes. We have no fucking, go ahead.
No, I ain't want to cut you off, but I was just wanted to say I see where Bay is coming from. Because that's the shit I say, and I always get pushback on that. Because black people have a hard time trying to make the distinction between racism and adversity, right?
Yeah.
Like, okay, so it goes without saying that America has racism. The planet Earth has racism, right? And it ain't going to go anywhere. And what I always tell black people is that once you get that understanding that racism is not going to go anywhere, that's when you begin to move fucking forward. The problem with black people is that, like, you know, like Bay said, niggas just always want to bitch and whine about it. You know, y'all was talking about Black Lives Matter a minute ago. What started with police brutality, it turned into inclusion. You know what I'm saying? It turned into woke, right? None of that shit did anything about police brutality, though.
It's the co-opted.
But baby,
no tangible solution.
But ABM, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying you can acknowledge what's going on in society, but you know, not have that victim mentality. Just understand what's going on. Understanding your environment to adapt and to thrive. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, people with common sense understand that. To Bay's point, people who get pulled over for whatever the fucking reason is. Okay, let's say the white cop is racist, right? He pulls you over on some bullshit, right? Okay, common sense tell you you're not going to win this no matter what, right?
Well, yeah.
So why turn a traffic stop into what, a felony assault on a cop?
Yeah, that's
this is
dumb.
common sense shit. You know what I mean? I tell my kids, you got two types of black people. The old Chris Rock joke. You got two types of black people. You got black people and you got niggas, right?
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, which one you want to be? Like me, I'm just gonna go ahead and take my fucking ticket. Man, listen, man, I live in Baltimore, man. You know how many times I've been pulled over? Motherfuckers is searching my car and shit. You don't hear me talking about, hey, I never gave you consent and you need a warrant and all that. Bro, I done already had my stop and frisk ass kickings. Okay? I know I'm not dirty. Go ahead and search the fucking car if you want to, dude. I mean, I ain't got time for this shit.
Yeah, don't.
I'm not going to fucking force the issue. The rest of these motherfuckers, too many of us, and it's not all of us, obviously, but it's enough to where as though the shit holds us down. It holds us back. When the YN with the shiesty mask breaks into my fucking car, that's not white supremacy. There's things that is white supremacy, and then there's a lot of shit that don't have nothing to do with it. And like Bay is saying, I don't want to have yet another history lesson to tell somebody, hey, you shouldn't be breaking in my fucking car. Or you shouldn't carjack me. Or, hey, if you're going to sell dope, can you at least not do it in front of my fucking house? Go sell drugs in front of your mama house, motherfucker.
Yeah, I think
that's not white supremacy, and I don't want to have another conversation about the fucking plantation. It's fucking 2026. At this point, the people who don't get it, they're not gonna fucking get it. That's why we have to separate from our trash. Every fucking race does this.
Except for
us. Again, I live in Baltimore. You go talk to white people. Go talk to some white man from Perry Hall and ask him about white people in Dundalk and watch what he tell you. Charles know what I'm talking about. They call them trash. That white man from Perry Hall will call white people in Dundalk trash or Middle River. Oh, that's trash. That's fucking white trash, and I don't want them nowhere near me.
Yeah, you're correct. You're correct. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna say this. My approach was wrong in a sense because, I should be focused on delineating and focusing on what I can do for myself, my family first.
Yeah,
bro, we've all been there.
That's all. That's all we can do. Like they said, you can't. These people don't want to hear shit, bro. Black people been talking since Frederick Douglass, man.
The issue is,
you know what I mean? We've been doing this since Frederick Douglass, and motherfuckers just don't want to fucking get it.
The issue for me is that, I want to have empathy for the greater Black community, right? So, there's all these grand ideas about what needs to happen, what needs to be done, but I've learned even just recently online with these conversations that there's just no saving them. There's no help. There's no help for them. No help at all.
No.
Like you look at them and you try to talk to them, and it's like you're talking to a brick wall. A brick wall.
There are people that are beyond help, and you got to let them go. They got to fit because some people.
I'm sorry, Neyma, go ahead. But I was just gonna say these are the same conversations. I grew up on this shit in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Like these the same conversations. You talk about Khalid Muhammad. Man, that's early 90s. I remember Ice Cube and Pop used to run around with Khalid Muhammad.
I will say I'm also realizing that that narrow-minded approach to race as well prevents you from getting opportunities. I think for me, the other day I was on LinkedIn. I reached out to a white person kind of in the field that I'm interested in, and he took the time out of his day. It's complete stranger, mind you. Took the time out of his day to have a video chat with me about where he was going, what he was doing, and I sat back and I thought to myself, I've really I haven't had that many people take the time out of the day, to offer advice, and that interaction gave me value. Now, granted, I'm not going to be like buddy with this guy, but the fact that they took the time out of their day versus we talk to our own and you just get disrespect, just straight disrespect, callousness, treating you like you're worth nothing. And for me, someone I'm already apprehensive about approaching because he's a white man, showed some sort of value, just regular, how you and I would show each other value, just kind of recognizing that kind of individual value of a person. Whereas with our own, you don't see that, especially when it comes to those types that are prone to having a lack of impulse control when it comes to interacting with law enforcement. Just the other day, I think a couple months ago, I was driving with a expired registration, right?
Oh,
I took my ticket. The cop was like, cop was like, you know what? I hope your day gets better. I look at the ticket, I read it closely, and he didn't fill out the part where you couldn't contest it. So I just went ahead and contested it. I took care of the registration. I've been meaning to get a new car, so I bit the bullet, got a different car, solved it, and the ticket is a non-issue. Now, had I started acting belligerent, you're escalating a situation towards violence. I'm still a 6'2", 225 pound black man. I would still be a threat to a man who's a stranger who doesn't know how I'll react. So yeah, the way I conduct myself is to decrease being perceived as a threat by any man, to include a fellow black man in that situation. Right.
absolutely.
So yeah, I do agree with you. I do agree that the behavior that is being showcased on body cams is something. I guess it doesn't help, but I think for me, it still helps to show
body
what's
cam.
going on.
The main thing with body cams was trying to catch the police with something. What ended up happening? You saw how fucked up people were.
Everybody knew how fucked up people.
And then when they start seeing it, just like the one dude, he used to be up there. He used to go to what's that school, Digital Harbor, and he pulled out a gun facing the police. What the fuck you think was going to happen? They're going to light your ass up.
That's true. Well,
and
that's the thing.
Fuck around, you find out. That's the rule of thumb.
They speak names.
And what happened was, when you see all these illegal immigrants, and not all immigrants are illegal, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you have these illegal immigrants, and if you're here illegally, is that a crime under the United States?
That is.
It is.
Did black men go to fucking jail for 10 years, 3 strikes and you out, and the last thing they did was steal a candy bar?
They just stole a car. Went to jail for 20 years.
So
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's kind of hard for me as a black American man to feel pity for motherfuckers who a lot of them were getting more benefits than we were.
He stole
And
Now,
it's not being, and it's not being sadistic, but being a guy who's been out there in the street, and people like, why would they take a person? I can tell you many reasons why I would take a motherfucker out just in their underwear. How many motherfuckers you think try to fight me on the street? Plenty. Okay? Win, lose, or draw. Plenty. Well, ain't no losing here. Ain't no drawing either. Because if
You've
you
been
swing
breaking
on me,
arms and whatnot, taking names and taking arms.
most of the people I fought were multiple. Any time in my life, not just my career, my life, I've only been in two guys significantly bigger or multiple people. So I don't want to hear about getting the ass whipped by the police when we look at some of the Hispanic gangs fighting black people. People like, guess what? All the motherfucking Hispanics in California love Lowrider. They love Cisco Kid. But if you tell them War sung this shit, which was a black fucking funk group, their eyes will bug out, right? Everybody wants to steal everything from black people but the struggle. When you want to look at it, all these motherfuckers would not be in this country, not even a fucking English, excuse me, not even the Italian, not even the fucking Irish. And you only use them motherfuckers to increase your white numbers. The Irish and Italians haven't been white since what? The fucking 20s, 30s, maybe 40s?
Yeah.
1870s and 80s at the earliest. Oh, same thing for Eastern Europeans.
The earliest they ever been white was the 20s, at best, maybe the 30s. Because guess what Italians were? You go by that, when the railroad were being built over in the West Coast, the Irish didn't live with regular white folks.
No.
They didn't live with regular white folks, did they?
No, they didn't. Oh, what the hell?
They thought Irish people, they thought the Italians were maybe just a step above what they thought of black people.
Actually, the Italians in particular, the Italians that we're talking about mostly came. Go ahead. Charles, go ahead. I'll speak after you.
Trust this, bro.
Mm-hmm. Irish, they got.
I'm glad they said, why are we talking about cop stuff on the cops channel?
you know, we're on a. What's up, Josh? If you want to come back up, hit the link in the chat.
Come on up, Josh.
How many motherfucking cops come to my motherfucking channel?
Josh, Mike, who LAPD SWAT one time, did he? No, what's his name from New York? Yeah,
Dr. L, Josh's brother, who's a former lieutenant, Terrell. I mean, there's numerous people who've been fucking law enforcement. Hell, some of my exes and female friends were cops on my channel. Y'all didn't even know that, did you?
He's probably a new guy
over there.
You know,
you're making all them weird noises.
Either you beating it raw, or you beating it soft. Which one is it?
Right, what the fuck?
Sorry, just ate some. It's not going down. I ate some. And it's just messing me up right now. Ugh.
Mute your mic. Mute your mic, please. Mute your mic.
I'm in pain right now. Sorry about that. All right.
Thank you, Jadea. There's another thing that people we just talked about it with Spider-Man. Suicide by cop. There's a lot of people who are chicken shit enough to not take themselves out. Not saying I support suicide, but you'll go call the police because you don't have the guts to do it yourself. I want you to realize that a lot of these fucking people that come into these fucking protests are not good, honest people. We have to know this shit very well. And what happens is, when we go to these places and people say, oh, we see the people getting the shit beat out of them. Guess what? Let's look at when we get the shit beat out of us. Does anybody blink a fucking eye? No.
Nobody but people that were capitalizing off of our deaths. Like black men in mansions.
No. So it's kind of hard. Do I want people to be mistreated?
No, but it's kind of hard to have empathy for them.
But it's very hard to have empathy for some of these people who will go to some of these meetings with some of these brown folk. Not all, but a good amount of them. I can show you a video with these three women, Hispanic women. These three fucking Hispanic women were calling the brother who was videotaping them a nigga with the hardest of ours.
Wasn't
Oh,
there a
yeah, I saw
Mexican
that.
Yeah, I saw
guy
that.
that
I
was
saw
going to
that.
cosplay as a black man, and he was like, "Hey, I'm a mayate," and I was like, "What?"
Yeah, that's
Yeah, there was one, and it was a guy, and a Latino called him out for that.
no.
But yeah, you always got to call us to help you. But when black people say, you know what, fuck you and fuck your world, we're wrong for that.
The liberal in them comes out. And
Why?
I don't know why black people don't seem to understand that the white liberals, that is the Confederacy. Those are your original races. Those are the ones that still have you in chains today, mental chains. They're the ones that have you sitting up here talking like you a fucking victim.
The Dixiecrats.
Not only that, but I remember when the whole Roe versus Wade thing happened with and everybody was mad at Clarence Thomas, like he the only Supreme Court justice. White liberals was calling him all kinds of niggas.
Oh yeah.
I was hearing this in real time in Twitter Spaces. I don't buy all that liberal bullshit.
I mean, white liberals.
Like they put it on him, like he the only nigga up there. Like yo, you know it's other Supreme Court justices, right?
I mean, they're still whites, right? So, I mean, they're still a part of the society, no matter, even if they talk like they're allies. I mean, you can't trust them, just like you can't trust their conservative counterparts.
I'm going to say this. A white man is a white man is a white man. Okay? You're going to learn this lesson to everybody listen to the sound of my voice. If you think you got to struggle, show me what other ethnicity will trade their spots with a black man right now. Don't read the head at once now, nigga.
I'm laughing because I'm talking about Chris Rock. And I'm rich.
Tell me what ethnicity, what other race, what other gender would trade their spots with a black man, right? If black women are so fucking oppressed, would you trade your spot to be a black man?
That's a good question for them.
And why do you think Charles Faulkner Jr. is not invited on some of these shows?
Dave Chappelle checked a white woman in one of his specials about that shit.
How the fuck are you oppressed and a minority when white women are the overwhelming majority of this country? How the fuck?
And they are the biggest voting bloc.
How the fuck can you come to me and say that shit? Man, if you're gonna allow white people to give you the most simplest funky shit to confuse you with, then you deserve your oppression.
Charles, that reminds me of this one video I watched some time ago about showing Muhammad Ali debating this white woman. You know, and this white woman was talking about being more oppressed than him as a man. And Muhammad Ali pointed out that she could own property in downtown Chicago. He can't.
And this is the world heavyweight champion. This is a nigga who got more claims, who've accomplished more. Do you know what white supremacy really is when you think about it? It's welfare for underachieving folks.
Exactly.
Put that on a t-shirt. I'll wear it. Welfare.
Underachieving, mediocre white folks.
That's all it is. It's for mediocre, underachieving white folks. Because if you put, anybody read a history book lately?
Yeah.
What the fuck did white people invent that they didn't steal?
The
You know, that's the
patency.
beauty of that GI Bill that they don't talk about. That's the underlying beauty of that GI Bill.
Stealing
You
itself.
you go to war, you come back, we'll take care of you. We give you land, a house, a job. You know what I'm saying? All you got to do is just be willing to die for it. Am I lying?
Nope. I'm gonna tell you. The only thing white people ever invented was the patent office to steal your shit. Black man invented the light bulb. White man invented the electric bill.
Hey, I said stealing
And
itself.
the traffic light. White man invented the fucking ticket, the traffic ticket.
In medicine, there is a special procedure. It's really interesting. It's called the Blaylock tossing shunt. So when the heart can't pump the oxygenated blood as a neonate to the other side to get oxygenated, they depend on what is called a shunt, mixing the blood to prevent these babies with these heart defects from dying. Originally, the name was called Blaylock tossing. I think the two white doctors, but it was developed by a black surgical tech, whose last name was Thomas, who developed one of the first surgical procedures to shunt at least having the deoxygenated blood kind of being shunted across the heart to save these babies from dying. And instead of having credit for creating one of the first surgical techniques that he learned on animals, the white doctors took it and they patented it under their name. I can put it in a back shack with regards to what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
I remember when I first learned about it, I was kind of pissed. I was like, wow, they stole surgical techniques from black men.
Think about it, right?
Here, I'll put it in both YouTube.
You know, I got a better saying for that. I got a better saying. White supremacy is just welfare for white mediocrity. I said it. Oh, that's so racist. No, it isn't. If you really thought you were superior, would you finagle the fucking programs in your favor?
Nope. Superior people don't need guns and tanks in order to assert their dominance.
Because if you notice, when you put black boys in the competition against Asians and whites, Hispanics, if you give them the same length of time to train, same length of time to study, same length of time to be tutored and taught, historically black boys do better, right?
I take that back. Actually, you do need it. You need it to, because your enemies, you got a stick, they come with a gun. Yep. You know what I'm saying? So I take that back. I was out of context. And I apologize for yelling at y'all. I didn't mean to do that, but you know, I expect people over the age of 30 to know these things, but that's fair.
You know, it's called being passionate about what you're speaking about. So
yeah, I know. Like I said, it's my cross to bear. But go on, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I totally agree, Charles. It is welfare for mediocre white men.
And that's one thing we need to keep and hold in touch with. There is no white man that is so far superior with black, even in Greece. Ancient Greece said we're babies compared to what Egyptians and Nubians were teaching. And they had to burn down the Library of Alexandria.
Exactly.
When white people get jealous, they destroy everything. You notice that historically?
Didn't the Greeks would send their most
Yeah, they
talented
sent
to
their
like
people.
the secret schools?
Yeah.
They sent their people. Archimedes, with the Archimedes principle, I remember reading an article where they discovered the same principle within some of the manuscripts that were recovered from like notes within the Library of Alexandria, like from there. Like they were just copying stuff and then repeating it. Like they stole a lot of stuff from ancient Egypt and the Nubians. And the Egyptians, they themselves say that they are a carry-on from even an older society, probably prior to the flood that occurred. So I mean, there's a lot, and that's before white people took over the world.
And you got to realize that a lot of these people who told you, remember, if you're superior, you don't have to make up pseudosciences like Drapetomania and nigritude, right? Everybody know what that shit is, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to make that shit up if you're really that superior, right?
All right.
Remember, they made up pseudosciences to prove theirs. Why? And this is the part where I tell people, for the longest time, if your young men ain't got jobs, and I know I don't like to use the word ain't, but if you ain't got a job, if you ain't got any direction, why is your black ass not in the military taking some of them goddamn courses and knowledge and getting them GI Bill benefits?
Or better yet, if you under the age of 35 and you're in decent shape, you don't want to do military shit, join ICE. They paying $120K a year, up to a $60K signing bonus, and they help you out with your student loans. If you a single man, you 18 years old, or between 18 and 35, you directionless, you living in a 2-bedroom garden apartment, and you 2 months behind on your damn cable bill and shit, and get up off your ass and go fill out the application. And hope you drop a clean P with no felonies on your record. Get your ass out there and go make some fucking money and serve your goddamn country. I mean, you doing
if you don't have felonies, bro, you should be in wherever at this point.
right.
like dog, that's the shit that hold black men back. Bro, you got a clean record. You can do whatever the fuck you want to do.
Ooh, I wish I could live this shit all over again. The worst advice my father ever gave me was that I had no place in the white man's military. And I believe that shit. And I wish like hell I would have felt like I don't give a fuck. I wish like hell I would have listened to that.
What did I always tell you? And no offense to anybody's parents or relatives when I say this, I think that's the worst shit you could ever say to a child.
Yeah,
Because you're stifling their growth.
You're limiting them.
Yeah, and the crazy part, how are you going to sit here, and I tell this to any veteran, how are you going to sit here and you get these benefits and you don't have to pay for none of your medications? You don't think you want your child to do the same? We should have a monopoly over this shit.
You know that old man, he got stage 4 prostate cancer that spread to his bones. He don't pay for an ambulance ride, cancer medications. He don't pay for shit.
And you're telling me I'm not going to tell my child or any child that wants to learn, you shouldn't be here. That is
That
ridiculous.
that GI Bill is gorgeous. I can get a house with no money down because of my father's GI Bill.
Yeah.
The VA home loan is it's an easier way to owning a house. It's very it's very good.
Especially nowadays when the average price of a home is damn near $500,000.
Yeah,
Well, prices are dropping, but I'm still waiting. I'm gonna give it another year or so.
We just bought a house.
They taught the military taught him to do a trade, and then he uses GI Bill to get his associates in robotics and became a specialist.
Yeah, the GI Bill. People can go to law school. People, if you have there's what's called a yellow ribbon program, so that anything that is not covered by the GI Bill, some of the schools will cover the rest of the costs. There's so many benefits if you have even just 0 to 10% disability rating, you get free healthcare at the VA. State of Texas and other states, no property tax. Well, many good state benefits. If you're motivated, and you join the military, the sky is the limit. It really is.
I tell people, I said, you want to beat back racism? The number one way you beat back racism is number one, you put a young man at the helm and a gun in his hand defending the country, and guess what they got to do? Hey, y'all don't want to pass this bill, we don't protect this border. But guess what? We're going to carry out our duty, but not as sharp as we used to. What?
Even if they didn't want to put a gun in their hand, the Space Forces, if you can get into cybersecurity, the Space Force, they're recruiting for cybersecurity in the Air Force. There's a lot of different positions within the military where you can serve your country in any capacity and gain the benefits that come with raising that hand.
Let me say this, and I'm gonna take my ass to bed. The ridiculousness of black people who sit up here and are anti-ICE. I mean, the stupidity of you. I'm speaking in general. The stupidity of you, because this is your home. You have nowhere else to go. If the democracy, or excuse me, if
ICE arresting black folks too. That's what they say.
that's what they say, but they ain't got no Africans, Nigerians, South Americans, people who don't belong here, yeah. But my point is that if this capitalist society falls, and do understand the next in line that's trying to take over this place are the Chinese and the Islamists, the Middle Easterners, as well as the Russians. But the Islamists are already entrenched. They're already trying to build their enclaves. If it falls to democratic socialism, which is nothing but Islamic communism, I'm gonna tell you right now, you're sitting at the very bottom of almost every category in this United States. Where do you think you sit? Where do you think your black ass is going to fare in this whole situation while you out here got your fat, goofy ass walking in the middle of the street with your arms up, getting tackled by ICE because you think you doing something. You're fighting for rapists, pedos, murderers, thieves, human and drug traffickers. You're fighting on behalf of them. What do you think would happen if the Trump program, that he has set for the United States, what would happen if he failed? What do you think you would sit? You think that white people will finally give you that pat on their head? You really think them white liberals who call you a nigger when you don't do as they say, you think you're gonna get that head pat? You think these fucking Muslims, you think they're your fucking friend? You think these fucking Hispanics
The liberals been good to me.
and the fucking Africans, you think they give a fuck about you? I know black. You think they give a fuck about you? You are dead in the fucking water. Ask the Libyans. The second Gaddafi died, what happened to Libya? What did they do? The very second. Y'all, come on. We history buffs, right? What happened to the Libyans the second
We're
Gaddafi
all black,
died?
my brother. We're all black.
They ran right up in there and enslaved and slaughtered and raped their asses. Meanwhile, Obama turned his head, act like he ain't see shit. But you sitting up here crashing out over a fucking still shot. Fuck that nigga and his fucking husband. The fuck is wrong with y'all?
You said him and his husband. Oh wow.
I mean,
Shout out to Mike.
God damn! I swear to God, man, we
mean,
gotta
Obama
stop
did-
surface
Obama-
dirt. Hold on.
Obama-
Hold on. We gotta stop surface dirt thinking. We gotta stop surface dirt thinking. I'm done. Good night, bro. Y'all be safe.
All right. I mean, for me personally, I think it's okay to have some critiques. I think everything is okay. I mean, it's okay to have some critiques. I just personally, I don't feel the need to risk my life and put myself in front of, law enforcement and put myself at harm's risk, for people who wouldn't do the same for me, right? That's so, I can see people's side from the left, with their critiques, but I just go on about my day and focus on myself. That's
So you anti-ICE?
No, I'm not anti-ICE. I think it's okay to critique them at times. Things aren't always going to be perfect, especially with that situation. It's not going to be perfect. We're not going to be able to perfectly kind of solve the issues of American society in light of having to compete with China. I think that Trump is going to be the focus. I think he's going to be looked at as the bad guy, of course, but I think that a lot of people agree with what he's doing because there is a logical reason in preparing for the future, right? You got the birth rates going down, you got the system being drained, and then you have other countries we're competing with who are showing signs of military aggression. So, it would only make sense to fashion society in a way that ultimately results in that specific society's success. And unfortunately, not everything is going to be clean. That's just my opinion. I'm not going to go.
Everybody thought Trump was going to fall hard because of these Epstein files. I don't know how that's going to happen.
Well, we just now getting started. I wouldn't clear Trump just yet.
I think those files are going to be damning, but I also think that, you know, the powers that be see what is necessary in our society, and they see Trump as very useful for now. And I don't think the Epstein files will truly make their impact.
I've also asked this question. If they had the Epstein file since the Biden administration, they could have done this 4 years ago.
Well, you know what it is, Charles. That neither side wants to open up a whole can of worms here.
Because
Too many people get exposed.
It's a nuclear football. Remember when Mike Jackson was told that he was a pedophile?
Yeah.
Come to think about it, he might be actually the hero.
Yeah.
But guess what black people did?
Tell us what they did.
Turned their fucking backs on him and made fun of him.
And that's why I do not like Cat Williams. Because I remember that fucking comedy special when Cat Williams sat up there and ran his mouth about Michael Jackson without no proof.
Uh-huh. And guess who was the realest motherfucker of them all?
Michael Jackson.
Prince. You know what he said? And it makes sense now. Listen to what I'm about to say. And this was in front of Chris Rock trying to make a joke about Mike. And Prince almost got up and left. That's how pissed he was. And he said he had to calm himself down and said, look, number one, you don't even know what's going on. You don't even know. Mike knows a lot more than what everybody thinks they know. And what he's doing is actually good work. They wanted him to turn against Mike so badly. But yet, listen to us. They let your heroes go by the wayside, right?
Yeah.
The one thing we do a good job of is throwing our heroes under the bus.
Throw our people under the motherfucking bus. We do it like no other. I always use Vince McMahon, and you done heard me use Vince as the example.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what Vince McMahon has been fucking accused of, you never see white folks throw him under the fucking bus. You don't even see his goddamn wife do it.
No.
I just had a thought. You know, if you, let's say you're high profile like Mike, and you knew exactly what was happening to these kids on Epstein Island, wouldn't you break a little bit internally? Would you? There a part of you inside would be broken. I don't know. I feel like, you know, the creation of Wonderland and that focus on children may have been a sign of witnessing that personally. Who knows?
For all we know, Mike was touched when he was a fucking kid.
Maybe that, and then also seeing that in other
Mike,
people as well.
If the FBI does a deep dive into all your does a deep dive investigation for years and they can't find anything,
They investigated him for over a decade.
they couldn't find anything.
Yeah. And they're good. We know how, and now we know the extent to the type of surveillance the FBI
and
can use on the civilians. So,
and this is what I'm saying about this whole Epstein shit. It's no fucking way you gonna tell me that DC didn't fucking know about Epstein.
They all knew.
This shit goes way past touching kids, man. Our entire government is fucking compromised at this point. And anybody that I still see trying to hold on to one side versus the other side and all that shit, the dog, you just purposely doing this at this point. The whole fucking government got to go at this point.
I mean, at this point, you know, another country could use what went down there as blackmail in order to extract what they want from that government.
Yeah.
The United States.
Half of DC is compromised. The Treasury,
I mean, AB,
the fucking the Federal Reserve, Wall Street.
I mean, ABN. What did the French populace do to the elite after that?
I can't really hear you, bro. You low.
Oh, shoot. Can you hear
You
me
real low. Barely.
Am I coming in now?
Much better.
Oh yeah, you clear as hell.
Yeah. What did the French populace do with their elite after a certain period of time and certain money wasn't being allocated?
They had a purge. They had a purge. That's why the French today have healthcare, free healthcare and shit.
Yeah.
And the French take great pride in that. We're the people that drag King Louis out the fucking castle and cut his fucking head off.
Well,
They take a lot of pride in that.
I mean, having universal health care is a form of democratic socialism.
A lot of shit is socialism in our country. The fire department, police department, the library.
I mean, literally, if you're bleeding out in the hospital, they have to take you.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of shit that's socialism in our country.
I mean, most of the world is mixed economies at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It wouldn't function any other way.
The Family Medical Leave Act is a form of socialism.
Yeah.
If China hadn't incorporated capitalism into the system, they would have felt like the Soviet Union.
They would have failed, yeah. And going back to what Charles was talking about, throwing people under the bus. Chairman Mao made his mistakes. Mao Zedong made his mistakes, right? A lot of people call him a monster and all this, and he was a dictator, and he was this, that, and the third. Okay, he made his mistakes along the way. But when he died, the Chinese didn't throw him under the bus. You would not have the China that you have today if it wasn't for him.
Yeah, he prepared.
He made his mistakes. But when he died, you know, they killed his wife and shit. No, she killed herself. But again, they didn't throw him under the bus.
Does Russia still hold Stalin at a high regard?
No, not really.
No, not really.
Especially because
in fact, I think it was not Khrushchev, it was Gorbachev that did the de-Stalinization. Am I right?
no, it was Khrushchev. Originally
It was Khrushchev? Yeah.
But here's the thing. And BJS has told the story. Stalin had the foresight about the situation because Stalin wrote 2 letters. And you know, they were meant for whoever succeed him. So the first letter, you're supposed to read it in case when you have to go through a crisis. The first letter you open when you go through your first crisis, and it says, "Congratulations, Conrad. If you're reading this letter, that means you're going through a crisis. So here's what you're going to do: pin it on me. That'll give you some time to regroup and try to fix and turn things around. That'll give you plausible deniability. So blame it on me." So he said, "All right, we blame this on Stalin. I had nothing to do with it." The second time he had a crisis, he opened the second letter, and it said, "Write 2 letters because you got to hold this L." That was Stalin. But the thing about Stalin is hated. Most people despise Stalin for one thing. He wasn't an ethnic Russian. He was actually a Georgian. That's more of a reason for them to throw him under the bus. But Khrushchev, Brezhnev, all the others, they were all ethnic Russians. When you were asking about China, were you talking about Mao Zedong or were we talking about Deng Xiaoping?
Mao.
Mao Mao, for his faults and everything, he did set the base, but it was Deng Xiaoping who turned things around. It was Deng who put China on the trajectory that it's on now. So after him, Jiang Zemin took over, and then Hu Jintao, Wen Xiaobao,
You
and now
gotta
Xi
look at
Jinping.
you gotta look at the way history is.
Mhm.
Okay. Was Nixon very loved when he took us off the gold standard? No.
No, he wasn't.
But what did taking us off the gold standard do? It made us very free not to rely on other people's fucking shit. Because France damn near had you by the balls
Mm.
because of the gold standard. It's
When did
basically,
you guys go off the gold standard? When was this?
it's like what, 75, 72, something like that. But
It was
when
Nixon that took us off, right?
it was Nixon.
Yeah, but when?
I want to say 72. I could be wrong.
So this is when you developed the fiat currency, and then after
Yep,
this, you had the Yom Kippur War, and then you ended up with the petrodollar. I'm just chaining the events here, folks.
August 15, 1971.
71.
Okay.
So you
Thank
got to
you.
realize when you get off that gold standard, how many countries could hold you hostage over their gold?
Not that
Because
many.
once again, why was Libya target?
The gold.
It was because guess what? England or United Kingdom had 4 times the gold, but they also
Mhm.
had 5 times the population. So who would have ran out of gold first?
UK.
It's like this. I could go through historically a lot of people that historically think about it. Nobody calls a lot of our presidents tyrants, but one of the most beloved presidents of all time is Obama. That motherfucker had a hit list, didn't he?
I would say JFK more than anything, but
Hell, that's what they calling Trump right now. Everybody's like, he's tyrant. He's a tyrant. Get in your Bibles. He's a tyrant.
But let's look at this, right? Another beloved president, George Washington. He had more slaves than Egypt.
Him, Jefferson, Madison. Let's not forget about what kind of a person Andrew Jackson was.
Oh, he was basically a Confederate.
Old Hickory.
He was a Confederate.
Who's old
Yeah.
boy that was the head of the Republicans, but he just recently retired, or is he still active?
You're talking about Michael Steele?
No. Old white guy, like he's pretty much they got him in a wheelchair.
You're talking about what's his name?
He's
Mitch
head of the House
something.
of the Republicans.
Yeah, Mitch, what's his name?
Mitch McConnell.
McConnell.
There you go.
Mitch McConnell.
The closest person I can
From
think of that's
Kentucky.
closer to Andrew Jackson is Mitch McConnell.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
closest, but he's
from Kentucky.
But he's the closest person to looking like a Ninja Turtle without a shell. But
Actually, looks more like Sifu Oogway from Kung Fu Panda.
Yeah, monkey.
Without the knowledge and wisdom, But go ahead.
You gotta look at it. The mustache man. We all know who the mustache man is, right?
Very true.
If he did not do heinous things to a certain ethnic class, how would the 20th century revere him? Anybody give up?
Perhaps a benevolent dictator, just like old Fatso in Italy.
In Germany, they still celebrate him as a nationalistic hero.
He would be he if he never did anything. Well, let's say he would have just kicked that certain ethnic group out. We know what ethnic group we talking about. Wink, wink, nod, nod. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
So if he would have just kicked them out,
hmm
would he be revered?
He probably would be, but what would be the after effect of them being kicked out?
I mean, it's not the
Well,
first time they've been kicked out.
and Russia was a Jewish state for like 500 years. When you have a history, unfortunately, this is not anti-Semitism because guess what? I'm probably more Semitic than most Jewish people.
I'd got you
Nah,
beat on that one, but yeah.
and yeah. So guess what? Me and Jesus know each other very well.
Wait,
Yeah.
haven't they been kicked out like 100+ countries?
They've been kicked out throughout the centuries. Okay, let me put it to you this way: when you have a historical context of always coming to other countries and fucking up their financial infrastructure, because back in the day, you know, nowadays if you tell a bitch you a banker, she about to suck your dick right there while y'all eating. Back in the day,
hmm
being a banker was a really shameful thing. So of course you give your shameful
Yeah,
jobs to
the early Christians and Catholics believed that touching money was a sin.
yeah.
Because of like Jesus did, you know, how Jesus ostracized the moneylenders in the temple.
Yeah.
That's why. Have
That's
you
why.
ever
That's
heard of the
why. That's
merchant
why.
event?
That's why a lot of.
Wait,
That's
wait.
why a lot of.
Lost, lost,
Hmm?
lost. You ever read
Yes,
Shakespeare? Or have you ever seen a movie of Shakespeare? Have you ever seen a film adaptation of one of Shakespeare's plays, The Merchant of Venice?
I haven't seen that one yet. I've read kind of the ones up front. I gotta read the rest.
Uh-huh.
I still gotta read what's the
But
one with
that
the
one in
Moor
particular.
as the main
But that
character?
you mean Othello?
Yeah, I still
Othello is
gotta
what I'm thinking.
read Othello and everything else.
There's a movie about Othello with Lawrence Fishburne as the main character from the early '90s. But the Merchant of Venice is very important because remember that's where some of the stereotypes regarding small hats comes from, and that's where the phrase "pound of flesh" also comes from. Thank you, LAPD SWAT. Not to mention, there's a historical reference for those folks because when they were living in parts of Western Europe, when they ventured out of their neighborhoods into other places, they had to wear a red cap. A red cap they had to wear whenever they went out, just so people could identify them such. Similar to when, under the Third Reich, they had to wear a yellow armband. So this has been around for quite many years. Hell, the Inquisition is another example of that. People forget like what happened in Spain and Portugal with the Inquisition. That's why so many had to either cross the Straits of Gibraltar and settle in North Africa, or they head north into France, Belgium, the Netherlands.
That's why they're so sensitive about any spotlight on them because they said like, "Yo, we don't want to be kicked out of here again."
They don't want to get targeted. Hell, if you think the race riots y'all went through were fucked up, it's not. It's like it's nothing what they had to go through. They had to go through something similar. It's called a pogrom.
It's one thing to get fucked with, just getting fucked with, but when you're doing underhanded shit and messing with economic systems in different people's governments, you should expect to get fucked with a little bit.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Mm-hmm. So, but there's always been that view, and because remember, a lot of them were involved in like professions like that because one, they were barred from owning land. Many of them were barred from owning land or getting involved in agriculture. So most of them were involved in other professions, like where they could be mobile, carpentry, metallurgy, stuff like that, banking, finance, other things like that.
Oh, they were they were
skills
pissed
where they
when
could
Louis
go from place to place. Yeah,
they were pissed when Minister Louis Farrakhan released all them books.
Nice.
I'm sure they were. Hey, not as much as they were fearful of Khalid Muhammad.
Yeah. And the
Release what books?
and the hidden history, between small hats and the black and the black and black people.
Hell, I
And the
would
crazy
go
thing,
as far.
I wonder what it
I'll go back.
entails.
the crazy thing is he used their own scholars, so that's what I don't get with the mainstream medium putting that particular label on him when he used their scholars.
They got to control the narrative at the end of the day. That's what it is. And he's been able to fight it off as best as he can, even though the battle's not over. Secondly, I would also say, for those of us who are familiar with the small hats, how much disdain they had towards black people, especially in the Middle East. Because a lot of them did not have any empathy for some of us for those of us who were subject to the trans-Sahara, trans-Indian Ocean, trans-Red Sea slave trade.
Let's look at it this way. It's hard to feel sorry for others when you got to spend time feeling sorry for yourself. And by the way, Lost, how you like them pictures? Took me a while to get them created, but I fell in love.
Great.
I looked at the mirror once because you see her super. She's like
definitely when the series blows up, you definitely need to make some special edition cards. You know how how Pokemon or something like Yu-Gi-Oh or like a card game will have specialized character cards. I can see you releasing a special edition cards to sell on.
Oh yeah, not only that, but,
damn, I thought I was supposed to get something. I didn't get shit, son. Damn.
Yeah, chlamydia. But I sent it to you. I'm sending to you a couple of pictures now. But man, but back to the situation and the conversation at hand. When you look at economics, historical economics, there's a lot of things that happen when people compare struggle to struggle. Notice we don't get to hang on certain things. We're not given the allowance, so to speak, that other races of people have given. And the shamefulness of this black people galvanize each other economically. Notice there's always a hidden hand that's got to come in it. This is why for years I said we're organizations, we can't allow other races within them. Not because of racist reasons, it's because everybody and their grandmother wants the right to rule.
So delineation.
And thank you, Mr. Moore, for the $5 holla. Let me see what hook you up for this one, hook you up for this one. Hey, fuck it. The movie coming out this summer.
By the power of Grayskull.
That theater gonna be packed out when we go see it.
Motherfucker ain't no Dolph Lundgren though.
Nah, even though Dolph Lundgren look like yeah. But
Swedish bastard.
What'd you say? He looked like what?
look like goddamn He-Man. Shit.
He did look like He-Man, despite his height and everything. But then again, I have to be a little biased towards him, you know. Spencer
But
Yadler.
you said despite his height, the He-Man.
Despite being the tall, towering Swede and everything.
Do you know how tall He-Man is?
Isn't He-Man like 8 feet tall?
He's about 6'10" in comics.
Oh, he looks bigger in the cartoon.
Almost 400 pounds of muscle. I mean, do you know how big a lion is or a tiger? It's about 3 to 4 feet at the shoulder.
It's about 12 feet long?
Battle Cat's
and it's about 600-700 pounds.
Battle Cat is 9 feet at the shoulder.
Everybody was tripping about the pronouns that they threw into the that they seen in the trailers.
Yeah, I peeped
his name
that.
tag and shit. That him,
don't ruin it.
That him, whatever the hell him.
It was a he/him.
Yeah, him.
A nod to not only who he's gonna be, but it's also a nod to I think a lot of movies really, in my heart of hearts, are gonna start making fun of wokeism.
Are they going to do the same? But are they going to do this movie justice? And if they do, yeah, they might. No. What I mean is, if they did a She-Ra movie, would they be pulling off the same bullshit, or were they going to be like, no, this is black female empowerment type shit?
Well, I think that honestly, you have to look at what's coming out of it and what it is and what it ain't.
Which is why I asked these certain questions. And you remember the discussion we had a while back? Do you remember the discussion we had a while back about comparing He-Man to She-Ra?
One has the power, the other talks about the glory.
Honor.
And honor, what are the three things female protect?
Family reputation, the honor. All right.
The honor, the glory.
Which I said. Glory.
And the imagery.
And the what?
The imagery.
The imagery, all right.
Does Melania, does she embarrass Trump?
Never.
No.
She barely speaks.
Now look at Gynocrat Supreme.
Ooh.
Michael? Michael?
That's fucked up.
Yeah.
Gynocrat,
Michael Robinson.
Look at the Gynocrat Supreme and look at the relationship of her presidential husband.
He literally loathes his position, even though that's the whole reason that we know she exists.
Why do you think back when Chris Rock had that comedy special called Kill the Messenger, he said if Obama was going to be president, he needed to have a white wife. A black first lady was going to be a problem.
The latest clip that went viral, that's the clip that was circulating throughout Twitter, X, and Instagram. It was Bill Burr and Chris Rock talking about a black first lady.
Yeah. And Bill Burr is black, married to a black woman.
Yeah.
He talks about how much he and his mother-in-law see eye to eye.
He literally said it to his wife's face, like she needed to shut the hell up.
It's awesome to hear him on the Joe Rogan's podcast. It's awesome.
Bill Burr?
Yeah, it's awesome to
Billy
hear.
Burr? I'm just glad to
hear them two together. To hear them two together is pretty cool.
Man, I wish Patrice was alive. If Bill Burr and him
no. I'm sorry to say this, but I'm glad, not to be facetious, but I have to say I'm glad he's no longer with us, because you got to understand Patrice at 6'4", 6'5", he was like 350, 370 at his heaviest. Type 2 diabetes and whatnot. No, he knew he was going to be gone. He would not live to past 40. If he were alive, I would wonder, if he had taken care of himself, everything. Yeah, but no, he was a time bomb.
I think he
I'm
would
talking about him and Bill Burr having a podcast.
If they had a podcast, it would have been great. But him, Jim Norton, everybody, they were having these kinds of conversations on Opie and Anthony. Did you know that?
No, I know that, but I'm just saying, if he was here current day, I would love for him and Bill Burr to have a podcast. As like more older seasoned comedians, just talking shit, like kind of like how the world is today.
Then everybody from Tough Crowd, Greg Girardo, Colin Quinn, Nick DiPaolo, because Greg Girardo died like sometime after Patrice from an overdose. Jim Norton also would have been in there with them. Louis C.K. If he would keep his hands off, is what you gonna call. If they had that conversation, they would have been, Patrice and Dante. They probably would have, evolved together. I just said, look, I understand. I wish Patrice was still here, but I also have to be honest and realistic with the fact that if he was still here, would he have been okay?
We're gonna go off a hypothetical of his health. To me, I think you got ways to deal with it, so he probably would have lasted longer. So, if he would have been on a podcast, the part one, he probably would have been more famous than he ever was on stage, and just as funny. Sold out a quick easily.
I mean, Shannon Sharp says like more people know him off his podcast. Like most people didn't even know that he did sports until they looked into his thing, and he's like literally he's literally arguably the top player of his position in NFL history. So
he's a Hall of Famer, 3-time champion. Go Ravens!
3-time Super Bowl winners. One with the Ravens, 2 back-to-back with the Broncos. Let's not forget also. I have, why I have so much respect for Shannon and Charles. If you remember, the Ravens when they won their Super Bowl that week when they had Media Tuesday, everybody was on Ray Lewis's ass about what happened the Super Bowl prior when he got arrested for some shit for a crime he allegedly committed. Shannon had to come out there and just had to step in there in his defense and tell them, get the fuck off my man. Get off his back. What happened. We're talking about this Super Bowl. Leave him alone. I'm tired of y'all talking about my man like that. Shannon was known for talking trash. And he can take as much as he can give. He gave, and so he still handled it like he needed to. But I will say, a lot of people don't remember, the football greats. Like, the younger generation, they're not into football like that.
Well, because they're soft. But here's
that too. Hey, Patrice had a joke about football being whack, but go ahead.
That's the part where we get about it. And I want to step aside, not just. This is one of the reasons why black men need their own media. Remember when you talked about, Ray, about the pronouns?
Yeah.
And by the way, if you notice the name tag, Glenn, that's actually Queen Marlena's first name, Marlena Quinn. She's Colonel Marlena Glenn. And I'm happy they made Queen Marlena the badass she was supposed to be. If you ever notice in the series, Queen Marlena was one of the she's the closest to Felicia Rashad in elegance and animation. But you put her, if she needed to, she got us out of a fire jet. She was not only an astronaut, She was also a fighter jet pilot.
Ooh.
She was bad motherfucking fighter jet.
No, that was a bad father fucker. But yeah,
Well, too.
we got to be
So,
inclusive, man.
I guess I don't like it, but
I need to watch the animated series, though. I think.
Ain't nothing wrong with saying father fucker sometimes, you know. But
I think I need to watch the
go
animated
ahead.
series before I watch the movie.
I'm a victim of good father fuckering. Oh Lord.
Did you say that? Did y'all say there was a new animated series of the He-Man show?
Yeah, they have it on. If you
He-Man
look on,
Revolution.
and there's Revolution and there's Revelations and Revolution. So
Okay.
hopefully
And then
this.
you also have the revamped animated series on Netflix.
Dude, you're not whine about the animated series. As a matter of fact, encouraged them so we can finally see She-Ra, Princess of Power, and we haven't seen her in her. We don't count the Netflix She-Ra. We want to see actual Battleheart and She-Ra without the lesbian LGBT shit. Let's
Oh
give
yeah,
it
I
the shit.
didn't. Once I saw that in the trailer, I didn't touch. I didn't touch it.
It was first. It was good the first 2 seasons. After that, it got awful. And what happened was people don't realize who Charles Faulkner is. I'm a Wonder Woman fan. I am a John Burns She-Hulk fan. She-Hulk in the 80s and 90s was one of the funniest fucking characters, but she kicked ass. She's really one of the best Avengers ever. She's much of a kick ass. Did you know she was also a member of the Fantastic Four?
No, I did not.
She took over Ben Grimm's spot when he went on hiatus.
Oh, the Thing?
Yeah.
All right.
So she was so loved, they rolled her into there, and she fit. She-Hulk, when you saw her in that series, was not the same character in the book. She would never disrespect Bruce. Even though her and Bruce are first cousins, she looked at him like a brother. She is the first person to comfort him because she knows how he feels. So that when you write female characters, what made She-Ra, Princess of Power, so epic? She was kick ass. She could do all the shit He-Man could do.
She was pretty much revolutionary.
She was a revolutionary. He-Man was the sheriff. She was a revolutionary, which made her different compared to other female heroes. Number 2, she never forgoed her femininity.
No.
When He-Man, which is Adam, when he was holding up a mountain to save some people on Eternia, and she yelled out, my brother Adam. That's the only time she ever called him Adam while he was in He-Man form. And she went to go for him and threw boulders off of him and hold him. She's
his twin sister, first of all. Let's not forget that. Very important there.
And then on top of that, the greatest, if I could give a class right now on how to write a female hero, or period, but definitely a female hero or heroine, look up the episode. It's on YouTube for free. The Stone and the Sword, She-Ra, Princess of Power. She had to go trials as Adora because the gem cracked in the middle, and she had the powers back as She-Ra. Which I said that is the greatest episode ever. And they said you didn't do it just for the powers of the universe. You did it to help a friend. So that's how a female gets her respect from men. If a woman gets it in mud and get it back in blood, men will respect her. Not the bitch.
Damn right.
Not
And
the
that's what I
bitch.
don't understand about this. That's what I don't understand about this. What do you call it? Dang, what's the word for it?
Describe
What's
it.
that? No, what's that? It's like they have this energy about them where they have this this peen jealousy I forgot the name of the
Penis envy.
Yeah, the penis envy. Like they see the power and the glitteriness of the award, but they don't see the background of all the work and all the
They just look.
sacrifice
They're just
of
surface
everything.
level. It's surface level. They look at this shit. Secondly, when they wrote those characters, both the He-Man and the She-Ra characters, they were relatable. You know what I'm saying? Especially for She-Ra. She was relatable. She did not forgo her femininity or her own humanity. So little girls, when they saw her, they could see themselves in her. Unfortunately, these last few years with the woke, whatever that means, with the whatchamacallit trilogy they had out with Star Wars with the Rey Skywalker character,
She's
it was
a Mary Sue. Literary
a Mary
term, Sue. Meaning the universe bent will to make her. She can never fail. Even when she fails, she still makes it. When you
It's
look
unrealistic.
when you look at She-Ra as a character, she failed. That one episode I told you about where He-Man and She-Ra teamed up, bad guys actually won that episode. Even though people got away safely, the bad guys won.
And they learned how to hold that L and they'll be like, we'll deal with them next time.
Yeah,
We'll get back.
Tila got her ass whooped a couple of times.
It doesn't take away from her capability.
No.
But it also says there's a tier list.
There's levels to this shit, man. I mean, just like what's his name? I mean, look at this like in sports. What happened to Muhammad Ali after he got defeated by Ken Norton? Did he just give up? No, he came back. Even though Norton, broke his jaw, he came back afterwards and won the belt.
But that's how I knew that She-Hulk was. When I saw the first episode, I knew that a chick wrote this because there was no humility, there was no willing to learn, no
humanity.
curiosity.
And
it was
brought
like,
and they brought in the dishonorable Megan Thee Stallion, which definitely killed the show.
Meg the dude horse, as AB Media would refer to her as. And
they was twerking.
It just those. Oh, don't get me started about that. And the person they had to put the.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
You got to remember when you're writing characters, right? If these characters are not heartfelt, and you're making them too perfect, you're giving us all what? Trash.
Garbage.
You're giving us, even though some of the stuff I'm writing is fantasy, you can tell when they fail. You can tell they came from a place of loss. You can tell where these characters actually came from a place of hurt, disguise, or restraint.
And it was saying about the shows back then of how they had a bunch of dark undertones and shit. This cat's already did videos of that. He-Man, Thundercats. And I don't know about She-Ra, that there was any dark undertones in She-Ra, though.
She-Ra had dark undertones. I mean, what was the one thing you saw constantly in She-Ra Princess of Power? It starts
Warlords, Revolution, Death Around.
What's the one constant thing you saw in that show? It started with an S.
Struggle.
Slavery.
Oh yeah, he was enslaving the populace.
She-Ra was a force who enslaved and or killed people. This is why when you hear some of these people who talk about He-Man, Prince Adam didn't exist to the cartoon. The King and Queen did not exist to the cartoon. So he was a barbarian, so he killed people. He had to.
Because wasn't Shira, didn't she believe that they was helping the populace? And then once she got on the ground floor, the rebels explained to them what was actually happening?
A little bit like that. Because you gotta think, she was raised when she got kidnapped by Hordak. I mean, it's not like the story hasn't been out for 40 years, so we'll talk about it. She was kidnapped by Hordak, and he made her a force captain, which means she commanded units on behalf of the Horde. So when
He
we
said horde, folks. HORDE, not whore. Not WHORE.
no,
Some people
he
that have bad hearing. Some
she
people that
did not.
got bad hearing, fam.
She did not. He did not have a whole unit of Megan Thee Stallions or Cardi B's. No,
Or Sexy Reds.
or Sexy Reds. Oh, that's the Horde. That's the Horde Brigade, Special Forces Horde. Um, you have to look at it for what it is versus what you want. That being said, when you look at these stories, this is the reason why. If you watch the cartoons, especially around Lost Age, he's probably never seen a male lose to, especially a boy. He's never beat a girl in a contest in any of these cartoons or shows. The girls always had to be superior.
The only time I saw was like when I would watch like the old cartoons, like, but Ben 10 and everything like that. Gwen was the smart one, Ben was dumb and goofy.
Mm-hmm.
Adventure Time, Princess Bubblegum was the scientist. Like Jake and Ben were more like the muscle.
So they were just playing around, goofing off. Even though
Regular show, Mordecai and Rigby, they were kind of the fuck ups, and kind of like their female counterparts was like more of the smart ones.
Hey, I'm gonna just be putting videos just talking about He-Man, Masters of the Universe. I'm gonna just put the links in the private.
and if you think about it, right, I want you to look at it where you can look at it and say, hey, how does this affect little boys? You just put little boys in a particular mindset that they could never compete with women. Excuse me. And with that mindset, what did you do to little boys? You crippled them.
You crush them. You give them a sense of inadequacy. You put them. You destroy their self-esteem before they can develop it. On top of that, you give girls a false sense of superiority. You make them think that no boy is good enough for you. Lost. I'm sure for your generation, you might remember there was a animated series on the Cartoon Network called Kim Possible.
That was Disney.
Sorry, Disney. Kim Possible. What did you learn from what they show? Yeah, what did you learn from that series?
Ron,
the heroine was.
I will say the male character in that he was a coward and he was more that she had to save him, but by the end of the series, he was able to hold his own and he saved her in the end.
It took him like 5 seasons.
It took 5 or 6 seasons. His character had to learn. He had to learn how to harness the power of kung fu that he had in him, the power of the monkey fist. But until like the last by the final season, he became more independent and functional on his own rather than having to be kind of like he was more. It was kind of a flipping of the roles where she saved him and he was more like the princess that needed saving.
Yeah. And if you look at it, if you notice in the 80s cartoons, they might have had to save the girl, but there was a lot of kick-ass females like Firestar from Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends. She was a hero. Everybody loves Cheetar. What the fuck was she? She saved the entire team before. several times. Of course,
I
Tila,
remember.
Lady,
Yeah.
Every chick on G.I. Joe.
every chick on G.I.
Shit.
Joe. Tell them, every chick on G.I. Joe was a bad motherfucker, weren't they? Scarlet, if you fuck with Scarlet, Lady J will put a
Velma,
Hmm.
fuck.
Scooby Doo, from a lower tier.
Every chick
How
on G.I.
about
holding
wait?
her
How
own.
about also? Yeah, I'll give you one more. If y'all remember Police Academy, both what's their name? Callahan and Hooks. Y'all remember Police Academy?
That's before my time.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, remember Hooks?
Little voice. She can answer things. Inspector, you got on her nerves.
And of course, there was Callahan, who was Tackleberry's equivalent to the sense, especially in the series. Both of them were like carrying bazookas and whatnot. They were a couple of
Boy,
badasses.
man, hey, I just found three things of He-Man and that I just put it in the chat. Dude, there's so much
Yeah.
shit in here about He-Man. Like I just sent you the link of the talking about the dark and adult, the hidden dark and adult truths of He-Man and other
Well, I mean,
characters.
off of Conan. If you think he's dark,
And wait, Police Academy, the movie?
The animated series is, as well as the movie series, the movie franchise, but also the animated series.
Okay, I've only seen the movies where old boy would do like the voices and everything, the sound effects.
Michael Winslow as LeVar Jones. Yeah,
Okay, I know who
that's
you're talking
everybody's
about. I know who you're talking about. The one where like when she would shout, she would get everyone to attention.
little black woman. The little black woman. That's
Yeah,
Hooks.
yeah.
And then, of course, the white one with the sunglasses. That's Callahan. But then again, my favorite characters were, Jones, the one who does the voices, and the trigger happy white guy, the Tackleberry. But let's not forget about Hightower, who was played by Bubba Smith.
Yeah, I miss those slapstick comedies. They would all get canceled nowadays, sadly.
oh yeah. Like there's a lot of shows that I just look at and I'll be like, you gave us fit the version of Ben 10s, but you couldn't keep fucking Young Justice on? You sons of bitches, Cartoon Network.
Yeah, like I remember, like the 2000s was like the great time of the slapstick comedy. Like you had the girl next door trope that I grew up on. You had the kind of the loser duo in high school that would kind of like get the comeuppance on the bullies and the athlete and the jocks, and would like
Mm-hmm.
kind of rise above the ranks.
Oh yeah, those are the fun ones.
Did you ever watch Afro Samurai?
I saw a couple episodes, but that was like early 2000 when I
Yeah.
wasn't old enough to. My parents wouldn't let me
Yeah.
watch Adult Swim at that time.
Oh,
Or the Boondocks, for that matter. But
for different. They gave me what
tell him what it was like growing up in the 80s, Charles. Tell this youngin what it was like growing up in the 80s.
gave me the novel The Dark Knight Returns. And if you read The Dark Knight Returns, no, that's sure as hell. You shouldn't read that book unless you're 30. So much cussing. I was like, ooh, I learned at 8 years old what a fat this motherfucker was. Thank you, Green Arrow.
Excuse me, man. Damn you, Charles. Now I got the black lung. Why are you such influence on me? Now I picked up cigars. Now I got the black lung. Shit.
Well,
Shit.
could be true. I should say you have the black tongue. I mean, shit. You gotta put that same tab they put on your fucking side mirrors. They're a lot bigger than what appears. So it's funny because from literary state, it shows you how a lot of people just can't fucking write. And if you want to go back, but you got to notice Hollywood is always going back to the 80s, the 70s, hell, even some of the 2000s.
Your idea is original, man.
They ran out of good ideas.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm gonna think I'll put these links in the chat though for your audience.
Oh yeah.
Because
By the
I
way,
just found one talking about the origins of a King Grayskull.
Oh yeah, he black.
But also,
Yeah.
I don't believe that they ran out of ideas. It's just that they don't.
Mhm.
Back then, they would throw money to and let the writers and the directors and the studios experiment. Like they're so tight with the purse right now. They won't let anybody really do anything. Like I'm seeing more like out of the box stuff and more interesting stuff come from like the indie film industry.
And the
They're
same thing for
scared.
same thing for the pornography industry. It's always indie, but a little light dark humor. But that's always true because now you have more ways of displaying creativity because Hollywood always got to have a little agenda. We're not going to give you this money unless you put some type of think about it. The Buzz Lightyear. Did you really need to put a lesbian couple in there? No.
Because I remember Dr. Green Gorilla and then Dr. T.S.on Johnson and BGS. I think they said I think it just it was Dr. T and then Dr. Green Gorilla. They was talking about how there's literally a list that's sent out to be like, hey, we'll give you this amount of extra money if you put in this type of character.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you have to have a character like that in the first place is my question. And I remember
virtue signaling.
Virtue signaling, and because remember Snoop Dogg said he took his grandson to watch the Buzz Lightyear movie, and he talked about he got uncomfortable trying to answer that question. He didn't want to answer that question. I'm like, first of all, I get it. Your grandson's like, Gramps, how come how do two women have a baby? How could two women have a baby? And he's like, first of all, I just came here to have a good time. Let my kid watch my grandson, watch a Disney movie, not this shit. What the fuck?
Then you
Charles,
how is this age appropriate?
Hey Charles, which He-Man was you upset with? You was upset with something about He-Man. One of He-Man.
That's the best ones was the 2002 Cartoon Network, which it gave a lot more information to the mythos. Yes, if you didn't know, Skeletor's.
Which one?
The 2002 Cartoon Network.
Too bad they only gave it one season.
That's about 2 to 3. No, 2 seasons.
Yeah.
About
they
2
only
to 3.
gave it one.
Not 2 to 3. If they would have gave us an extra season, they would have brought back She-Ra the first time in 30 years. Matter of fact, if you ever want to look at one of the hardest covers ever, for one, believe it or not, when DC got their hands on Masters of the Universe, they did their good job. They did a fucking fantastic job. The covers alone, whoever was the cover artist, go look up, what was it? The 40th anniversary of She-Ra. That was the 30th now, because last year is the 40th anniversary of She-Ra. 2014 She-Ra cover, where she's in the middle, and you see all the forces of good and evil in a distance on the left and right side. Jesus Christ, that was a beautiful fucking picture. Jesus Christ, that was beautiful. Like, when whoever did the work on that comic was fantastic. And if we would have got the She-Ra back on cartoons and not this other ghastly shit, like you could tell She-Ra the Princesses of Power. That was just you're killing off your population anyway because you're trying to teach girls it's okay to be lesbian. If you want to do it, wait till you're grown to do it.
I remember, if I may, I remember on AB stream we were talking about something like this because, like, it was Elmo and everybody, they were talking about Pride Month, and I said, listen, if we're gonna talk about this shit and you want to educate your kids about this stuff, make it age appropriate. Because some kids, because I understand that kids are going to have asking questions about this, but you got to have these discussions when it's age appropriate and gradual. I just don't think that, you should be foisting certain things down people's throats like that. You're violating children's innocence. Whatever happened to like good old cartoons? This is why, by the way, if anybody's ever checked out a streaming service called Plex, you can find all the animated series from the past that way.
Yeah. Also, Nema, and then they try to they try to reverse it, like, oh, what if it was what if they were straight? Would you feel comfortable with them kissing? I was like, I don't want to see anybody kissing when there's kids around.
You got Disney movies where they kiss and everything, and it's a simple kiss.
No, but I'm saying, like, I don't even want the, even if it's a boy or a girl. I said I don't want the kissing either.
No, if it's a straight couple and they kiss like in a Disney movie, that's one thing. But you don't want to do that in front of kids.
But that's what I'm saying. I was like, they try to reverse it when they say like, hey, we shouldn't be having two men or two women kissing. They be like, oh, what if it was a straight couple? I was like, still the same thing.
That's normal. Like, it's still the same.
Yeah.
But I get it. It's like, sometimes, they will kiss, and that's like, it's just an innocent thing because it's seen as innocent at that time. Disney movies in the past, where it was a straight couple, they kissed, it was a normal thing.
Well, hey, so basically, to put it straight, so we got to here because there's talks of them putting that in the She-Ra, into the She-Ra movie or whatever, whenever they bring her out.
I mean, I'm looking at this, I'm like, I think, on your side of the Atlantic, yeah, you got your hangups. Over here, we got our hangups because I live in Europe. But the Dutch model says you have to educate kids, educate the kids in a way that's age appropriate and gradual. But I also think that parents should also have a say in what their kids should watch and not watch. And the ratings of these shows is questionable.
Man, these motherfuckers been watching like Family Guy, Futurama.
Oh, don't forget about The Simpsons, The Cleveland Show, American Dad. American Dad is just way over the top because remember, you got an alien that's a switch hitter.
Yeah, those three shows, they made it a point to take it a step above The Simpsons.
Mm-hmm. Family Guy, because remember, there's all created Family Guy, there's The Cleveland Show, and Family Guy, all created by the same person.
Yeah, because I don't think Roger, his species in the like they do a background of his species. They don't really have male or female kind of
like that
in their species. It's like his species is like you find a mate, and then I guess I don't know how it works, but they're able to populate with each other no matter who it is.
That's because Seth MacFarlane not really talented.
Maybe we can't hear anything.
Not to mention, yeah. No, I heard what he said. Not to mention,
what did he say?
Seth MacFarlane, you talking about the creator of Spawn?
No,
Seth MacFarlane. No,
that's
Todd McFarlane. Todd McFarlane is the creator of Spawn.
Yeah,
Seth MacFarlane's the creator of Family Guy and all the other series, spin-off series.
Oh, yeah, you're right, my bad.
But Nema, I couldn't hear what ABM said. What did he say?
He said that's because Seth MacFarlane isn't that good of a writer.
Oh.
Well, you got a point there. I mean, Roger the Alien from every now and then will end up shitting out a gold nugget filled, with precious stones encrusted on it. He'll shit out a giant golden turd with diamonds and sapphires and other precious gems in it.
Yeah, and didn't he get pregnant one episode?
Supposedly.
Yep.
I'm thinking Roger's been known for like having so many personas.
I want you to think about it,
Men
right?
and women.
I want you to think about this,
Men and
right?
Charles,
women.
we can't hear you.
Oh,
I can hear him. I can hear him.
Okay, I think I just need to step back out.
Yeah, you gotta step back out. Your audio is acting a fool.
I'm gonna tell.
That's why South Park did that episode about that two-part episode when they was making fun of Family Guy.
Mm-hmm.
Seth MacFarlane really all his shit is just really slapstick. Like the thing about The Simpsons was The Simpsons had really good writing.
Mm-hmm.
Family Guy just just childish jokes and shit. You know what I mean? It's nothing too heavy. That's why they got to do the gay shit and all that other shit. Yeah.
It's Juvenile. It's pretty much puns and jokes all throughout.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to think about this, right? Look how long a show like South Park and Family Guy been out. But McGruger had to struggle to get fucking three fucking seasons of the Boondocks, which you can't tell me the Boondocks wasn't getting hits.
The third season he wasn't even involved with.
Exactly. And that was
the third season, and the reason for that was McGruder wanted to take his time with each episode. But Adult Swim and whatchamacallit, they were rushing him, and he was like, "Let me take my time and do this right," because he was basing each episode had a reference to a certain news, something in the news, as well as something from history. McGruder was very strategic in what he was doing, but he wanted creative control, which he had a right to because this is his project. But the animators, everything had no patience.
I never really got into South Park like that. I couldn't. I know everybody else was. I couldn't.
Hey, everybody likes what they like, and that should be respected. If you ain't feeling it, you ain't feeling it. Doesn't mean you hate him. So Ray, it's cool. You ain't got the South Park, I get it. Just like how
like some of these shows, people be surprised. They'll be like, "Oh, you're American? Well, are you from this country? Well, how come you don't like this and this, motherfucker?"
I get weird looks because I admit I'm not a big fan of certain things.
But Ray, if you may not like South Park, but you gotta watch the Wokeverse because that shit was funny.
He said the Wokeverse.
Yeah, they had Kathleen McKinney. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but the old girl that was the CEO of Disney.
Oh, Kathy Kennedy.
Yeah, Kathleen Kennedy. They had her in South Park. Like they called it the Wokeverse. And it was a special they did for like a couple weeks, and they was like, hey, make it woman, make it gay.
Oh, where they had the alternative world. Oh, where the alternative universe, and is where Eric Cartman is a black woman, and the others are like white females, and Kenny is like an Asian chick.
Yeah, and they're all lesbians.
All lesbians and shit, like. And somehow, like Eric switched with his counterpart.
I'm gonna drop the trailer so you can see it, right? That shit was funny.
Hey,
speaking of South Park, it got back to Kathleen Kennedy. She was pissed.
She had every right to be pissed, but then again, who is she going to complain to? Comedy Central? Because they're the ones who get. Because that's who. It would. Which network is South Park on?
I believe Paramount.
Paramount, and Comedy Central is on Paramount, right? Yeah, okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, I know. Actually, it is. I forgot. I remember Comedy Central is on there, and so Paramount, everything. But Paramount, they're going to green light it. No, Charles will be back. Don't worry. If they green light it, they don't care. Kathleen Kennedy can say whatever they want. They probably looked at the creators of South Park and said, "Listen, fellas, you're gonna have to take this hit for now, but don't worry, we got you. You guys are gonna have to take a step back. You guys are gonna be, you're gonna be on leave for with pay, We're gonna bring you back afterwards.
Man, I'm watching 10 shows, dude. 10
Y'all got to get
shows,
Plex, man, because that's when you can find some of the old animated movies, like animated series from the past, like Mask, Brave Star, all that great shit.
Well, I mean, shit, I gotta get down with one of these shows I'm watching now before I can fit another in my slot. So,
which one?
Yeah. Oh, that He-Man.
All right, I gotta start on this. I got Plex, and you can find all those shows, right? And I just found like Thundercats, Silverhawks, and Tiger Sharks. So I'm gonna have fun.
I would like to. I mean, I don't know. I would like to stick to my apps because my apps it has all those shows on there.
Yeah, there's an app for that. Don't worry.
Yeah, man. I ain't gonna spill the beans of it on here though. You know what I mean? But
That's cool.
But yeah, but I get all that shit on there. Damn it.
Lucky you.
Yeah,
Lucky motherfucker.
the servers may go down one blue moon out of 15 blue moons. Shit. Temporarily just jump to another movie app. Yeah. With the same
just
shit.
like how I got hang on, I gotta do some search. I gotta start searching and find some other set things like hang on. Yeah, I found it. Found the series and the movie. And to watch this.
I'm not looking at these animated shows and shit, anime, whether it be American or Japan. Oh shit. He may be coming back. But
No, I'm still here.
Yeah. These animated shows that came out like 2 years before I was born type of shit. And I'm like, oh damn it. I'm like, okay, I see where these motherfuckers got their shit from. I see where they got their juice from, damn it. From these from these OG shows, huh? Okay, because boy, these motherfuckers, boy, back then, boy, in the 80s and 90s, boy, they were showing some shit. You hear me? Some shit that's kind of hard to describe, kind of shit, but still shocking. All though.
Indeed. Whatchamacall?
I mean, like titles, like other than Ninja Scroll and all that. Like the Devilman. I never seen none of the Devilman yet. That's on my list.
All right. That's cool. Excuse me. Throat's a little sore. What was I gonna say? All right, later, Big Mo. Lost. Let me ask you a question. Lost?
Yo, what's up?
All right. You ever watched any Nickelodeon along with Disney?
Yep, Disney Cartoon Network, Boomerang, all of them.
Let me ask you, did you ever watch an animated series called The Ren and Stimpy Show?
I watched a couple episodes every now and then. It's just, it was the animation just threw me off.
I'm going to tell you something. You had to be a little psychotic to understand it. 10, 11-year-old me, when I first watched that, I realized, yes, there's something seriously wrong with me. That's why I'm drawn to this shit. It was a little weird, disgusting, and just out there. But but when I listen to the backstory of what happened with the anime and whatnot, I'm like, oh shit, what the fuck? So I realized, all right, that's messed up. Oh well.
Who remembers Eon Flux?
I've seen the. I've read. I saw the movie trailers from the movie with what's the name? Uh, Charlize Theron.
The cartoon on MTV back in the day. That was my shit.
Oh, that was your shit.
For all you
All right.
anime lovers, y'all love anime. I don't never hear nobody bring up Eon Flux.
That was on MTV. Damn. Hey on Flux. Hang on. That was from
Aeon Flux, yeah,
1991.
I remember seeing that one. That was a very intriguing little sci-fi anime.
Mm-hmm.
But it didn't intrigue me though, like Ghost in the Shell did.
Oh, Ghost in the Shell. All right.
Yeah, Ghost in the Shell went deep with his themes of like, the whole meaning of life and how humans can progress with this whole cybernetics,
Mm-hmm.
synthetic bodies and all that shit.
That's wild.
And the mystery and the suspense behind it is just, yeah, it gets wild. So it definitely has a lot of replay value. Another show that's on my replay list. I have a replay list.
Ain't no shame in having a replay list.
Shit, man, because it's long. Because I finished something, I gotta keep on going, man. I gotta keep on going until I get to a certain point where I can watch something and out of nostalgia.
Mm-hmm.
And then I hop back over my train. So taking a break from Fallout for a minute because
Yeah.
because it's like I don't know, I want to take a little bit of notes for these episodes. I think it's just hell, like 8 or 9 episodes. Yeah, and so I can give keep my memory of what I've seen through the show, so I can talk about it. Because it'll be like so much stuff that will happen like in each episode. Because it's like each episode is like an hour.
Okay.
And I'm not a big fan of the franchise like that. You know what I mean? Just I don't know. I think this season is kind of intriguing to talk about. So
Fair enough. Fair enough.
that and yeah, there's some other shows too. Oh yeah, we'll be showing that over on the Rumble side, and I'll be showing this well, it ain't new, but it's new to me. A new anime of this. It's a spinoff from the series of Seven Deadly Sins. It's pretty cool.
Wow.
It's like 16 years, as it says, after the main story or whatever. So, but it just it turns into where you just obvious spinoff. That focuses on these different set of characters, but it still has the signatures in there, letting you know that it's from that world and that land, and yeah, and it's from them. It's even in the title, Seven Deadly Sins, four Nights of the Apocalypse.
Okay. I like that. That's in. Yo, I got some anime I gotta go back and check. Keep forgetting to like watch some stuff. Just been so caught up watching the Olympics.
Oh, the Olympics. Okay. The Olympics.
I
And who
mean,
else?
my favorite events to watch, and you guys might think I'm weird because of it, but hey, it is what it is. My favorite Olympic events to watch is the luge, the skeleton ride, and the bobsled.
Well, oh well. I thought you were about to say that Super Bowl shit. Yeah, because I was told that the Super Bowl was trash.
Well, I didn't bother to watch it or watch the halftime show. I might check the replays. No, I might check the highlights of the Super Bowl game, and might watch the replay of the Super Bowl, the halftime show with Bad Bunny. But not really bothered. It's not very important to me.
Yeah, a lot of people saying, oh, this is the worst halftime show in NFL history. It's the Super Bowl history. I'm like, okay. Well, I mean, it's fitting.
I'm so tired of people bitching about halftime shows at this point.
I just ignore that shit. I just pay no mind. I'm like, yeah, I got more things.
I say it's fitting because it's like, okay, if the sport, the spirit of the sport, died down to this low point to where like people just it doesn't have or possess the same massive electrifying spirit as it did back then, before a whole bunch of rules and shit came into play and shit to where it's just you couldn't hit a motherfucker this way or tackle him this way. I'm like, oh man. And the passes and interferences too, they tweaked that, and I was like, okay, yeah, I'm over it.
Hey, I moved on to other things, man. I watch the other stuff. You know what I mean? Been watching women's hockey. Cool.
UFC, martial arts shit, wrestling.
No, I don't UFC because how much that the business model, all that crap. The business aspect of it's kind of fucked it up.
I'm talking about martial art, man. The martial art world, man.
Yeah, combat sports is cool, but I just don't fuck with UFC.
You talking about Dana White?
Not just Dana White, but with everything that involving Dana. Because they took a lot of money out of it because when they did the Reebok deal in 2014, and then they switched to Venom a few years ago.
Ain't he been ain't he been a good businessman though? Shit, he slapped his wife and got away with it. I mean, and all that. So yeah, I mean, ain't he been doing good business? Shit.
Hey, context. She slapped him first, so fair game.
Man, these motherfuckers don't get two shits, man. They will still try to hem you up and put you in jail and take all your resources and your prospects and all that shit.
Just like the UFC can, because remember Greg Cannonier after when he won one of his fights, he said like as much as he appreciated the bonus, at the end of the day he's just breaking even. He's broke.
Yeah, well, Jonathan Major, shit, he ran from the bitch. Hell, motherfucker, they still took millions from this motherfucker.
They took his career.
Yeah.
He's doing independent movies, but Hollywood is not gonna deal with him when it comes to mainstream shit. He's gonna have to find a new way to do that stuff. But his dumbass, the way he thinks and everything, the way he talks, lets you know, okay, this guy doesn't know any better. I mean, what's his name? Brother did Nat Turner, Nate Parker.
But now people saying like because of stunts like that, that Dana White, because he's he's a big head, because of You know,
Uncle
because of
motherfucker.
because of the UFC and everything. He's the head of the franchise, so
Yeah.
that with that power, you know, that he can't be taken down. Like uh he can't be put with no Johnny Depp kind of situation or no Jonathan Majors and all the other motherfuckers.
For his part, you know, he just showed how.
Like there's no
'Cause
way to
remember,
take him down. Like,
Parker talked about when he worked with Jonathan Major, he had to sit him down and try to school him about this, down to the third, but it seemed like he wasn't not thinking. And like, you know, when he did that interview afterwards and with Megan Good, he's like, oh, she like the Coretta to my Martin, man. What? The Coretta to your Martin? What the hell are you talking about? You're not a civil rights leader. And she's not ain't like that. You know, that was a PR stunt. I'm sure. Did they break up or are they still together? First of all. Are they together? Y'all think? Hang on, man. Let me look this up.
I'm not sure.
Who?
Megan Good and Jonathan Majors.
Oh, Jonathan Majors?
Yeah, I believe so.
Last
Yeah.
I heard.
Let me look this up.
Last I heard, I haven't heard anything different.
Yeah, there ain't been reports of no problems and nothing like that they've been having, but
like that.
oh shit, connection.
He'll be back. He'll be back.
Oh, Charles is in the back.
Oh, there you go, Charles.
Yeah.
What the hell? She married him. Megan Good married him.
Oh yeah, they've been married for a minute.
Yeah, they've been married for a minute. Yeah. They got married last year. Okay.
So she traded in that fucking that old frumpy church guy for big chocolate sexy, huh?
Uh-huh.
Aldo boy, what's up, man?
Yeah.
So he must not have been fucking her, right?
Also, after they did a DNA test, they both acquired citizenship from the country of Guinea. So they're dual citizens and whatnot, and they acquired Guinean citizenship. What the hell?
Yeah, I don't know if she was worth what she was doing was worth him divorcing her, but I don't know. So,
Well, he's a Seventh-day Adventist preacher and a Columbia Pictures executive.
what he was talking about before, what I heard when he was talking about was like over social media pics and shit like that. Not want to get rid of them, but want to control his social media.
Oh, he wasn't having it. Especially when you're a producer, author, and a motivational speaker and whatnot. He's like, I control my image and what I do with my social media. All right.
Well, I know y'all all came across chicks like that too.
Fortunate for him, he remarried as well. So he's good. He married a celebrity trainer, Maria Castillo. So he's good. He got remarried in 2024. So, you know, over a year strong. Okay. No, he got married for a minute. So he's good. Yeah. So everybody good. Everybody found who they needed to be with. They moved on.
Yeah.
I'll say this, you know, it's just like, you know, you look at some of these things and like, you know, celebrity marriages, they don't last like they're supposed to. They don't last. But I think we need to keep, you know, disregard all that shit and just focus on what needs to be focused on.
Yeah.
Understand what, you know, that There's some bullshit still out here, and we got to filter out the bullshit.
Well, yeah. Hopefully Jonathan Majors man can come back. Hopefully he can come back into the superhero franchise. You know, maybe not with Marvel, but with DC.
Where's all the black directors at? I thought representation mattered and all that bullshit.
Yeah.
Don't just
Yeah.
get a director, take a director. Get a good one. One who knows
Black,
good
black
producers
people
like
so full of shit.
Other right.
Like you could have threw him in Sinners.
Yeah. Oh, damn, you're right. Damn, you're right. Oh, that would have probably. Do you think Sinners would have blew up even bigger? Huh? Can you hear me?
I hear you. I think ABM's got something, but
Yeah, I was responding to him. Yeah.
I'll also be back.
If Jonathan Majors, if he was in Sinners, would have been bigger than what it's got to now.
Not really sure. I would say though, it would be an interesting character.
A Negro that didn't turn into a vampire.
I mean, how you probably would have been in the role. What kind of character would he have played in Sinners?
Oh. But you know, they said he has that look to where he can play such roles.
I look at his face. You know, he looked like a toddler. He got that face like a toddler. You know. Well,
There's
that
another
baby.
dude that has a similar face to him though. Is that dude in this Fallout show.
Oh,
Maximus. Yeah, that one dude.
Let me look it up. Fallout the show.
I forgot his damn name, but he plays as Maximus. Like, you know, these motherfuckers could end up being a whole British motherfucker.
Oh, Aaron Moulton. His name is Aaron Moulton, and let me look him up. Aaron Clifton Moulton. He's from Austin, Texas, actually.
Okay. Yeah, he could look like he about to cry and snap on you at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he's married. Oh, he's married to an Icelander. So he lives half. You know, so he lives in Iceland.
He look like he's probably like in his early 30s.
He's 36. February 28th, 19. He went to Juilliard, right?
He has that tone in his voice that he was classically trained. I can hear it in his voice.
Yeah, he went to Juilliard. He went to a religious school in Austin. It's a private coeducational prep school, a prep boarding school. St. Stephen's Episcopal School. All right.
Oh shit, he's doing a good job to me.
Aaron Moulton. Where have I seen this guy? He was in Fallout, Emancipation, Disjointed. Started Neck, Father Stu.
What the miss? All kinds of blackness, right?
Well,
yeah.
You know, I just read something.
The two whores fucking is wrong, but still interesting.
Shit. No, it's talking about how last thing we mentioned was about how if Jonathan Majors was in Sinners, would Sinners have been a bigger thing than it's gotten to now?
It definitely would have been controversial. I shall leave the white woman alone.
And which role would you think that even he's multiversal, so yeah, well multifaceted.
I think a lot of chicks. I think a lot of chicks.
Vampire and non-vampire.
I think a lot. He would have been one of the brothers.
No, Charles. He's asking which one of the brothers would he be the one? Would he be the brother that turned into a vampire, or what, or died in the end?
He would have played. He would have played the one who. I think he would have definitely been the one who died in the end.
Oh, Smoke died in the end.
Died in the end.
And I think females get a kick out of Michael B. Oh, she did hit me back just now. Okay. What's up, Chanel? The fine ass. She lost 50 pounds too.
He could have played the. He could have
one of
played
your
the
side chicks. One of your side chicks.
Candy Grandpa Manga.
As my mother would say, as my mother always taught me, always have a P.O. box so bitches can't mail it. Thank you, Mama. So I think he would play the more suitable brother. From a female's perspective, I think females love Michael B. Jordan playing a little bit of the bad guy or the tough guy or the more hot-headed. So
wait, how come?
Huh?
Hang on, I'm looking up how tall Michael B. Jordan and Jonathan Majors are.
I think Michael B's like 5'10", 5'11".
Mm-hmm. I'm still laughing about when the chick tried to call him nerdy.
No, corny. It says here he's 6 even.
Oh, okay.
Michael B. Jordan.
But it's a shame
talking
that
about he corny, but he's making money though, and that bitch, what's she doing? Gossip.
It's a shame that one of our most premier male actors can't find somebody, his female counterparts in his industry.
Is that the same chick that did that podcast with Stacey Abrams?
Yeah,
I think so.
And she tried to talk shit about black men, and Stacey Abrams shut her down.
Oh,
Is that the same chick?
That's her.
Oh yeah, you got to give Stacey credit. She shut her the fuck down, didn't she?
So whoa.
Well, Stacey Abrams, unlike a lot of other of these black female Democrats, she learned a fucking lesson.
Mm-hmm.
You can't alienate black men and then get pissy when they don't come and fucking support you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's really just common fucking sense.
Yeah, getting exposed is stealing that money.
Some of these bitches look like they smell sour and shit.
I don't like a grown ass fucking adult woman walking around with lime green hair.
Looking like something the X-Men should fight.
Looking like a fucking Pokemon. Looking like a treasure troll.
Yeah,
remember that shit back in middle school?
Polaris and X-Men, doesn't she have green hair?
But that's Polaris. We love Polaris.
Yeah, light skinned chicks, when they do so much, man, like when they overdo it and shit, yeah, they usually be the ones that stink.
I'm gonna tell you what it is. Women, but you already know this. Women dress to try to impress other women, and remember, ghetto culture rules all in our community. You wear a pair of slacks or some fitted jeans. Come on, Loss. Me and ABM gonna school you up in Baltimore. School you down for Baltimore, and we're gonna take you to the harbor. It's a
By the way,
American like, but
I
take you to
look.
get some crabs and shit. But nah, when you
But
see it,
you gonna call him up on the phone? Yo, dummy, pull up to the harbor.
well, dummies a generation below us. What they call each other dummy compared to when me and ABM was growing up. A dummy was an extra
Fighting
an
words.
extra sexual an extra sexually open female.
Oh,
Mhm. So when I hear teenagers and young adults call each other dummy, I'm like, oh, you about to bring a freak bitch over? What else? Okay, do I need to leave? You about to bring the freak bitch? They like, no, that's my man's dummy. Hey, what's up, stupid? I was like, my generation don't play that. We kind of pride ourselves off of intelligence a little bit. We did dumb shit, but we pride ourselves off of that a little bit. So
but hey, now they can't read, so now they really are dummies.
yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's stupid. What's up, dummy? Hey, woo. It's kind of funny, like you now. And ask ABM. When we were in our 20s in Baltimore, Baltimore was one of the premier party towns in America, dude. Club Mix was at the height of the fucking shit. You
Yep.
wonder why. I met chicks from Delaware, DC, fucking Atlantic City, New York, Virginia Beach, both Carolinas, Florida, Georgia, Atlanta, all up in there. Just coming up here, just going to the club, and they like, oh, we here for the weekend, or we here for 2 weeks. Oh, for real? All I got is bubblegum and free dick. And tell me if I'm lying, ABM. Back in the early 2000s and the late 90s, every chick you saw, 9 times out of 10, they all look good and they were fit. It was every 10th bitch might have been a fat one. And most of them were more thicker to chunky than the beach whales we see today. So now you go out, all these bitches look like they.
It's just a fupa gallery.
I mean, we used to call it butts and guts. Like, how do you look like a bitch who had 4 kids and you never gave birth?
And
Like,
you know what's bad, Charles? The thing is, like, the older women would teach the bigger chicks how to dress and what clothes not to wear. They be dressing up
mm,
like the skinny chicks. They be
yeah, like a goddamn shame.
like Daisy Dukes, and then they'll have like the little holster top with their stomach out. Like the skinny chicks
Oh
will
my
have like
god.
what they would be like how the skinny chicks have the holster tops. They'll have their whole gut hanging out with their
She
tops. I
needs
was
a
like,
she
what the
needs
hell?
about she needs a half gallon of gut begons. And the fucked up part about it is this: when you see these bitches, they have no shame.
And then their
Why are
skinny
you trying?
friends be hyping them up like, oh, you look so
Mm-hmm.
good, girl. I was like,
I'll be like, God damn, how your stomach hang further than your titties?
but hey,
Good, no, I don't
it's
want
like
that.
it's like the old famous girl in y'all city, Meatball.
Give me
I blame
y'all,
y'all.
give me the thick ones, damn it, but the ones that with the stomach still intact.
Mm. Like, God damn.
I don't want the stomach to the knees. Fuck all that.
And then how you a big girl with fucking orangutan titties? You know them triangle ass titties? Can't do that. And big titties on a big girl do not count. That's like abs on a skinny nigga. Doesn't count. Ugh. I just be like, man, back in the day, it used to be some fine motherfuckers. Now it's like, y'all bitches got all these 24-hour gyms, and I don't see y'all rioting to get up in that. But you always see them picture food.
I remember the 2000 magazines, like what thick used to be. Now thick is they build like refrigerators, and I was like you niggas, you don't know what Your definitions.
This is where I had a little slight disagreements with Dr. Thunder this morning. Well, yesterday morning anyway. Now I said the reason why it's because they were looking at the chicks who were complaining. Garbage men of the dating world really means you're taking abuse, not just the physical looks, but the mentality, the what's the word I'm looking for? The entitlement and the disrespect from these chicks.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's one thing if your woman's bigger, if you prefer bigger, and bigger doesn't always mean obese. Okay, if you're like me and you mostly dated athletic chicks or chicks in the gym, guess what happens? She's gonna have more muscle than the average woman. She's gonna weigh a little bit more, 15 to 20 pounds, but it looks good to the motherfucker in all the right places.
Hold on, go back. Damn it, could I cut out? You said you had a disagreement with Dr. Thunder? Oh shit.
Like
Oh,
that's
what
like one.
was
It was
okay.
yesterday morning in a chat because I guess this is the reason why typing may get lost, and this is my disagreement. When it was, I know he wasn't talking about the chicks. I said I'm talking about the men, not just how she looks, but how she acts. That's the worst part. It's one thing if you're gonna take a bad bitch and she's just a spoiled brat. You're getting something out of that because you're getting more status a little bit. I'm not saying do it, but you look better, and you could probably. And if you're not with her, you're probably getting every other chick anyway. But you're talking about not just the looks of a female, but the attitude, the entitlement, the disrespect. And you're allowing this shit just for the possibility of sex. Shout out to Ellen Roger Curry, rest in peace. The possibility of sex. You're doing all this shit, trying to be chivalrous to a unsanctified wench, and you're making a fool of yourself. For what? And the sad part, it's like you come up there and you see this shit, and some of you seen it with your boys. Sometimes we played the part. You see the disrespect, but you normalize it, and that's just abuse. It's no different if you were being physically or sexually abused by somebody over and over and over, and you normalize it. It becomes sick. Anybody want to add to that?
I remember some dudes would be like, "Hey man, like old girl, like she was kind of in your face a little bit, like, hey, why didn't you get on that?" And I was like, "Well, Sally, I got to know her."
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, a chick could be cool, but at the same time, be like, yo, like, now that I gotten to know you, I don't really want to deal with you in that type of way because you just gonna bring me problems and drama.
Yeah. And it goes back into what the Sandog always say. It's that damn idol worship. That damn idol worship.
They believe that their thighs and that stank box them is gonna put you under a spell, man, where you're gonna look past all that shit till it's too late. That's their hope.
Which makes no sense because a lot of guys are already hip to the game, and a lot of these females, it's like Patrice said, what other intangibles do you bring other than your pussy? What can you get? How do you get love from a man? You can't get love from a man. Guys know what they have to do to get sex from a woman, but women try to get love or something from a man. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, you see those gym videos, man? They be really trying to catch dudes up, man. And like that, man, they'll be working.
Guys have been making a point to avoid them women, you know, because of the Me Too and shit.
I've been seeing a lot of guys like they'll like have like there's literally like I saw an ad where like a makeshift bed where you pull the bed up and then it becomes a what's it called, a squat bar or squat rack.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like a
Oh.
makeshift bed that you just put you push it against the wall, and it becomes a squat rack and a bench. It has all your weights on it.
That's brilliant.
I was like, somebody looked around and said, okay, like the guys are kind of being pushed out the gym, so now there's a market for in-house gym equipment.
In-house gym, home gyms. Some people converted their garages into gyms.
Yeah, so the guys are adapting to the
Or the
field of what's
basements, yeah.
happening.
Others, they're switching to resistance bands as well. I mean, hell, I would say the same thing if we were talking about mixed martial arts or combat sports gyms.
Well, they don't. Being that I'm in a mixed martial arts gym, there's not a lot of women in my gym. Because the thing is, you actually have to. The thing is, that you get in enough classes, they kind of run off.
But you see, they don't show no videos of them doing that kind of shit in the mixed martial arts gyms and shit.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I don't know
You
because
see a lot of women usually getting involved in like
maybe because they know better.
powerlifting. Yeah,
Maybe because
most
they
of them
know
you
better.
see them.
Maybe because they know
also,
better.
like during the class, there's really no time to actually like set up a camera or anything like that. Like you're too busy in the midst of the class and the workout, pretty much. Like, you know, in a general gym, you can like it's kind of like you're set on your own schedule, unless you have a trainer. But like they can't really dictate in a martial arts gym.
No, they can't. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, like most women, I'm seeing a lot of this is like a lot of women posting while they're in the gym, and most of them like getting involved in like CrossFit or powerlifting, and you know they just like to post videos there, post their workouts or whatnot, and that's about it. So powerlifting is where it's at for a lot of them. But you don't see a lot of them just like, you know, trying to mess with guys like that or trying to set dudes up like that. I mean, most of them, the gyms are pretty empty. So Lost, you train in the martial arts gym, you said?
Mm-hmm.
What are we
We
talking
talked
here?
about this a couple of lives ago. Because Charles brought it up. I do boxing and Brazilian jiu-jitsu at my gym.
What about catch wrestling?
Okay, that sounds like some good shit.
Boxing's a good stand-up. Then jiu-jitsu is also interesting stand-up.
Yeah, I'm
Especially
still
the type
learning the
of
mechanic. I'm still kind of green on the Brazilian jiu-jitsu. But you know, I'm learning piece by piece. I got a good sensei. You know, I put
No, wait. Hold on. Lost, you got it wrong, first of all. This is jiu-jitsu brasileira, so you don't have a sensei or sifu. You have a mestre. You understand? It's a mestre you have. I hope my Brazilian accent wasn't too bad. But you know, mestre is the masculine for master. Then there's mestra, which is feminine. Oh,
Yeah, I'm
everybody got
listening
knocked
to
off.
y'all.
They'll be right.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I'm listening.
Yeah, but by the way, how would you think of my Brazilian accent? You think I got it on point? I try my best. Everybody fell off. I guess just me and you, Ray. Hey Ray, what's your view on combat sports?
Yeah, I'm fixing a little bit of food right now. Fucking with the microwave. Yeah, dude, I love it. It's man mode shit. I love it.
Very alpha male. All the grappling, all the takedowns, the punching. It's like gladiatorial shit when you think about it.
Yeah, ain't nothing like it, man. You know what I mean? And it's cool, you know, hey, two dudes feud and shit with one another. You know what I mean? But man, but once they, you know, both all bloodied up and they come together, you know, they slap arms and then give each other that, you know, that brotherly sportsman that brotherly sportsman embrace. You know, that's really
Sportsmanship, yeah.
awesome. Yeah, I love seeing that right there. That's magnificent. I like those
Unless it was
glorious
genuine
moments.
hatred.
Yeah, I like those glorious moments, man. You know, where both of them just drop their beef and shit like that. You know what I mean? Which is, I understand it, but you know, DC Daniel Cormier's beef with John Jones, but I'm all for like, hey man, just squash that shit.
I'm sure he's moved on. I'm sure. It's just that, like you said, he's a talented fighter, but you know, because of all his mess, I just don't respect him like that. So he's moved on to other things. So big ups to DC, you know.
And they
I
had
hope
like
he
some
gets
kind of
inducted in the Hall of Fame.
yeah, they had like some kind of like football event too, where it was just a bunch of them, man, a bunch of the different UFC fighters and shit like that, and there were some rappers there too, some young rappers, I think. Yeah, so
I'm a rapper.
My
I
thing
think.
I'd say also is, as far as MMA goes, it's like, you know,
Mighty Mouse was there. Dustin Gaethje was there too, and it was cool too
okay,
because he was yeah, he was talking to him about
Justin Gaethje,
yeah, Mighty Mouse was talking to him about his fight with Patty Pimblett.
Patty Pimblett. Patty, by the way, is a common nickname for Patrick in the UK. But I would say this about Patty Pimblett. Patty Pimblett's just
I did not.
overrated.
That's cool to know. I didn't know that, man.
Patty, it's mostly Patty comes from Padraig, which is Irish for Patrick. So when you hear an Irishman say
Oh,
happy,
okay.
so St. Patrick's Day is sometimes called St. Patty's Day. It's Paddy, just to separate it from Patty, Patty, which is short for Patricia.
Yeah, it's like Jones is the son of John.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, if you ever notice the name Sean, that's spelled Sean. That's Irish for John. The ancient Anglo version of that is Ian. Ian. And those two names will get you in trouble in Northern Ireland because the troubles. Because Ian is associated with Protestants, and Sean is associated with Irish Catholics.
Because I'm James Bourne. I could play a Russian sub commander with a Scottish accent, and nobody's gonna say a goddamn thing about it.
First of all, I don't take kindly to you trying to make a mockery of my accent. Secondly,
because
nothing more badass than not to mention, there's nothing more badass than a Scotsman rocking a kilt.
Nothing more badass is not wearing anything under it.
And letting my balls and let my generals and two colonels, you know, just hang about.
Yep. You know, it was kind of funny.
The general and two colonels. The general and two colonels is what's his name? Here's something you might be surprised to know. Ray, Patty, Patty Pimblett. Yeah, I'm gonna get to that.
What if you had 3 colonels? You should probably see a doctor. That's a lump, nigga. That's a lump. Go see the doctor.
By the way, if you ever listen to Patty Pimblett do an accent, do an interview, he is English, folks. It's just that he's from Liverpool, and Liverpool they're Scousers, and the Scouser accent's a little weird for most people.
It's like listening to somebody. It's like a Baltimorean except drunker.
No, actually, if you want to see somebody who also speaks with a Scouser accent, who's really heavy with a Scouser accent, it's what was his name? The guy that Tyrone Woodley put to sleep. Called himself the Gorilla. You remember what I'm talking about?
I don't know, the Irish Chief, the gorilla and the
No.
fucking sea. I don't know, nigga.
Hang on. Let me look him up. Because he's also a
Hey,
Scouser,
I
and the way
heard
he
you
talks.
though. I listened to Patty Pimblett before the interview. I think he was talking to. DJ or DC. Yeah, he was talking to DC.
Yeah.
Oh man, that motherfucker, man, he's kind of hilarious.
He's hilarious. He is. Let me try to find out who was the name of that dude, the Scouser who fought
During that football
Tyrone
event,
Woodley.
Dustin Gaethje said, he's like, man, he kicked
Mhm.
like a bitch. Dustin Gaethje said Patty Pimblett kicked like a bitch.
Oh boy, I think I might have to go this weekend to find out who's got the strongest alcohol and the best cigars. Ugh. Have you ever seen a chick whose butt was so big she could hold a fucking drink and cigar on it and it won't fall? Yes, I have.
Oh man, damn, that's a man. She must got a strong ass butt cheek.
Yes, it's like a scrunchie, like a goddamn scrunchie. I tell ya.
It's goofy, man. Oh shit.
Speaking of this weekend, who got Valentine dates?
What's that? I ain't get nobody shit but me. Take
Yeah, Valentine's. Oh shit.
Matter of fact, how many people got Galentine's Day? It's just me and the girls.
Oh yeah, we got to see that shit. It's Valentine's Day. I can't wait for that.
Mm.
That damn Valentine's Day bullshit.
I call the League of Lonely Bitches. So you telling me being strong and independent ain't get you no man? I'll be like, I thought you were strong and independent. If you're a half decent single man, go make your money on Valentine's Day. And tell these bitches if they want to date, they gotta pay.
You damn right. Back massages,
They're gonna say
$200.
something about choosing peace or some shit. I choose my peace.
No, you choose loneliness.
I'm
No,
resting in
actually,
my femininity.
loneliness chose you. Why do you think all of us are so lonely? Because you are. A real man doesn't want to be with you. It should be an honor for a man to be around me and my kids. Remember, these are the same group of females that chose a bear. I just want to remember people. What you remember?
Oh yeah. So I'll make sure I put that in the comments when I start seeing these videos. Like, bitch, didn't you choose the bear? Wasn't
I
the
thought
bear
the
your
bear,
Valentine?
I thought the bear was romantic. The good mauling. Well, he is so romantic. He brought me salmon. Yeah, you gave him crabs. Shit. Fair trade, right? I just laugh. Mm-mm-mm. Go out there and be like, look, who need a date? You paying? Come out here. If you pay enough, I give you the weekend special. Good dick and Netflix.
You hear me?
Now we can hear you. Oh my god.
No, I'm saying you damn right. Yeah, that's what I'm wearing right now. Yeah, bitch, that's
You
what you
paying
get.
for the dinners? I ain't paying for no man dinner. Then be alone. I can't help being alone.
Oh no, you ain't gonna take me to the Cheesecake Factory, bitch. It's either the Cheesecake Factory, bitch, or Netflix and chill.
Take you down to Lyman Street, across from Johns Hopkins. Take you to the sub shop right there. Or John. Oh my goodness. Take you to Big Town to get you 5 wings and fries or some shit. Oh god.
Well, you remember how big that bitch was, bro?
Well, she had to be 320. You know, I'm proud of her though because she did play good defense at the Super Bowl. Man, she was doing her thing going through the middle. Like, girl, get out of here.
Oh boy, I know I seen the little 5 o'clock shadow while she talking about you ain't taking me to the Cheesecake Factory, bitch.
I'm taking you to the barber shop or the butcher's. You fucking cow.
Take her to the farm and to get milked.
Mm-hmm. Look like she got two titties, like two sets of titties, one in the front, one in the back. Mm. That's when you start calling her a bitch. You call her Bullvine. You ain't gonna talk shit to me. I'm a real motherfucking woman. What species?
Damn right, boy. I can't be man. Big ass bitches, boy. Big Amazon built bitches.
Valentine's Day.
That has to be funny.
Bunch of
Yeah.
lonely bitches. I wonder
Hey,
what
I
all the
really.
apps gonna be like. Is because Valentine's Day on a Saturday, so Clubhouse, Twitter.
Oh man, so if you're a female and you ain't got a date, Jesus Christ, you're gonna be stuck in your feminine nature. Make sure, okay, fellas, we all got to make sure the house is cleaned up on Friday, because Saturday you're gonna have a bunch of drunk, horny bitches coming up. They gonna be drunk from man lost. I wish I was 25 again, man. Shit, got your own
Hell,
spot too.
hell no, I'm fucking
Man.
on these drunk bitches, boy. These drunk bitches put a nigga in jail.
Not these drunk bitches. They looking for dick, hard times, and even more dick. This
Nah,
is
what
this is.
what they gonna do is they're gonna lay low and pretend they was with somebody,
Mm-hmm. Man, give me your
knowing damn
hand.
well you was sitting in that fucking house on that couch.
Mm-hmm. And you
I don't give
burnt the
up.
batteries out the rose.
Not a bear in sight. You
Oh,
ain't even
oh,
All
got
oh
these.
the fucking bear.
let them dumb bitches get drunk, boy. Hey, bitch, you want me, bitch? Hey, $200. for 10 minutes.
You know, she rubbed her fucking dildo down like a number 2 pencil to the nub.
And numbed herself out.
Nah, she said, ain't nothing like the real thing, baby. Boy, she putting dick appointments early, boy. Y'all think I'm lying. All you single niggas are gonna see a lot of these bitches hit you up for some supercalifragilistic.
No, just watch your feed. Watch the
Mm-hmm.
bitches on Facebook, Instagram. It's gonna be this amazing shit. Look what Bay got me. Only you don't see Bay.
You don't see no bag. And don't be in the pictures where they gonna be trying to look for you. Give me your hand. They take a quick hand and it's in their story. But you know that little boomerang effect? Reverse. Like,
Peep,
nah, don't
peep
put
the
that.
peep the empty Gucci boxes and Louis boxes and shit.
Mm-hmm.
They'll never open them.
The wine that is the wine bottles from last month.
Everybody's so into romance and shit. Like, when did this start? Bitches gonna go out here and buy the bag of rose petals and sprinkle it over the fucking bed. Look what Bay did.
Yeah, they
Like,
gotta
bitch,
go straight for the dollar store.
like,
Paper
cut the
mache.
crap. Like, knock it off.
They got the paper mache roses. Like, how you go to arts and crafts back in 3rd grade? Oh my god. Oh man. Oh man. I just. Oh, do you think men actually get upset about Valentine's Day? Oh boy.
No, men don't. In fact, single men get to save money.
Mm-hmm. Save money. Probably go hang out. Oh, and trust me, if you go to some of these spots, you know a lot of men ain't gonna hang out. Boy, you might get a threesome that night. I mean, you're gonna be like a goddamn kids
Mike,
network. Yeah, you're gonna
The
be like a
dude,
kids network. Dick, Nickelodeon.
the dudes that's gonna
Yeah.
be coughing up money are the dudes that just still believe that you gotta appease the bitch.
Bitches are so lonely. Most of these bitches are freaks. They've been fucking women, men, especially some of them even when they marry, been fucking. Yeah. So don't let these holier now bitches. You get them comfortable, they'll tell you they were fucking women for a minute. I mean, shit. That's why they keep
64%
talking.
of black women then definitely had a fucking gay experience before. So that's 64% of them.
Yeah. And God forbid they play basketball.
Coincidentally, 64% of black women got kids. Do with
Yeah.
that what you want to do with that information.
You're not the only person fucking them, and not the only gender.
Yeah, you're definitely not the only gender. When black women get lonely though, they'll turn gay in a second.
Oh yeah, they eat more carpet than a dust mite.
What's that one song that motherfucker said? I don't wanna know.
Oh, you gonna know. That's why. Oh, why you think the studs are coming out wearing dresses?
Keep it on the low, cause my heart can't take it anymore.
You know, them studs gonna come out there with them dresses. Look, I'm lonely. I want to be treated like a girl once. I've always been the cool guy for a lot of these chicks, and you look at them and be like, "Damn, shorty, you wear a dress. You ain't never wear a dress." I know. I'm just feeling a little lonely. You don't mind if I sit close to you? I'm cold. Shoot. You need my jacket? Nah. Just a little bit. Next thing you know, you hear in the back of your mind, "Come on over with me. Come on over to my place." What does he start off? I just don't feel like being lonely tonight. Oh my goodness. I need a Patreon to tell my worst stories. Am I fucked up because my son actually seen some of my son and my godson seen some of my horror stories? And some of my worst stories they were actually proud of because they were like, "Did you just kick that chick out? And you just got another chick back in?" Yeah. You know you're a national hero, right, Dad? I know. I know. Boy. Oh man, I tell you, man, if you out there and you on a Friday night or a Saturday night, boy, you gonna get fucked. You gonna get fucked tonight, man. Now, why you think they taking to play that Beyonce? We gonna get fucked up tonight? Yeah, because you hoping to use that liquor for plausible deniability. Shoot. Let me get out of here, folks. Great talking to everybody. Woo!
All right, bro. Peace.
All right, brother. Good show.
I appreciate it.
Yep. Great.